Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Red Barn by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. Ruth Baker's eyes snapped open, her heart pounding. She reached for her weapon and felt the downy softness of her pillow instead. Then she looked at Jim's side of the bed, and it all came crashing back. The empty space beside her felt like a void, sucking the air from her lungs. 9 months. 9 months since Jim. She forced herself to sit up, muscles aching with the weight of memory. Her body refused to work, her brain resisted. For Ava, she thought. Get up for Ava. Her bare feet hit cold hardwood as Ruth swung her legs off the bed. She welcomed the discomfort, not bothering to find the bedroom slippers shaped like little bears that Jim and Ava had gotten her for her last birthday. She padded to her daughter's room. Ava, she called softly, even though she knew Ava couldn't hear her. Time for school, sweetie, Ruth said as she entered, signing the words while speaking. Ava's little bed was empty, covers thrown back. Panic clawed at Ruth's throat. She went back into the hallway, calling out Ava, though she knew it was useless. Downstairs, the sound of sobbing came to Ruth's ear, but the living room, kitchen and family room were all empty. She turned around, heart thudding with panic. Something out back caught her eye. She turned and glimpsed the familiar sky blue pajamas with the dancing dogs. A tiny bundle huddled in the old armchair on the back patio. Ruth released a held breath with a sigh of relief. She opened the back door and stepped out. The October morning air was cool, but she could already feel the humidity coiled beneath like a rattlesnake, waiting to be unleashed. Ava was curled up in Jim's old armchair. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched a framed photo to her chest. Justice, their border collie, lay at her feet and looked up, thumping her tail when Ruth stepped out. Ava's eyes met hers, echoing their shared grief. The little girl's hands flew as she signed, "I miss Daddy." Ruth swallowed hard. "Oh, sweetheart," she whispered, kneeling beside the chair. She signed, "I know, baby. I miss him too." She gathered Ava into her arms, feeling the warmth of her daughter's tears soak through her thin nightgown. The old armchair creaked beneath them. They huddled together in comfort and solidarity. "Why did he have to go?" Ava signed, her movements sharp with anger and confusion. Ruth closed her eyes, fighting back her own tears. How could she explain when she didn't understand herself? The case was still open, the killer still free. "Sometimes bad things happen," she signed finally. "That's just the way the world is." Ava nodded, her small frame shuddering with a final sob. She touched the photograph gently, tracing Jim's smile. "It was his birthday today," she signed. "Can we light a candle at least?" Ruth hugged her daughter. "Of course." She returned from the kitchen with a matchbook and a single candle from the bottom drawer. Ruth's fingers trembled as she struck the match. The small flame flickered, casting dancing shadows across Ava's tear-stained face. They huddled together on the porch, the crisp morning air nipping at their skin. "For Daddy," Ava signed, her movements slow and deliberate. Ruth nodded, lighting the candle. Its warm glow seemed to push back the darkness, if only for a moment. They bowed their heads, the silence heavy with unspoken prayers. Ruth's gaze drifted to the misty fields beyond their backyard. Somewhere out there were answers, Somewhere a killer walked free. Her jaw clenched. She'd find them. For Jim. For Ava. For justice. But first, she had a little girl who needed her mother. "How about some breakfast?" Ruth signed, forcing a smile. "We can make Daddy's favorite pancakes." Ava's eyes lit up just a little. She nodded, slipping her hand into Ruth's as they headed back inside. A gentle nudge at Ruth's leg broke her reverie. Justice whined softly, her soulful eyes fixed on the photograph still clutched in Ava's hand. Ruth swallowed hard. "Inside, girl," she whispered. As they entered the kitchen, Ruth turned to shut the door. She saw Justice settling onto the rocking chair outside, her nose pressed against the framed photograph of Jim. Her heart clenched. She blinked back tears. "Here, girl," she said. "Breakfast." Justice looked at the photograph again, then at Ruth. She felt the dog's soulful brown eyes bore into her, asking the question she asked herself every day: how can I live with Jim's death unavenged, while his killer walks free? Then the dog got down from the rocking chair and came inside, pausing to push her cold, wet nose against Ruth's hand. She looked down and met Justice's questioning eyes. "I know," she said, shutting the back door. Justice licked her hand, and they went into the kitchen together. Behind them, the empty rocking chair swayed gently in the morning breeze. Chapter 2. The yellow school bus stopped on the quiet suburban street. The little girl standing on the curb looked up as the door opened. "Heya," said the bus driver, smiling down from her driver's seat. "Come on in, y'all." Taylor had never seen this driver before, so she stayed on the curb and said, "You're not Mr. Jude." The lady driver laughed as if Taylor had said something funny. "No, I most definitely am not. My name's Margaret." "What's yours?" Taylor hesitated. "I don't know you." "That's all right, honey, I know you. You're Taylor Mosley, Stella's daughter." The lady driver waved. "Take a seat." Taylor was still on the second step and could just about see the inside of the bus. It looked just like the one she rode to school every day. A typical yellow school bus. And the driver knew her mom's name. "I guess," Taylor said. "Go on, sweetie, I have a schedule to keep," said the lady, smiling again. Taylor heard a ping sound, and the driver looked down at her phone and began texting. Mr. Jude never texted while he drove the bus. "You're not allowed to text when you're driving," Taylor said. The lady finished typing out her text and looked up. "Of course," she said pleasantly. "And I should be driving instead of just sitting here. So come on up, get comfy. We've got a busload of other kids to pick up." Taylor considered what to do. She didn't know if a strange new bus driver qualified as stranger danger. The bus did look the same as the one Mr. Jude drove, and there were a couple of kids already seated, and everything else looked the same as usual. She even recognized the kids, Matthew and Siri, both also in third grade like Taylor, but in different classes. She looked back, but her mom had gone back in the house once she saw Taylor climbing into the bus. She was probably upstairs with Oliver, Taylor's baby brother, by now. "Come on, honey, tick-tock," said the bus driver. She was still smiling pleasantly, not getting irritated or acting strange. Taylor actually thought she looked nice, like someone she wouldn't mind babysitting her on Friday nights when her mom and dad went out for date night. The lady bus driver was blonde, really slim, just like Taylor's own mom. Taylor decided if Matthew and Siri were already in the bus, it was probably okay for her to get in as well. After all, it was just the school bus, Besides, Taylor was impatient to tell Ava all about her family's plans to go to Fort Worth to Taylor's grandparents' ranch for the holidays this winter break. She climbed the next 2 steps and started down the aisle. "Welcome aboard," said the bus driver as she worked the lever that swiveled the door shut. The bus rolled on down Taylor's lane. Taylor gave Matthew a small wave but didn't acknowledge Siri, who didn't acknowledge her either. Siri was part of the other girls' group. The other girls' group was not friendly to Taylor's girls' group. Nobody invited each other to birthday parties, playdates, or sleepovers. Taylor picked a seat in the middle and had just sat down when the bus stopped again to pick up Marco and Ermi. Taylor perked up when they came aboard, waving to Ermi to come sit by her. Ermi was in Taylor's group and in her class, and she wanted to know if she had gone on the Disney cruise over the long weekend as planned. Ermi had indeed gone on the cruise and spent the next 30 minutes telling Taylor all about it. By then the bus was full, almost all the seats taken, and ought to have reached school. "This isn't the way," Marco said from the seat in front of them. "She's going the wrong way." Taylor and Ermi looked out the window. Taylor was surprised to see open countryside out the window. She also realized that they hadn't picked up Ava. Rolling hills marched along the horizon, and beside the road, the land fell away to sloping fields of scrub and dirt. There were no houses or structures anywhere to be seen. "This isn't the way to school," someone shouted from the back. If the lady driver heard, she didn't acknowledge. Taylor started to feel uneasy. The same crawly feeling she had felt when she got into the bus came back now, and she wished she had gotten off the bus, gone back into the house, and asked her mom to drop her. It would have meant bringing Oliver along too, but Taylor would have been safely at school by now. One of the first graders at the front of the bus began to cry. She was joined by 2 others soon, and the older kids began a chorus of queries and yells directed at the lady bus driver. The driver ignored them all. They were off the paved road now and going across open country, bumping and jostling and rattling over every hummock and rock. Taylor gripped the back of the seat in front of her, and she and Ermi shot each other frightened looks. "What is happening?" Ermi whispered. When the bus finally stopped, Taylor couldn't understand what she was looking at for a moment. She could hear the engine running and the lady driver's voice as she spoke to someone on her phone, but Taylor's attention, like all the other children, was riveted on the building they had stopped before. It was a large, dilapidated wooden structure, practically in ruins. The glass had been broken out of all the windows. One upper window hung precariously, and behind the huge open doors yawned a dark vacancy that was too dark for Taylor's sun-adapted eyes to look into. Once upon a time, the wooden building had been painted red. The sun and elements had aged its outer appearance, but the color still marked it in the open, desolate landscape. "Where are we?" Ermi cried in tears now. Most of the children were either crying or yelling angrily by now. 3rd, 1st, 2nd grade, they'd all been reduced to infancy by the unexpected predicament they found themselves in. "What is that place?" Marco asked hoarsely. "It's not a school." "Why are you bringing us here?" The driver drove the school bus into the red barn, and darkness descended on Taylor and the rest of the children. Chapter 3. The clatter of plates jolted Ruth back to the present. Ava had already started setting the table, her movements mechanical. "Pancakes," Ruth signed, forcing a smile. Ava nodded, her eyes distant. They moved around each other in a familiar dance, the kitchen filled with the comforting aroma of coffee and syrup. But the silence felt oppressive, filled with Jim's absence. "Remember how Daddy used to flip pancakes?" Ruth signed suddenly, desperate to see Ava smile. A ghost of a grin touched Ava's lips. He always dropped them, she replied. And the dog would catch them, Ruth added, her own laugh surprising her. For a moment, the kitchen was filled with silent giggles. Then reality crashed back in. I miss him, Ava signed, her lower lip trembling. Ruth pulled her close. I know, baby. I know. They ate in companionable silence, the ticking clock a reminder of the day ahead. Ruth watched Ava push her food around, worry gnawing at her gut. Taylor's bringing her new markers to school today, right? Ruth signed, desperate to shift the mood. Ava perked up slightly. Yeah. We're working on a big art project. That's great, sweetie. You're so talented. As Ava described her plans, Ruth felt a flicker of hope. Life went on. They'd get through this. They had to. Ruth's eyes darted to the clock, her heart skipping a beat. Shit, she muttered, her hands flying to sign. We missed the bus. Ava's eyes widened, pancake forgotten mid-bite. Ruth sprang into action. Go shoes, backpack, she signed rapidly. Ava nodded, scrambling from her chair. In a whirlwind of efficiency, Ruth packed Ava's lunch, grabbed her own badge and gun, and herded them both towards the door. Her mind raced, calculating the fastest route to avoid morning traffic. The car roared to life, tires crunching on gravel as they peeled out of the driveway. Ruth's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel, her jaw clenched. Suddenly, Ava's small hand tapped her arm. Ruth glanced over, eyebrows raised. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Ava signed, her eyes twinkling. Ruth blinked, caught off guard. I don't know, sweetie. Why? He was outstanding in his field. A laugh burst from Ruth's chest, unexpected and genuine. Ava beamed, clearly pleased with herself. Where'd you learn that one? Ruth signed at a red light. Grandpa Ash, Ava replied, then hesitated. Her smile faltered. Is it okay to laugh today? Ruth's heart clenched. She reached over, squeezing Ava's hand. Your dad would love nothing more than to hear you laugh, baby. I promise. Ava's eyes glistened, but she nodded, a small smile returning. Want to hear another? As they wound through Eagle County's sun-dappled roads, Ava's hands flew, spinning more of Grandpa Ash's corny jokes. Ruth's laughter filled the car, mingling with the scent of pine and fresh-cut hay drifting through the open windows. For a moment, the weight of the day lifted, replaced by the simple joy of a mother and daughter sharing a moment of lightness. Ruth's smile faded as they approached the school. Something was off. Cars choked the normally orderly drop-off lane, double-parked and haphazard. Parents clustered on the lawn, voices rising in a cacophony of worry. What's happening? Ava signed, eyes wide. I don't know, Ruth replied, her instincts kicking in. Something was very wrong here. She scanned the crowd, cataloging details. Tense shoulders. Phones clutched like lifelines. A few tear-streaked faces. Principal Garrett Williams materialized from the throng, making a beeline for Ruth's car. His normally immaculate tie was askew, sweat beading on his forehead. Stay here, Ruth signed to Ava, squeezing her hand reassuringly. She stepped out, the humid air hitting her like a wall. Ruth, Garrett's voice cracked. Thank God you're here. What's going on? Ruth asked. Garrett swallowed hard. The elementary school bus. The one Ava usually takes. It never arrived. Ruth's blood ran cold. How many kids? a 23. We've been trying to reach Jude, the driver, but... Ruth's mind raced. A missing bus. 24 children. Have you called it in? She asked, already reaching for her phone. Garrett nodded. Sheriff Faraday's on his way in, but Ruth. Given your position, we could use your help. Ruth glanced back at Ava, safe in the car. Then to the anguished parents on the lawn. Her personal grief and professional duty collided, leaving her momentarily chilled. Ava would have been on that bus if they hadn't taken the time to commemorate Jim. Of course, she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. I'm on it. Chapter 4. Ruth stepped away from the gathering storm of anxious parents, her heart pounding at the thought of the near escape her daughter had experienced. She tried to imagine how she would have felt if Ava had been on that bus and brushed the thought aside. She couldn't go there. Her thoughts were dark enough already. Especially today of all days. Ava was waving to her from the back seat of her Ram. What's going on, Mom? She signed through the closed window. Stay in the car, sweetie. I'll explain in a minute, Ruth signed back. Ava pouted but complied. Ruth dialed her partner Aaron Tate's number. When he answered, she could hear a Morgan Wallen song playing on the truck radio and a background blare she recognized as the horn of a long-haul truck. Aaron was probably blasting down Route 62 on his way to work. Tate, she said, keeping her tone clipped and efficient. What's your 20? Well, good morning to you too, Baker, he said with his customary cheer. How was your weekend? How are you holding up? How's Ava? We're good, thanks, she said. She hated small talk, and Tate always talked like he had all the time in the world to stand around shooting the breeze. It was one of several things that irritated her about her partner. Listen, we have a situation. What's going on? His tone hardly changed, and she was tempted to tell him to stop Morgan Wallen wailing on what happened 7 summers ago, but decided to get to the point. We've got a missing school bus. 23 kids unaccounted for. The driver hasn't responded. She paused, letting the weight of the information sink in. It's bad, really bad. Principal Garrett's called in the sheriff. It's all hands on deck. Tate's tone changed at once. You at Helmer's? He asked, naming the elementary school. Parking lot. How long would it take you to get here? He took a second to answer, like he had to think about it. Oh, probably 7 minutes. Maybe less if I take the old back road. I'll see you then, she said, and was about to end the call when she heard him say something over the sound of a truck horn. What was that? She asked. I said I'll bring coffee and donuts, Tate said. 3 Eagle County Sheriff's cruisers pulled into the school parking lot, lights flashing. Sheriff Faraday was in one, the other 2 were driven by deputies. Ruth started to tell her partner not to waste time stopping for coffee, but he'd already hung up. She lowered her phone, feeling a double twinge of irritation. While talking to her partner always left her mildly irritated, the man who really infuriated her was the short, muscular man who had just pulled up. Sheriff Faraday got out of the cruiser, only a dozen feet from where Ruth stood. Their eyes met, and she felt the old anger return. She suppressed the urge to punch him in his face and kept her expression neutral. The sound of gravel crunching underfoot echoed like a countdown as the sheriff approached. Faraday's face was set in his usual unreadable composure. Ruth, he said by way of greeting. How are you holding up? I'm good, she said. How are the girls? Faraday had 3 daughters, the youngest only 2 years older than Ava. Jim and she had spent several nights over at the Faraday house and vice versa, and on this day when she was so deep into her memories, she keenly felt the loss of Frank's friendship. Those had been wonderful times, watching Ava splashing in the Faraday's backyard pool with Joanne, Meg, and Shiloh playing Marco Polo. Sheriff Faraday scrubbed a hand across his face, as if trying to erase that same memory of the relationship they once shared. "Joanne's on that bus," he said slowly. Ruth's heart thudded in her chest. "Oh, Frank, I'm so sorry," she said, genuinely meaning it. A memory of Joanne Faraday, red hair and freckled face and green eyes bright with joy, came to her unbidden, trailing the emotional baggage of all that once was and now was no longer. Faraday nodded to acknowledge her, then glanced at her truck. He waved at Ava, who waved back. "Garrett called you in on this," he said with his head turned in a deceptively casual tone. "No," she said, correcting him. "I only learned about the missing bus when I came in 5 minutes ago to drop Ava off. But yes, he just asked me to step in, and I said I would." Sheriff Faraday's jaw was tight. He showed her his profile, still not looking directly at her as he scanned the front lawn full of agitated parents. More cars continued to arrive as they were speaking. "That won't be necessary. This is a local matter, and the Caldwell Sheriff's Department is capable of handling it ourselves." Another flash of anger burned in her chest. "Come on, Frank. You and I both know you're grossly understaffed and lack the resources for something of this magnitude. My partner will be here in 5, and we can call in more bodies if we need them." He didn't answer for a moment, but she could see his jaw tightening as he absorbed her words. "Well, we won't be needing your help on this, but thanks anyway," he said. She felt a flash of anger. "How many deputies you have on today, Frank?" "I see Milo and Emilio, that's all." He glanced at her, and she saw her anger reflected in his eyes. "Like I said, Baker, we can handle it. You should focus on taking care of your own daughter." She bit back a comeback to that, and started to say something less confrontational, but Faraday was already walking away from her. He headed toward the gaggle of parents who had surrounded Principal Garrett Williams. Ruth found herself scanning their faces, a mix of fear and despair that mirrored her own thoughts. She couldn't begin to imagine what they must be going through right now. The thought that Ava had almost gotten on that bus was enough to unsettle her. And of course, Frank Faraday had to be the asshole and refuse her help because of their history. Even if it might mean the difference between saving or not saving 23 kids from who knew what. Not for the first time, Ruth Baker cursed Faraday, cursed Eagle County, cursed the town of Caldwell and everyone in it. Well, everyone except the children. And most of the townsfolk. They weren't all that bad. Some were even her friends. And all right, maybe even a few others. She sighed. It was going to be a long day, and her own trauma wasn't helping. A part of her wished the kidnapper, assuming it was a kidnapping, had picked another day. Any other day, except Jim's birthday, would have been fine. Tate's classic red and tan Ford pickup pulled up moments later, radio blaring a Brett Young song that cut off in mid-lyric as Aaron turned off the engine and got out of the truck. He carried a giant box of donuts and 4 cardboard trays stacked on top of each other, placing them all on the hood of the F-250. Instead of coming to Ruth, he made a beeline over to the crowd of parents and yelled out, "Coffee and donuts. Get 'em while you can." Then he walked over to Ruth, his tall, rangy body, shaggy straw blonde hair, and that loose-hipped walk making him resemble a ranch hand rather than a law enforcement professional. "You planning to feed and bathe them all with caffeine?" she asked. He shrugged. Figured they could use some sugar. She was about to say that the last thing a parent with a missing child would care about right now was a hot beverage and a sweet treat. But to her surprise, several of the parents broke off from haranguing Principal Garrett and swooped in on the F-250. "Black 3 sugars, right?" he said, holding out a takeaway cup. It had Baker written on the side in marker. She took it, not bothering to thank him. She resented him a little for getting it and for remembering the way she liked it. "What do we know so far?" he asked as Ruth watched each of the parents walk away with a coffee in one hand and a donut in the other. One dad had one donut between his teeth and another in his hand. "Not much yet," she replied. "The bus should have been here at least 30 minutes ago," Garrett said. The driver Jude's always punctual, and he isn't answering his phone since, so that set off warning bells in Garrett's head. Her partner caught sight of Ruth's ram and waved at Ava, signing to her, "Hey, hotshot. How you doing?" "I'm good," Ava signed back, beaming. Ava had always liked Tate, another thing that had irritated Ruth. Even Jim had liked her partner. Everyone in Caldwell liked Aaron Tate. Except his partner. Ruth lifted the cup to her mouth. The strong smell of coffee stimulated her brain. She had neglected to put on the coffee maker that morning, and then she had to hustle to get Ava to school on time. She was grateful for Tate's gesture, though she stopped short of actually thanking him. "Have they checked all routes?" Tate asked as he sipped his own beverage. She knew he took it with triple sugar, double cream, and a dash of vanilla hazelnut. Could that even be called coffee? It sounded more like a dessert. "Sheriff just arrived a minute before you," Ruth replied as she sipped her coffee. The hot fluid felt so good going down. "I'm guessing that's what they're working on right now." I offered to help, but he practically ordered me to stand down and stay the hell away. Tate looked at her with an amused expression. He used those exact words. She looked at him flatly by way of response. He nodded. "Probably not. So big surprise. He doesn't want the widow of his former chief deputy, the man whose murder remains one of the biggest unsolved crimes in the county, to muscle in on his territory and potentially make him look ineffectual in front of his voting base by bringing the might and power of the Rangers to bear on this case. So what else is new?" He glanced at her cautiously. "We're still coming in on this though, aren't we?" She had already thought it through before he asked, but his question made her come to a firm decision. "Mass kidnapping. Strong possibility of suspect and abductees crossing county lines. Multiple unknowns. It's clearly a state case, not a local PD. We're taking over. Besides, Faraday doesn't have the manpower or the resources for something on this scale. If he weren't thinking with his ego, he'd see it too. This has Ranger case written all over it." "Good, because I already called in the A-team," he said. She had figured he would, but it still mildly irritated her that he hadn't checked with her first. "En route?" she asked. "ETA 3 minutes, Tate replied. The last of the donuts and coffee had been consumed, and the crowd of parents were now surrounding the sheriff and the principal both. Ruth could hear their raised voices. She felt their pain and fear. "Who the hell takes a whole school bus full of little kids anyway?" Aaron Tate said, watching them. "A very bad person," Ruth Baker replied. "And it's our job to catch them. Let's get to work." Chapter 5. Taylor stumbled as she stepped off the bus, her legs shaky from the long, bumpy ride. The other children crowded around her, their frightened whispers and sniffles echoing in the cavernous space of the barn. She blinked, her eyes adjusting to the brightness after the darkness of the bus. To her surprise, the barn wasn't the dark, dusty place she had imagined. Instead, it was clean and well lit, with strings of twinkling fairy lights crisscrossing the high ceiling. The musty smell she expected was replaced by a pleasant aroma that reminded her of a cake shop. As her eyes roamed the space, Taylor's mouth fell open in astonishment. The barn had been transformed into a miniature town, with colorful little houses lining what looked like quaint cobblestone streets. Each house was just big enough for a child to stand in, with tiny windows and doors that actually opened and closed. "There are real beds and sofas in here," one of the kids shouted from inside a charming little gingerbread house. "And the fridge and the lights really work," called out another. "That's right, kids," said the blonde bus driver, smiling cheerfully. "Everything works. It's 100% real, right down to the goodies in the fridges and the pantries. It's just kid-sized. We made Tiny Town especially for y'all, so enjoy." Taylor and Siri exchanged a glance. Taylor saw that there was more than just the houses. Ringing this charming little village was a gleaming toy train on its own circular track. The track only went around the town, but the barn was large enough that it looked like a really fun ride. Its shiny red engine was puffing out slow wisps of steam. "Does the train work too?" Taylor heard herself asking. "Oh yes, sweetie, it sure does," said the lady. "There's a fencing that goes around the town to keep you tykes safe, but you're still gonna need to be careful. There'll be rides every couple hours, but one of us grown-ups will operate it. Safety first, always." Despite her fear, Taylor felt a flutter of excitement in her stomach. It was like something out of a storybook or a movie, a secret world just for kids. She took a hesitant step forward, drawn by the whimsical scene before her. Beside her, Siri gripped her hand tightly. "Taylor," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what is this place?" Taylor shook her head, unable to find words to describe what she was seeing. The other children were beginning to spread out, their initial terror giving way to cautious curiosity as they explored the miniature town. Matthew pushed past them, his face set in a determined frown. "Don't touch anything," he warned the younger kids. "We don't know why we're here or what they want." But his words were drowned out by a delighted squeal from one of the first graders who had climbed aboard the toy train. "It works!" the little boy cried out, clapping his hands as he yanked the string that worked the train's whistle. The sound of the loud hooting whistle made all the kids stop what they were doing and look around. Several of them laughed and clapped their hands, delighted. Taylor felt torn. Part of her wanted to join the other kids, to explore this magical-looking place and ride the train. But another part, the part that remembered stranger danger lessons and knew this wasn't right, held her back. She watched as more children climbed onto the train, their fear momentarily forgotten in the face of this unexpected adventure. The lady bus driver stood to the side, smiling benignly as she watched. "Go on now," she said. "We'll start our first ride in just a minute." "All aboard." Taylor's unease grew. Why would someone kidnap them just to bring them to this strange playtown? What was going to happen next? As the children climbed aboard the cute toy train, she saw even Matthew and Siri were moving towards it, wanting to join in. Taylor decided they might as well stay together. They were the last 3 kids to get on board. Even as the blonde lady told everyone to keep their hands and legs inside the train at all times, remain seated with their seatbelts fastened, and above all, to have a rockin' good time, Taylor still couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. Chapter 6. They set up a command center in the school's old gym. The new one hadn't been inaugurated yet, Principal Williams said, but they had already begun using it. Didn't seem much point in letting it sit empty, until Giles found time in his busy schedule. Ruth nodded without comment. Giles was Giles Caldwell, the current patriarch of the Caldwell town founding family. "This will do fine," she said. The team began setting up their screens and laptops, working quickly and efficiently. Ruth saw that Williams was still standing around, looking dazed like he'd just walked away from a train wreck. He stared at Jerry as he set up the monitors and linked them up. "Garrett, why don't you go back to your office and let us work?" Ruth said. The principal dabbed at his forehead. "Frank thinks this should be his case." "Is that what you want?" she asked. He shook his head. "This is too big. A whole bus full of kids. It's going to make national headlines. The school board." She cut him off. The last thing she wanted to hear about right now was local politics. "It's a Ranger case, Garrett. If Frank doesn't like it, he can call the governor's office and complain." Garrett shook his head at the thought of Sheriff Frank Faraday calling the governor's office. "It's just, well, Frank isn't happy about it." "Garrett, since when is Frank happy about anything?" she asked. "Remember the bake-off last spring festival?" Principal Williams smiled wanly at the memory. The sheriff was always on the judging panel for the spring bake-off, and as with everything else, he was incapable of simply giving out praise where praise was due. Instead of simply declaring the winner each year, he always made it a point to critique even the winning pies. Last spring, when he suggested Sheila Gellhorn's huckleberry cream could have done with a tad more cinnamon, Sheila got up from her seat, went over to the tasting table, picked up her prize-winning pie, and let Frank Faraday have it in the face. "That enough cinnamon for you, Frank?" "Huh," she'd yelled before walking away to spontaneous laughter. "If he calls Giles," Principal Williams said anxiously. "I'll handle it," she promised. After Williams left, Ruth addressed the team. "We have a missing school bus, 23 kids out there in the hands of an unknown abductor. The stakes don't get much higher than this. No distractions. I'm the only local here, so I'll give you all a word of advice and a warning. Don't get dragged into local politics. Anyone has a beef, direct them to me. Clear?" Everyone nodded. "Okay. Now think broad. Don't get tunnel focus. We're not just looking for kids, we're looking for answers." Her voice was steady, eyes scanning the group. "Jason, check the last known route of the bus. We need every detail, stop signs, intersections, anything unusual." Jason nodded, already pulling out his notes from the previous week's routes. "Got it. I'll keep an eye on traffic cameras too, might catch something." Ruth turned to a young woman named Clara with dark hair tied back in a tight bun. "Clara, give me a geese analysis. I want you to overlay the bus route with any recent reports of suspicious activity. There's got to be a connection somewhere. That could help us track down the location." "Yes, ma'am." Clara was already tapping away at her keyboard, her focus laser-sharp. "Shayna, you're on the driver, Jude DeVero," Ruth said to the light-eyed, dark-skinned woman with straightened hair. "Complete background check, criminal history if any, cell phone records, credit history, custody issues, known addresses, anything." "We've got a statewide bolo out on him," Aaron Tate said. He was leaning against a wall, painted with a mural of famous NBA players. Ruth nodded. She finished issuing instructions and allotting tasks, then let them get to it. The gym hummed with urgency as she felt the weight of every minute passing. Each second that ticked by meant more distance between them and the children, but she knew the importance of doing things systematically. This was too important for them to go running around the countryside like headless chickens, searching for yellow school buses. Besides, there was a hell of a lot of countryside out there, too much to cover in any meaningful time frame. Their best chance of finding those kids was by staying in here and doing their job. The rapid-fire clicking of keyboards mixed with hushed conversations and the occasional ping of an incoming message. Ruth paced the length of the makeshift command center, her eyes darting from screen to screen, absorbing every scrap of information. Suddenly, Clara's voice rang out. "Ruth, we've got something." Ruth was at her side in an instant, Tate close behind. Clara's fingers flew across the keyboard, pulling up a series of documents. "We've tracked down Jude Devereaux's girlfriend, Serena Alvarez," Clara explained, her voice tight with excitement. "Local address, works as a dental hygienist. No priors, clean record." Ruth nodded, her mind already racing. "Get her on the lines." Clara punched in the number, the sound of ringing filling the tense air. 1 ring. 2. 3. Ruth's fingers drummed against her thigh, impatience threatening to boil over. Click. "Hello," a woman's voice, hesitant and slightly accented. "Serena Alvarez," Ruth asked, her tone crisp and professional. "This is Agent Ruth Baker with the Texas Rangers. We need to speak with you about Jude Devereaux." A sharp intake of breath on the other end. "Jude. Is he okay? What has happened?" Ruth exchanged a glance with Tate. "Ms. Alvarez, when was the last time you saw or spoke to Jude?" "This morning," Serena replied, her voice trembling slightly. "He left in a rush. His mother was in a car accident in Dallas. He was so upset, he just grabbed his keys and ran out." Ruth's pulse quickened. "Did he say anything about work? About the school bus route?" "No, nothing," Serena said. "He was just focused on getting to his mom." "Oh God, has something happened?" Ruth ignored the question, pressing on. "Do you know where in Dallas he was headed?" "Which hospital?" I don't know," Serena admitted. "He was in such a hurry. The instant he got the call, he took off." "The call," Ruth repeated. "What call? From whom?" "The hospital in Dallas, I guess. Or maybe the state police. Don't they report highway crashes?" "I don't really know. Like I said, he just took off like a bat out of hell. I barely got 2 words out of him before he was gone." Ruth covered the mouthpiece of her phone while Serena Alvarez was talking and said to Tate, "Triangulate Devereaux's cell phone's GPS and get a copy of his call log. Find out where and whom that call came from. Also cross-check with state police on highway crashes and Devereaux's mom's name." Tate and Clara nodded and got cracking on the tasks. Serena was still talking when Ruth came back online, cutting in. "Ms. Alvarez, Serena, we're sending a car around to bring you in to speak with us personally. Please don't talk to anyone else until the ranger arrives to pick you up." She disconnected as Tate was talking to someone. He nodded to indicate he had something, finished talking and hung up. "Stadies say there's been no report of a Madeline Devereaux involved in any car crash." Ruth nodded. "Someone called Jude Devereaux and lied to get him out of town. Or Devereaux lied to his girlfriend about the mom's car crash," Aaron said. "Why?" she asked. He frowned. If he was going to abduct 24 elementary school kids, you think he would have told her about it first. Why tell her anything at all? He could have just left for his usual bus route as he does every day, she countered. Why make up the lie about his mom being in a car crash? So you're saying? I'm saying someone called him, lied to him, just to get him out of town, so they could send in a replacement for his bus route today. Tate nodded, seeing the line of thought through to its logical conclusion. Which means the person who called Devereaux is either the abductor themselves or an accomplice, Ruth finished. Found Devereaux, Clara called out, drawing their attention to a red dot on a road map of the state highway. Looks like he's got the devil on his tail, all right. He's doing 100 if he's doing a mile. Ruth asked Clara to zoom out till they could see where Devereaux was coming from and going to. That jibes with what the girlfriend told us, Ruth said. Okay, call in the state police and ask them to pull him over. Shall I warn them to anticipate trouble? Clara asked. Devereaux doesn't have a criminal history or a record of any gun licenses, so they shouldn't have any real trouble, but proceed with caution. Tell them he's a person of interest, but we need him alive, so please try not to shoot him dead, Ruth said. Her phone was buzzing. She looked at the screen. Special Agent M. Bennett calling. Ruth sighed and showed Tate her phone screen. He raised his eyebrows. This is gonna be interesting. She took the call. Chapter 7. Miranda, Ruth said. It's been a minute. How are you doing? Ruth. No time for pleasantries. What the hell are the Rangers doing running an FBI case? Ruth walked away from her team, her boot heels sounding on the wooden basketball floor. It was already badly scuffed from years of use, so she didn't feel guilty about it. I don't know what you're talking about, Miri. The school bus abduction. Kidnapping is a federal matter. Why am I only just hearing about it, and why am I hearing that you're already running the case? The Rangers don't have jurisdiction over kidnappings. This is an FBI case. Cool your jets, Mary. The school bus thing is currently classified as a missing persons case. Because that's what those kids are right now, missing. That falls squarely under the Rangers' purview. Ruth heard the sound of her old high school friend's snort of disgust. Yeah. Right. Missing my ass. It's clearly an abduction, Ruth, you know it. It should have been reported straight to the San Antonio field office. There's been no ransom demand. No evidence of forcible abduction. All the children got on board the bus of their own free will. We have no reason to treat this as anything other than a missing persons case, Ruth said. She caught movement at the corner of her eye and saw Tate and Clara both waving to attract her attention. Really? That's how you're going to play it? Miranda asked. I call him how I see him, Mary. Always have, always will. So yeah, this is a Ranger case and it'll stay a Ranger case, Ruth said, walking back across center court to the cluster of workstations at the north end of the gym. I gotta go now, Mary, but it was nice talking to you. We should catch up sometime. Drinks maybe. Miranda sighed in Ruth's ear. Sure, but Ruth, this isn't going to fly. I'm already on my way to the airport. My team and I are flying out there. We should be in Caldwell in less than 2 hours. You're welcome as always, Mary, but you're wasting your time and resources. Better if you stay put, and if the situation on the ground changes, I'll be the first to let you know. Ruth hung back despite Tate and Clara's excited hand gestures to hear Miranda's response. All right, Ruth, she said at last. I'll send this up the chain. That'll buy you a little time. But if the SAC orders me to get my ass down there, it's out of my hands. Keep me posted. Ruth hung up and walked over as Tate said excitedly. We found Devereaux. Stadies have him on the side of the highway. They're on the line, waiting on you. Shall I put him on? Clara asked. Ruth felt a prickle of excitement. That was a lucky break. Finding the bus driver could be the key to this whole thing. He had to know something if he wasn't directly involved himself. She looked at the map, locating the red dot that marked Devereaux's location and figuring out the distance from Caldwell. Nope. Tell them to hold him in the back of a cruiser. Nobody's to have any interaction with him until we get there. She crooked a finger at Tate, who was already grabbing his hat. Let's go. Chapter 8. Ruth's hands gripped the steering wheel as she guided the Ranger SUV down the sun-drenched highway. The siren wailed, clearing a path through the sparse traffic. Tate sat beside her, his usual easygoing demeanor belying his tense alertness. It was a gift he had, to appear to be relaxed and casual while being ready for anything. It was another of the many things about her partner that both intrigued and irritated her at different times, depending on the circumstances. Right now, it was bugging the heck out of her. How could he be so relaxed at a time like this? ETA 3 minutes, he said, seemingly without even having glanced at the GPS. Ruth's mind raced. What would Jude Devereaux reveal? Was he a mastermind or a pawn? The curiosity gnawed at her. They crested a hill, and Ruth spotted 2 state trooper cruisers parked on the shoulder ahead. She eased off the accelerator, letting the SUV coast to a stop behind them. The siren cut off, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. As they approached, Ruth cataloged the scene. 2 troopers stood near their vehicles, hands resting casually on their belts. In the back of one cruiser, a man with a high widow's peak and balding hairline sat hunched over, head swiveling as he tried to look at them. Jude Devereaux, Ruth asked the troopers. The closer trooper nodded. Yes, ma'am. He's been cooperative, but pretty agitated. Keeps asking about his mother. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance. Has he said anything else? No, ma'am. We followed your instructions. No one's engaged him beyond the initial stop. She nodded. Good work. We'll take it from here. Ruth approached the cruiser, Tate a step behind. She tapped on the window, and Jude Devereaux's head snapped up. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face etched with worry. Mr. Devereaux, Ruth said as she opened the door. I'm Ruth Baker with the Texas Rangers. I need to ask you a few questions. Jude's brow furrowed. I don't understand. Is this about my mother? Is she okay? Ruth studied him carefully. His confusion seemed genuine, his distress palpable. Mr. Devereaux, when did you last hear about your mother? This morning, he said, his voice cracking. I got a call saying she'd been in a terrible accident. I had to get to Dallas right away. Who called you? Ruth pressed. Jude's face scrunched up in concentration. I don't recall her name. She said she was from the hospital. Ruth exchanged a glance with Tate. This aligned with what Serena had told them. Mr. Devereaux, Ruth said gently, we've checked with the state police. There's no record of your mother being in an accident today. Jude's eyes widened in disbelief. What? No, that can't be right. I spoke to someone. They told me. His voice trailed off, confusion and fear battling on his face. Ruth watched Devereaux's face crumple, his eyes darting between her and Tate as the reality of the situation sank in. She pressed gently, can you remember anything else about the call? Any background noises, accents, anything unusual? Devereaux shook his head. I was so worried about Mom. I didn't really pay attention to anything else. Oh God, if she's not hurt, then why? Was it a prank? Who would pull a stunt like that? It's just plain mean. Ruth's instincts thrummed. Devereaux's confusion and distress seemed genuine. She nodded to Tate, and they stepped away from the cruiser, the gravel crunching under their boots. The Texas sun beat down, heat shimmering off the asphalt. A hawk circled lazily overhead, its cry piercing the air. Ruth squinted against the glare, her mind racing. Tate's voice was low. We've checked with every hospital between Eagle County and Dallas. No one matching Madeline Devereaux's description has been admitted. Not even a Jane Doe fitting her age range. Ruth nodded. So the call was definitely a hoax. Looks that way, Tate agreed. Someone went to a lot of trouble to get the regular bus driver out of the picture. A semi-truck roared past, the wind of its passing stirring up dust and making Ruth's eyes water. She blinked, her gaze drawn to the endless stretch of highway, disappearing into the shimmering distance. Somewhere out there, 23 children were missing. We need to get back to Caldwell, Ruth said as she started walking back to the SUV. Let's go talk to the bus contractor. Tate nodded, already moving towards their vehicle. I'll call ahead, have the team start compiling a list of everyone who might have known Devereaux's route. School staff, other drivers, maybe even some parents. Let us also line up the parents and interview them, Ruth said as they climbed into the SUV. As she pulled out, Ruth cast one last glance at Devereaux, still huddled in the back of the cruiser. His shoulders shook with silent sobs. She felt a pang of sympathy, quickly buried beneath the weight of their mission. Tell the troopers to bring him back to the command center, she said. I think he's telling the truth, but it's always possible he's part of this. Till we know more, we keep him close. Ruth swung the vehicle around, tires squealing as they accelerated back towards Caldwell. The siren wailed to life, clearing their path as they raced. Fields of sun-scorched grass blurred past the windows. Her mind churned with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Who had orchestrated this elaborate ruse? And more importantly, where were those children now? They made good time back to Caldwell. Suzette Ortega had the bus contractor waiting for them in the gym when they walked in. Ruth nodded at her, and Ortega returned to her workstation, while Ruth and Aaron interviewed the contractor. Gus Wilkins, the bus contractor, was a stocky man with weathered hands and a face lined by years of outdoor work. What have you got for us, Mr. Wilkins? Ruth indicated the clipboard he was holding. Gus handed over the clipboard. It's the driver log sheet. When Jude called in this morning about his mama, I had to scramble to find a replacement. Ruth and Aaron looked at the neatly printed handwritten entry, Margaret Kendrick. How long has Kendrick been driving for you, Mr. Wilkins? Gus scratched his stubbled chin. That's the thing. She applied just yesterday, said she had experience driving school buses in Houston and was looking for some temp work. Her paperwork looked good, so I called her in. Here's her application. Ruth and Tate exchanged a sharp glance. The timing was too convenient to be coincidental. Ruth's eyes darted over the neat handwriting. Margaret Kendrick, 32, blonde hair, green eyes. 5 years, experience as a school bus driver in Houston. She looked at Aaron, who nodded and stepped away, going over to the cluster of workstations at the far end of the gym. Ruth turned back to Gus. Did you speak to any of her references? Gus shifted uncomfortably. Well, no, it was all last minute, you see. I would have gotten around to it in a day or two usually. But Jude had been driving for us for years, and I never thought I'd need her so quickly. Besides, her credentials looked solid, and she seemed like good people. Ruth nodded. Ma'am, Gus went on, his voice breaking slightly, I've been doing this job for 30 years. Never had anything like this happen. If something happened to those kids, I'll never forgive myself. Ruth saw the anguish in the old man's eyes, the weight of responsibility crushing him. She softened her tone. We're going to find them, Mr. Wilkins. Every available resource is on this. She nodded to Suzette, who had returned to escort Wilkins to one of the several nearby classrooms, where they were holding the persons of interest for the time being. It wasn't as secure an arrangement as Ruth would have liked, but it would have to do for now. She didn't want to waste time on logistics and infrastructure when every minute counted. Erin came back. Margaret Kendrick's ID checks out, so do her references. She's a local, born and raised in Caldwell before she moved around Eagle County a few times, finally ending up in Houston for about 7 years. Her last known address is a sublet in Houston, but the lease says Kendrick moved out 3 months ago. No known priors or criminal history. Ruth shook her head. She's from around here. Any family still in Caldwell? Connections. Tate shook his head. Mom passed away 8 years ago in Derrick, up north in Eagle County. Cancer. Looks like Kendrick packed up her things and moved to Houston after that. Dad left the wife and kids 27 years ago. She has a sister, Emma Kendrick, and there was a third sister, Jean Kendrick, who died 20 years ago. Jean, Margaret, Emma, the names stirred up a memory. Ruth had heard those names before. The Kendrick girls. She was about to ask Tate a question when Clara called out. The excitement in her tone was electric. I think I got something, Clara said. Chapter 9. The team gathered around Clara's workstation, their faces all showing varying signs of hope and anticipation as Clara summarized. We spent the last couple hours combing through hundreds of hours of security footage, searching for the bus, she said. This being prime time for school buses, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack full of needles. Jason nodded in agreement, his shock of straw blonde hair rippling. There were hundreds of school buses on the roads during that time. With all the different angles and the quality of some cameras, it's hard to even be sure of the bus number at times. Ruth nodded, but made a circling gesture with her finger to indicate that they should get to the point quickly. She knew they wouldn't bother with the preamble unless it was relevant. But then I had an idea, Clara said. Ruth felt a pulse of hope. What kind of idea? Clara grinned, her brown eyes gleaming. Well, at that hour, every yellow school bus is headed to school, right? But what if our school bus headed away from the school district, out of town? Great idea, Ruth said, feeling a prickle of excitement dance along her spine. The thought ignited a flicker of hope within her chest. And Clara looked at Jason, who caught his cue. We started searching country roads, checking routes that led away from the main thoroughfares. Clara took over again, and we found a handful of school buses, 3 in all, on the outskirts of the school district. 3, Ruth echoed, her heart quickening. Where were they headed? 2 were going towards Maple Ridge, Clara explained, pointing to screen freezes on her monitor. But 1, it was heading north on Old Route 52. Ruth's brow furrowed. Old Route 52 led nowhere of consequence, just open farmlands. Did you get the bus number? She asked urgently. Working on it, Clara replied, flipping through her notes. I think we might have caught it on one of the traffic cams near the intersection, just before it turned onto 52. The tricky part is distinguishing it from the other buses. Jason explained. At the junctions, it's hard to tell for sure which bus is heading in which direction, and Clara thinks that may be deliberate, like the driver was purposely going the wrong way at times knowing that we would search the security footage later. So we can't tell for sure which direction it came from, Clara picked up. Which is to say, you can't track it back to the school, Ruth said, growing impatient. But let's go back to when you pick it up on Route 52, heading away from the school district. Can you follow it from there? Clara sighed. That's where we hit a roadblock. So to speak. No more cameras, Jason said. There's like a couple miles between places, and not all of their cameras are working or pointed the right way for us to pick up the bus again. We're still looking, but... He shrugged, and Ruth knew that he meant they might not be able to find any more footage which could help them. Or at least, not in time to help them right now. She felt their frustration and knew better than to pressure them further when they were already doing their best. Instead, she took an encouraging tone. Good work, guys. Assuming they were headed away from Caldwell, any idea which way they could have been headed? Educated guesses are fine. Both Jason and Clara's tense faces cleared slightly and they frowned, glancing at the map. Jason shook his head reluctantly, hard to tell. There's a mess of country roads and unmarked off-road tracks out there. A lot of fallow land that isn't occupied. Clara's fingers flew over her keyboard and stared at her screen. Her face gave away nothing, but she crunched her hard candy loudly, which Ruth knew was her frustration response. No go, boss. The computer projection shows a potential 120-mile area, and if they kept driving, that grid expands exponentially. They might not even be in Eagle County anymore. Ruth swallowed her disappointment. She had been hoping against hope. This was the early break they needed so badly. Most cases like this were resolved through early breaks. Each minute, every hour that passed, lowered their chances of success. And in a mass child abduction case, that meant a higher chance of failure measurable only by one metric: the deaths of the abductees. Her entire team had paused work to glance over at her, waiting for her response and next orders. She allowed herself a deep sigh to express the disappointment they were all sharing and nodded. Keep digging, she told her people. Dig deep, don't quit. You have something there. I believe you can do it. That brightened Clara's mood. The matronly-looking young woman, single mother of two herself, no less, flashed a toothy acknowledgement and resumed banging her keyboard like Beethoven composing a sonata. Jason began doing whatever he did with apps and algorithms that had helped crack so many crucial cases through hard-edged forensic technology. She turned and saw Erin give her a nod of appreciation for boosting her team at a time when any team leader would have been understandably mad and frustrated. Let's talk to the parents, she said. Erin nodded. Good idea. The buzzards are circling already. He'd been on the phone while she was talking with Clara and Jason, and now took a moment to bring her up to speed. Both the feds and sheriff's office were making noises about the rangers muscling in on their territory and taking over the case, and were going through back channels to try to get back in on the action. Expect the barbarian hordes to descend on us in the next hour, Tate finished. He was referring to the calls from the OGC, the Office of General Counsel of the FBI, and the State Attorney's Office, which would tie Ruth up in legal wrangling over jurisdictional issues and steal precious oxygen from the case itself. Bureaucracy was the millstone around the neck of law enforcement these days, but there was no way to avoid it, especially in Eagle County, which attracted more than its share of attention thanks to the unusual power wielded in the region by the Caldwell family. Ruth nodded, not showing her frustration at the added pressure and distraction the jurisdictional wrangling would cause. She had hoped to locate the bus and kids quickly enough to close out this one before things got ugly on the bureaucratic front. But with the clock ticking away the hours, that was no longer a likelihood. Now that the FBI as well as the local sheriff's office were about to descend on them in force, she had to be sure they followed all the protocols. Those reasons apart, as in any child abduction case, the parents and immediate family were always the primary suspects. She needed to interview them, if only so she could rule them out. She sighed as she pushed the gym door open and stepped into the school hallway. This was going to be a long, hard day for her, but it was nothing compared to what those poor kids must be going through right now. That was the thought that kept her going. Chapter 10. Taylor sat cross-legged in her tiny tent, hugging her knees to her chest. The soft glow of a battery-powered lantern cast dancing shadows on the canvas walls. Outside, the barn had grown quiet, the excited chatter of her classmates fading into contented sighs and gentle snores. She couldn't deny that the morning had been magical. The miniature town, with its working lights and appliances. The toy train that actually chugged around the perimeter, steam puffing from its smokestack. And the food, oh, the food. Cupcakes with swirls of buttercream frosting, cookies studded with chocolate chips still warm and gooey, and ice cream sundaes piled high with every topping imaginable. For a while, Taylor had almost forgotten her fear. She'd laughed as she raced Matthew down the cobblestone streets, marveling at how everything was sized just right for them. She'd squealed with delight as the train whistle echoed through the barn, the breeze from its passage ruffling her hair. There was even a small roller coaster that all the children waited to ride, as it only had one car that seated 2 kids at a time. The barn had been filled with their yells and screams of delight as the little wagon navigated the dips and rises of the mini coaster for the short but fun ride. But now they were all stuffed full with food and goodies and settling down. Taylor glanced around the tent, taking in the plush sleeping bag emblazoned with cartoon characters, the soft pillow that smelled faintly of lavender, and the stuffed bear propped in the corner. It was all so nice. Too nice. Taylor's eyelids grew, heavy despite her determination to stay awake. The morning's excitement, coupled with a full belly, was taking its toll. She had gotten out of the habit of napping after kindergarten, but today, after all the morning's excitement, she felt herself slipping slowly into drowsiness. She had to fight to keep her eyes open. In the tent next to hers, she could hear Ermie's soft breathing. Her friend had fallen asleep clutching a new doll, a gift from their mysterious hosts. Across the way, even Marco's usual bravado had been silenced by slumber. Taylor's head nodded, jerking up as she caught herself drifting off. She had to stay awake, had to keep watch. But the sleeping bag was so warm, the pillow so soft. Maybe if she just rested for a short while, it would be okay. Her eyes fluttered closed, snapping open a moment later. The lantern's glow seemed to dim, the shadows growing longer. Taylor's limbs felt heavy, her thoughts sluggish. Just for a minute, she told herself. I'll rest my eyes just for a minute. She curled up in the sleeping bag, her small frame dwarfed by its puffy softness. The stuffed bear found its way into her arms, a comforting presence in the unfamiliar surroundings. As Taylor began the long, slow slide into sleep, the barn fell into an eerie silence. The twinkling lights of the miniature town winked out one by one. The toy train, having completed its final circuit, came to a gentle stop. In the darkness, something stirred. A shadow moved among the tents, pausing to listen at each one. It was an adult-sized figure, and it appeared to be checking each tent carefully. Taylor kept her eyes closed until the person passed her tent, then opened them and sat up, trying to see who it was. So far, she had only seen the blonde bus driver who had brought them to the barn. She had been sure there was someone else around too, but this was the first time she was actually seeing another adult. She crawled to the mouth of her tent and, still on her hands and knees, peered out. She could see the person checking the last tent, then straightening. For a moment, the figure was caught by the light from a lantern, and Taylor could see their face. It was a woman, also blonde like the bus driver, but this one had something wrong with the left side of her face. It looked misshapen, like a wax candle that had melted. It twisted her mouth into a horrible, warped grimace, revealing the teeth on that side. As she turned and looked over in Taylor's direction, her left eye stared blindly out, smoky white and horrifying. Taylor clapped both hands over her mouth to keep from making a sound. But the scream couldn't be contained and burst out of her, filling the silent barn with the sound of her terror. Chapter 11. Ruth stared at the couple across the table. Mr. and Mrs. Mosley, parents of Taylor, age 7. They looked angry and upset. Stella Mosley had clearly been crying, while Walter looked like he needed to up his blood pressure medication. His face and ears were flaming red. "Can you walk me through this morning's routine?" Ruth asked, her voice gentle. Mrs. Mosley nodded, twisting a tissue in her hands. It was just like any other day. I got Taylor up at 6:30. She had cereal for breakfast. Frosted Flakes. She almost always has Frosted Flakes, except when Walter forgets to pick up a new box on his grocery runs. Then she makes do with Cheerios, which is Walter's brand and which he never forgets to buy. Mr. Mosley ignored his wife's obvious critiques of his grocery shopping, suggesting to Ruth a long-standing dispute over the domestic chore. He stared down at the scratched surface of the desk he was sitting at. Some kid had etched their initials into the top, JT. His voice sounded broken and defeated, the voice of a man in shock. Ruth made a note to ask Aaron to check if the parents of the missing kids had been offered counseling services. I helped her pack her lunch. A peanut butter and jelly sandwich, cut diagonally. An apple. A juice box. And those little fish-shaped crackers she loves. Ruth nodded, jotting notes. Beside her, Aaron leaned forward. What time did Taylor leave for the bus? 7:15, Mrs. Mosley said quickly. Always 7:15. I watched her from the porch. She was wearing her favorite shirt, the one with the unicorn. And her light-up sneakers. Ruth's pen paused. Did you notice anything unusual? Anyone hanging around the bus stop? The Mosleys exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in unison. No, Mr. Mosley said. It was just normal. Quiet. The Johnsons' dog was barking like always. Old Mr. Peterson was getting his newspaper. Ruth nodded, fighting back a sigh. Nothing out of the ordinary. No red flags. Just another devastated family, their world turned upside down in the span of a morning. As the interview wrapped up, Ruth stood, shaking hands with the Mosleys. We're pulling out all the stops on this one. We're hoping to catch a break any minute. We'll keep you posted, she promised, the words feeling hollow even as she spoke them. There was nothing worse than being chased for an update by anxious parents when all you had were law enforcement factoids, like every hour after an abduction, reduces the chances of a live retrieval significantly. The next couple filed in as the Mosleys left. Mr. and Mrs. Alvarez, parents of Ermicenda and Marco, age 8. The same questions. The same tearful responses. Different favorite cereals, Cocoa Puffs and plain cornflakes. Different favorite shirt, Spider-Man and Captain Marvel. The same crushing normalcy of the morning routine. Ruth's mind drifted as she asked the questions by rote. How many times had she done this? How many shattered families had sat across from her, clinging to hope as their worlds crumbled? She couldn't bear the thought that these same parents might never see their kids alive again. The interviews blurred together. The Patels. The Nguyens. The Johnsons. Each family unique in their grief, yet eerily similar in their recollections of the morning. Pancakes and waffles. Backpacks and lunchboxes. Kisses goodbye and I love yous called from porches and driveways. Aaron kept stepping out to take calls on both their behalfs and to coordinate with the team. He came back and each time to whisper queries or messages into Ruth's ear, and she gave him her responses. This was how they worked best. She focused on the interviews and the overall picture. He dealt with the minute-to-minute and day-to-day stuff as well as the team coordination. She was a people person mostly. He was a systems and processes person. She was midway through interviewing the Johnsons when Tate came back in. He didn't bother with whispers this time. One look at his face, and Ruth knew something had broken. "You need to see this," he said. To her surprise, he looked at Celia and Matthew Johnson and said, "You too. Come on. Everybody needs to see this." Chapter 12. Ruth's heart raced as she followed Tate into the makeshift command center. The gym buzzed with nervous energy, every eye fixed on the large screen at the center of the basketball court. Parents huddled together, their faces a mix of hope and terror. The video feed crackled to life, revealing two women standing in a vast, sun-scorched field. Wind whipped their hair, the endless Texas sky stretching behind them. Ruth recognized them immediately from the case files, Emma and Margaret Kendrick. Emma, the younger sister, spoke first. Her voice was calm, almost detached. "My name is Emma Kendrick. This is my sister, Margaret. We have something to confess." Emma kept the camera on herself, her face etched with a mix of determination and sorrow. "We are responsible for taking the children of Caldwell." A collective gasp rippled through the room. Ruth felt her stomach lurch, but she kept her face impassive, watching intently. Emma continued, her words measured. "Early this morning, we picked up 23 elementary school children from the town of Caldwell in Eagle County, Texas, and brought them to this remote location." Emma Kendrick turned the camera around, revealing nothing but miles of scrubland and waving grass. No landmarks, no distinguishing features. Just an endless sea of brown and gold, shimmering in the midday heat. When the camera completed a full circle, Kendrick's face appeared again. She continued speaking, her tone pleasant, measured, serious. "We did this for a reason. Before we tell you that reason, we want to assure the parents and families of those children that the kids are all safe and unharmed." A chorus of sounds went up from the parents, as well as some team members. Ruth audibly heard herself gasp with relief. Margaret's voice was steady, but kind as she continued. "We know you're looking for them. We know you're scared. But we promise they are safe and will stay that way. We have no intention of causing any harm to them. In fact, but before we go on, I need to show you one more thing. I know law enforcement will be watching this live feed. Or at least I hope they are. If you're not law enforcement, I want you to call 911 and report this live stream to your local police department. Tell them to go online and watch this right now. Tell them it's about the missing children of Caldwell. If they don't believe you or think you're playing a hoax, or maybe you think we're playing a hoax, then here's something that will convince you. Go on, I'll keep the camera on and point it at something that will convince them as well as you. Emma Kendrick turned the camera again, and there, gleaming in the harsh noonday sunlight, stood the missing school bus. Its yellow paint was unmistakable, the black markings on its side clearly visible. Another chorus of sounds went up across the gym. Clara's voice cut through them. It's a match, Ruth. That's our bus. Ruth nodded, her mind racing. What the hell was this? A ransom video. It wouldn't be the first live stream attempt at ransom. But by choosing to do it this way, the kidnappers had just made a huge mistake. Are you? Ruth started to say. Jason replied for the team. Already tracking the IP address and GPS. Should have a precise location in a few minutes, depending on how tough a firewall and VPNs they're using. Ruth looked at Tate, who nodded as if reading her mind. Already on the Kendrick sisters, he said. Pulling up every last thing we have. Ruth nodded. Every detail, no matter how small. As Tate nodded and moved away to speak to another team member, Ruth felt a hand on her arm. She turned to find Celia Johnson, tears streaming down her face. Is it true, Ranger Baker? Are our babies really all right? Is that woman telling the truth? Does this mean you'll be able to get them home safe now? Ruth knew better than to remind the woman that she had seen the video at the same time as Johnson. Instead, she said, we're confirming it, ma'am. But my money's on yes. The live feed continued, Margaret Kendrick's face filling the screen once more. Now that you've seen the bus, I hope you believe us. We want to show you that the children are safe and well cared for. The camera moved past the bus and into a large wooden structure. As Margaret walked inside, the camera sensor adapted from the bright daylight outside to the artificial lighting inside the structure. It was a large structure, the vaulted ceiling high above. That's a barn, someone said, even as Ruth's heart contracted in pain. It was indeed a barn. A thought as cold as frozen metal pierced her memory, opening old wounds. It couldn't be, or could it? Ruth forced herself to focus on the live stream. Welcome, Margaret said, her voice warm, to Tiny Town. The barn doors swung open, and exclamations rose around the gym. Inside the barn was a miniature wonderland, a child-sized amusement park that defied belief. Twinkling lights adorned tiny buildings, creating a magical cityscape. A toy train chugged along a track that encircled the entire space, its whistle echoing off the barn's high ceiling. The camera swept across the scene, revealing more incredible details. A small roller coaster wound its way through one corner, its brightly colored car filled with two laughing children. Ruth recognized them from a recent school event. They were both in Ava's class. In another area, kids played dress-up in a miniature fire station, complete with a tiny fire truck and a pole to slide down. The camera panned across a miniature doctor's clinic, a garage, a diner, a movie theater, a grocery store, and other similar downtown staples. At the far end of the barn, Ruth thought she glimpsed a double row of colorful pup tents. Ruth's eyes darted from face to face, recognizing the missing children. They all looked happy, carefree, as if they were on the field trip of a lifetime rather than victims of a kidnapping. The camera focused on a group gathered around a cotton candy machine. "Taylor," Margaret called out, "can you tell us how you're doing?" Taylor Mosley, her face sticky with pink sugar, beamed at the camera. "This place is awesome. I never want to leave. Can we stay in Tiny Town forever?" Similar sentiments echoed from other children as Margaret moved through the barn. Ermi Alvarez, perched atop a carousel horse, waved excitedly. "Hi, Mom and Dad. Don't worry about us. We're having so much fun." Marco, her brother, chimed in from the bumper car area. "Yeah, it's like the best vacation ever." Ruth exchanged a glance with her partner. Aaron Tate was on the phone as usual, fielding all calls, but his eyes were on the screen and she saw him frown too. This seemed too good to be true. And if there was one lesson Ruth had learned early on in her law enforcement career, it was that whenever something appeared too good to be true, it was usually a lie. Margaret's face filled the screen once more. "As you can see, the children are safe, well-fed, and happy. We have no intention of harming them. In fact, we built Tiny Town just for them." Ruth's mind raced. The resources, the planning that must have gone into this, it was staggering. And for what purpose? "We will explain everything soon," Margaret continued, her scarred face softening with what looked like genuine affection as she gazed at the children. "But for now, we want you to know that your children are loved and protected here in Tiny Town." The feed cut out abruptly, leaving the command center in stunned silence. Chapter 13. Tate turned to Ruth and said, "Incoming." Even though she'd been expecting it, Ruth barely had time to take a breath before the gym doors opened, and people began pouring in like the gates of Kyle Field had opened up, unleashing a record crowd. In a perfect storm of timing, the sheriff and his deputies, accompanied by suits from the Eagle County Attorney's Office, had arrived at the exact same time as FBI Special Agent Bennett and her team of investigators and lawyers from the OGC. Adding to the crowd were the remaining parents and families of the missing kids, several from out of town who had just arrived and probably figured that if everyone was going in, so were they. And among the chaos, media reporters and cameramen from local and state outlets had somehow slipped in. Ruth hadn't bothered to post strong security at the entrances, since that was the local PD's job as well as the school's security. But with the local cops accompanying the sheriff, the school security was unable to do much but protest weakly as the 3 or 4 dozen bodies pushed their way in past them. The next several minutes were utter chaos. Sheriff Faraday was arguing with his own counsel that he had the right to run Ruth Baker and the rest of the Rangers out of town, while Sack Bennett was informing the sheriff in her usual hectoring tone that this was now a federal case, and he and his people were only here in a supportive capacity. The lawyers were doing what lawyers everywhere always did: argue both sides of the coin till they were both blue in the face. The parents and families just wanted answers, and for the authorities to send out their people to go bring their kids home. Someone used the word posse, and it caught on like a mantra, with everyone repeating it until Ruth began to wonder if she had somehow walked onto the set of some new Western reality show. Meanwhile, unchecked by anyone in particular and ignored by everyone, the media photographed and videographed everything and everyone, and shoved microphones into faces asking people how they felt about the situation. The madness would have continued indefinitely if not for the live stream coming back online. The bickering stopped, and all eyes turned to the flat screen. Several had their phones out and huddled over them in pairs and trios. Margaret Kendrick's gentle teacherly tones rang out in the echoing gym. Margaret Kendrick's face filled the screen once again, her middle-aged features softened by the warm lighting of Tiny Town. Beside her stood her sister Emma Kendrick, the left side of her face disfigured. The chaos in the gym faded as everyone's attention riveted on the words. 20 years ago today, Margaret began, her voice steady but tinged with sadness, my little sister Jean disappeared. She was just 7 years old. A hush fell over the gym. Ruth felt her heart constrict, memories of her own loss threatening to surface. Margaret continued, Jean wasn't the only child to vanish in Eagle County. A total of 23 children went missing. Some from their beds at night, others from playgrounds or walking home from school. Each time, the police investigated. Each time, they found nothing. Images began to flash across the screen, newspaper clippings, missing person posters, grieving families. Ruth recognized some of the faces, older versions of which were now standing in this very gym. The disappearances were spread out, sometimes months apart, Margaret explained. Different towns across the county. Different circumstances. But always children. Always without a trace. Emma's voice came from off camera. Tell them about the Red Barn. Margaret nodded, her face grave. As the years went on, rumors began to spread. Whispers of a place called the Red Barn. Some said it was where the children were taken. Others claimed it was just an urban legend, a way for people to make sense of the senseless. Ruth's blood ran cold. The Red Barn. She knew that name all too well. On this very day, 20 years ago today, Margaret continued, our sister Jean vanished from our front yard. She was the last. After her, the disappearances stopped. The investigation stalled. People moved on. But our family, we never forgot. The camera panned out, revealing Emma standing beside her sister. The left side of Emma's face was badly scarred, twisting her features into a permanent grimace. We've spent the last 20 years searching for answers, Emma said, her voice hard with determination. We've uncovered evidence of cover-ups, of powerful people protecting their own interests at the expense of justice for these children. Margaret picked up the thread. We brought these children here today not to harm them, but to force the truth into the light. To make sure that what happened to Jean, to all those other children, can never be forgotten or brushed aside again. The sisters stood side by side, framed by the twinkling lights and joyful sounds of tiny town. The contrast was jarring, the pain etched on their faces at odds with the whimsical wonderland behind them. We know what we've done is wrong, Margaret said softly. We know we'll face consequences. But these children will go home safe. And the truth will finally come out. The live feed continued, Emma's face dominating the screen. Her voice was thick with emotion as she spoke. To the families of the 23 children we brought here today, we understand your fear and anger. We've lived with that same fear and anger for 20 years. But there's a crucial difference between your situation and ours. Margaret stepped into frame, her hand resting gently on Emma's shoulder. Your children are safe. They're well-fed, comfortable, and even happy. In a matter of hours, they'll be back in your arms. Emma's voice cracked as she continued, our sister Jean never came home. Neither did the other 22 children, who vanished over those 18 years. The camera panned slowly across tiny town, showing glimpses of laughing children riding the miniature roller coaster, others gathered around a cotton candy machine, and some engaged in a spirited game of tag through the pint-sized streets. Margaret's voice carried over the images. We know what it's like to wait by the phone, praying for good news. To jump at every sound, hoping it's your child coming home. To lie awake at night, imagining the worst. The camera returned to the sisters' faces. Emma's eyes glistened with unshed tears. We've relived that day 1,000 times. The sound of Jean's laughter as she played in the front yard. The cheerful jingle of the ice cream truck that distracted us for just a moment. And then, a silence. Margaret squeezed her sister's hand. We're not monsters. We never intended to cause you this pain. But we needed you, all of you, to understand. To feel just a fraction of what we and those other families have carried for 2 decades. The sisters stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their words hanging heavy in the air. Then Emma spoke again, her voice stronger now. Your children will come home. But we demand justice for those who never did. For Jean. For all of them. Margaret nodded solemnly. We have evidence. Names. Dates. Proof of cover-ups that go back years. People in positions of power who chose to protect their own interests rather than seek justice for missing children. Emma's face hardened. We're prepared to face the consequences of our actions. But we won't be silenced anymore. The truth will come out, no matter the cost. The camera panned once more across Tiny Town, lingering on the faces of the children. Their laughter and joy stood in stark contrast to the gravity of the sisters' words. Margaret's voice softened. To the parents watching, we promise your children will be returned to you safely. But we ask you to think about those other families. The ones who never got closure. The ones whose pain has been ignored for far too long. Emma leaned closer to the camera, her scarred face filling the screen. 20 years ago, Eagle County failed us. Failed all those children. It's time now to set that right. Emma's scarred face filled the screen, her one good eye blazing with intensity. We're ready to present all the evidence we've gathered to the federal authorities. We urge them to investigate Caldwell in particular, and Eagle County as a whole. There's a rotten core here, a network of corruption and cover-ups that goes back decades. Ruth felt her pulse quicken. She felt as if the Kendricks were speaking directly to her, addressing her alone of all the other people in the gym. Margaret's voice was steady. We have one name for you. One thread that, if pulled hard enough, will unravel this entire web of secrets and lies. The sisters exchanged a glance, a lifetime of pain and determination passing between them in that single look. They clasped hands and took a deep breath in unison. Then, with a perfect synchronicity that couldn't be rehearsed, they said, Judge Henry Whitman III. The name hit Ruth like a physical blow. She felt the impact ripple through the crowd gathered in the gym. Judge Whitman was a pillar of the community, a man whose family had helped shape Eagle County for generations. He was known for his stern demeanor on the bench, his philanthropic efforts, and his unwavering support of law enforcement. And most of all, he was directly connected to the Caldwell family. To point a finger at him was to accuse Caldwell itself, and Eagle County by extension. Emma continued, her words measured and clear. Judge Whitman has been at the center of this for years. He's used his position to bury evidence, influence investigations, and protect those responsible for the disappearances. Margaret nodded solemnly. We have documentation court records that were sealed or lost, financial transactions linking the judge to key players, even recordings of conversations that implicate him directly. The camera panned to show a table laden with files, USB drives, and what looked like old VHS tapes. Ruth's mind raced, imagining the wealth of information those items might contain. Emma's voice grew hard. We've tried going through proper channels. We've been ignored, threatened, and discredited at every turn. But we won't be silenced anymore. Margaret's tone was softer, but no less determined. To the FBI, the Texas Rangers, and any other law enforcement watching this, we're ready to turn over everything we have. But we need assurances. We need to know that this time, the truth won't be buried. Ruth glanced around the gym, taking in the shocked faces of her colleagues and the parents. Judge Whitman's name carried weight, and accusations against him wouldn't be taken lightly. Emma leaned closer to the camera, her scarred face filling the screen once more. We know there will be those who try to discredit us, to paint us as delusional or attention-seeking. But the evidence speaks for itself. And we're not the only ones who know the truth. Margaret nodded. There are others in Caldwell, in Eagle County, who have stayed silent out of fear. We hope that by coming forward, we'll give them the courage to do the same. The sisters stood side by side, framed by the twinkling lights of tiny town. The contrast between their grim determination and the whimsical backdrop was jarring. Once again, the gym erupted in a volcanic explosion of chaos, everyone speaking at once. Ruth could hear Sheriff Faraday's voice bellowing over others. A tap on Ruth's shoulder made her startle. She turned to see Aaron trying to get her attention amidst the chaos. He jerked his head and she followed. Clara and Jason were ready and waiting. They had put up a map of a section of countryside on Clara's laptop screen. The other members of the team had gathered around, knowing this was the break they had been working towards. Aaron Tate pointed out a spot on the digital map. It looked like it was just empty space on the map, no visible towns or even topographical details. Ruth felt the darkness begin to awaken inside her again, a feeling of such dread and terror that it lived inside her as a real, physical entity. Something more than just a memory. "That's it, isn't it?" she asked, already knowing the answer even if the words hadn't formed yet in her mind. Aaron Tate's expression conveyed his empathy for the shock his words would cause her. Red Barn. They were an island of silence in the cacophony of the gym. Ruth nodded grimly, reaching for her hat. "Let's go." She shot her people a sharp look. No need to share. If Bennett and Faraday want this case, they should have been working it instead of fighting a turf war. "We'll saddle up," Jason reaching for his hat too. Ruth shook her head. "If we all leave together, they'll know. You guys use the time to call up everything you can find on the Red Barn case, except for..." Her voice caught, and she pushed past it with an effort. "No, scratch that. Everything you can find." Clara touched her holster. "Back up." Ruth glanced over at the tangle of arguing heads. "We'll call in the cavalry on the way in. Not that we're likely to need it, judging from that live stream. They don't even seem armed, but we'll play it safe just in case." She turned on her heel and started for the exit. Her partner came up beside her, his own hat in hand. "You sure about this?" he asked her quietly, low enough that no one else could hear. "You don't have to go. We can take care of it while you stay and deal with this mess here." Ruth gave him a scathing look. "Like hell I will." Aaron raised his palms, backing off. She hit the gym door with the heel of her palm. "Let's go bring those kids home." He followed her out. Chapter 14. Ruth drove hell-bent for leather, pushing the SUV to its limits. The Texas landscape blurred past, a sea of gold and brown beneath an endless blue sky. Aaron sat beside her, his eyes glued to his phone as he streamed the Kendrick sisters' continuing broadcast. Emma's voice crackled through the speakers, raw with emotion. It was just an ordinary morning. Margaret and I were walking to school, arguing about something stupid. I don't even remember what now. Margaret's softer tones chimed in. I do. You were mad because I wouldn't let you wear my new hair clips. A choked laugh escaped Emma. That's right. God, it seems so trivial now. Ruth navigated a sharp turn, the tires squealing in protest. She knew what was coming next, could feel the weight of it pressing down on her chest. Emma continued, her voice growing taut. We were so caught up in our silly fight, we didn't notice the car slowing down beside us. Not until it was too late. It was Judge Whitman, Margaret said, her words dripping with barely contained rage. A man our parents had dinner with just the week before. A man we were taught to respect and trust. Emma's voice shook as she recounted the next moments. He told us Jean was hurt, that he'd take us to her. We were scared, confused. We got in the car. The Red Barn, Margaret said, the words hanging heavy in the air. That's where he took us. Where he took all of us. Ruth's stomach churned as Emma described the interior of the barn. The musty smell of hay and terror. The sound of chains rattling in the darkness. And worst of all, the rows of dog cages lining the walls, each one housing a child with hollow eyes and broken spirits. There were so many, Emma whispered. Some we recognized from missing posters. Others. God, some had been there so long, no one was even looking for them anymore. Ruth shook her head, and she muttered a curse. She had appeared in Judge Whitman's court on several occasions. She tried to picture that dignified, gracefully elegant man in connection with the crimes. Margaret's voice grew sadder as she narrated the story of how she and her sister had escaped their inhuman captivity. Ruth's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as the landscape opened up before them. The highway gave way to a narrow country road, cutting through endless fields of sun-bleached grass. The horizon stretched impossibly far, broken only by the occasional lonely tree or dilapidated fence. The radio crackled to life, Sheriff Faraday's gruff voice cutting through the eerie silence. Baker Tate, stand down immediately. That's an order. Ruth exchanged a look with Aaron. He raised a blonde eyebrow, waiting for her lead. She reached for the volume knob, twisting it down. For operational security, she said. His mouth twitched with the hint of a smile, as Aaron looked at his buzzing phone and showed Ruth the screen. She glanced at it and nodded. Aaron answered the call and listened. Ruth could hear Sack Bennett's whiplash tones even over the roar of the wind as she tore across the desolate landscape. It's Bennett. She says to stand down. FBI's going to take point, Aaron passed along, thumb blocking the microphone. Ruth gave him a look that passed on an unsaid message. Aaron put the phone back to his ear. Hello. Special Agent Bennett. I think I'm losing you. Connection, hear you clearly. After a few more seconds of broken speech, Aaron disconnected and lowered his phone. Network issues, Ruth asked, a hint of a smirk playing at her lips. Aaron nodded. Coverage out here is suboptimal, to use a favorite phrase of our federal friends. They were quiet for a while, listening to the live stream as Emma Kendrick detailed some of the darker experiences during the sisters' captivity, both things said and done to them as well as the other children. She talked about the 3 other children who disappeared from their cages overnight and were never seen again, as well as the freshly turned earth mounds in the field outside that she later saw during their escape. Ruth took a deep breath, steeling herself as Margaret Kendrick took over and talked about her sense that the barn itself was a place that had witnessed unspeakable evil. She knew they had no reason to mention what happened to Jim, but the irrational part of her brain kept dreading that she might hear his name again. The weight of years of unanswered questions pressed down on her, threatening to overwhelm her resolve. But the presence of her partner by her side, the roar of the wind buffeting the fast-moving vehicle, and the urgency of their mission enabled her to stay alert and focused. As Margaret's voice continued to recount their horrific ordeal, Ruth's eyes locked onto a distant speck. At first, it was barely distinguishable from the shimmering heat haze, a smudge of red against the golden brown. But with each passing second, each mile devoured beneath the SUV's tires, it grew larger, more defined. "The Red Barn," Emma was saying, her voice thick with emotion. "It became our whole world. A place of darkness and pain, where time lost all meaning." The barn loomed larger now, its weathered red paint a stark contrast to the surrounding palette of earth tones. Ruth could make out the sagging roof, the broken windows like dark, hollow eyes staring out across the fields. A rusted windmill creaked nearby, its blades barely turning in the hot Texas breeze. Margaret described the layout of the barn's interior, and Ruth felt a chill despite the scorching heat. She could almost see it: the hayloft where the judge would watch his victims, the stalls converted into makeshift cells, the central area where unspeakable acts took place. As they drew closer, more details came into focus. An old pickup truck, its tires flat and paint peeling, sat abandoned near the barn's massive doors. Weeds had grown up around it, nature slowly reclaiming the vehicle. To the left, Ruth spotted what looked like an old well, its stones crumbling and overtaken by creeping vines. "We weren't the only ones," Emma was saying, her voice barely above a whisper. "Over the days we were imprisoned there, we pieced together fragments of conversations, glimpses of other participants. The judge wasn't working alone." The gravel crunched beneath the SUV's tires as Ruth slowed their approach. The barn's shadow fell across them, and she felt a wave of nausea at the thought of what had transpired within those walls. The faded red paint seemed to pulse in the heat, like a living, breathing entity. To the right of the barn stood a smaller structure, perhaps once a tool shed or chicken coop. Its roof had partially collapsed, creating a jagged opening that resembled a screaming mouth. As they came to a stop, the engine's rumble fading to silence, Ruth could hear the wind whistling through gaps in the barn's wooden slats. It sounded almost like a moan, a lament for all the suffering that had occurred here. "This is where it happened," Margaret's voice crackled through the speakers, heavy with the weight of memories. "Where childhoods were stolen and innocent lives ended in pain and abuse." Ruth parked the SUV a good distance from the barn, killing the engine. The sudden silence was oppressive, broken only by the eerie whistle of wind through the barn's weathered planks. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "You ready for this?" Aaron asked softly, his eyes searching her face. Ruth nodded, reaching for her Kevlar vest. "Let's gear up." They moved with practiced efficiency, strapping on their protective gear and checking their weapons. Ruth felt the familiar weight of her sidearm, took comfort in the solid presence of her backup piece strapped to her ankle. She watched Aaron load his shotgun, the metallic click echoing across the empty field. The barn loomed before them, a hulking presence against the endless Texas sky. Its faded red paint seemed to pulse in the heat, like a living, breathing entity. Ruth's eyes swept the perimeter, taking in every detail. The broken windows, dark and hollow. The sagging roof, its edges ragged where shingles had fallen away. The massive doors, one hanging slightly ajar as if inviting them in. To their left, an old windmill creaked, its rusted blades barely turning in the hot breeze. To the right, a collapsed shed resembled a screaming mouth, jagged edges of its roof reaching skyward like broken teeth. The whole scene felt frozen in time, a snapshot of decay and abandonment. As they began their approach, Ruth's boots crunched on sun-baked earth and scattered gravel. Each step stirred up dust, leaving clear tracks in their wake. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the horizon and making the barn waver like a mirage. Aaron paused, cocking his head. "You hear that?" Ruth strained her ears, but heard only the wind and the distant buzz of insects. She shook her head. "Exactly," Aaron said grimly. "No sirens. No chopper. Backup is taking their sweet time. Interagency bureaucracy." Ruth S. made a hump sound, signaling her disgust for the politics of law enforcement. "We're not waiting." They pressed on, moving in a practiced formation. Ruth led, her weapon drawn and ready. Aaron covered their six, his eyes constantly scanning for any threat. As they drew closer to the barn, the stench hit them, a sickly sweet odor of rot and decay that made Ruth's stomach churn. At the barn's weathered doors, Ruth paused. She met Aaron's eyes, saw her own determination mirrored there. He gave a curt nod. "You sure about this?" he asked one last time, his voice barely above a whisper. "We could wait, do this by the book." Ruth's hand tightened on her weapon. "Those kids have waited long enough," she said. "We're going in." With a deep breath, she pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the shadows of the red barn. Chapter 15. Ruth stepped into the cavernous interior of the red barn, her eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light filtering through gaps in the weathered planks. The stench hit her like a physical force, a nauseating mix of mold, rotting hay, and something far worse that she didn't want to contemplate. Aaron moved in behind her, his shotgun at the ready. They swept the space methodically, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight, giving the air a hazy, dreamlike quality. The barn's interior was a study in decay. Cobwebs draped from exposed rafters like tattered curtains. Rusted farm implements lay scattered about, their original purpose long forgotten. In one corner, a pile of moldering hay shifted slightly, and Ruth tensed as she spotted the snake slithering away from their intrusion. The distinctive lump at its tail told her it was a rattlesnake. She hoped it wasn't part of a nest. As they moved deeper into the barn, Ruth's eyes were drawn to the far wall. A row of what looked like old dog kennels lined the space, their metal bars rusted and bent. She swallowed hard, remembering Emma Kendrick's words about cages filled with terrified children. The image of Jim flashed unbidden through her mind, and she pushed it away with an effort. "Ruth," Aaron's voice was low, urgent. He gestured towards a rickety staircase leading up to a hayloft. She nodded, and they ascended carefully, the old wood creaking ominously under their weight. The loft was thick with dust and the acrid smell of bat guano. Ruth's flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing more abandoned farm equipment and piles of rotting straw. And then, incongruously, a flicker of light caught her eye. In the far corner of the loft, partially hidden behind a stack of moldering feed sacks, sat a sleek black router. Its lights blinked steadily, a jarring reminder of the modern world in this place frozen in time. It was part of a small stack of electronic devices, all active and blinking their own tiny LED lights. The incongruity of the array in this setting, and the shiny newness of the devices, made it obvious that someone had installed them only recently. "What the hell?" Aaron muttered, moving closer to inspect the device. Ruth pulled out her phone, snapping several photos and a short video of the setup. "Call Clara," she said, her voice tight. "Have her take a look at this." As Aaron made the call, Ruth continued to document the scene. The router was connected to a small generator, its low hum barely audible over the creaking of the old barn. A tangle of cables snaked away from the devices, disappearing into a hole drilled through the loft floor. Clara says it means the Kendricks are not broadcasting from here, Aaron reported, lowering his phone. She and Jason think they used this as a decoy, routing their signal through here to misdirect us. Ruth nodded, a mix of frustration and grudging admiration coursing through her. Smart move. They knew we'd find this place eventually. Probably hoped it would buy them more time. Aaron listened, then nodded. Clara says she can hack those, he pointed at the devices, but she'll need to come here to do that. Once she does it, she can backtrack the signal to its precise location. Before Ruth could offer the argument that was already spilling out her mouth, he raised his hand. But she says that particular model and make of router probably means that they're not too far from here. It has a range of less than 10 miles. Ruth snorted. 10 miles in either direction threw out a grid that could extend 100 square miles. Yeah, right, she said. Every uniform and badge in the county will be here in the next 15 minutes. We've got a better chance of finding a rusty needle in a haystack. Then it hit her. Hang on. Tell me you were recording the live stream. Aaron shook his head. I wasn't, but Jason was. Get back on that line and ask him to scan through, using that geolocation tool he came up with, the artificial intelligence one, and see if he can use it to calculate the angle of the sun from the shadows and light patterns. Add that to the time of day the live stream was broadcast, and use it to figure out their position. Aaron whistled softly. Nice. He spoke briefly into his phone, conveying Ruth's instructions. While he was talking, Ruth heard a faint sound through the barn doors and went towards the opening. She stepped out and heard it, faint but unmistakable. The sound of sirens in the distance. She shielded her eyes from the afternoon sun and peered at the horizon. There, on the northeastern horizon, she could see the telltale winking of Christmas lights. A bunch of them. They were 5, maybe 7 miles away, and closing fast. We got incoming in less than 5 minutes, she called out as her partner emerged behind her. He glanced in the direction she pointed and nodded. They waited in silence as the seconds ticked by and the distant wailing grew steadily louder. The lights in the distance stretched longer to form what looked like a long, winding line that snaked across the flat country, coming closer all the while. Ruth scanned the horizon before glancing over at Aaron. What's the word from Jason? She asked, already moving towards their SUV. Aaron shook his head, phone pressed to his ear. Still processing. But he thinks. His words were cut off by the chirp of an incoming message. Ruth watched as her partner's eyes darted across the screen, a grin spreading across his face. Southwest, he said, holding up the phone triumphantly. Jason's app narrowed it down. The Kendricks are somewhere southwest of here. Ruth nodded, sliding into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life as Aaron climbed in beside her, still relaying information. He's refining the search parameters now. Says he should have a more precise location in a few minutes. The SUV's tires kicked up a cloud of dust as Ruth gunned the engine, peeling away from the red barn. In her rearview mirror, she could make out the first police cruisers in the distance, their sirens now a cacophonous wail that shattered the rural quiet. They drove in tense silence for several minutes, the flat expanse of Texas farmland stretching endlessly before them. Fields of sun-bleached grass gave way to patches of scrubland, dotted with the occasional gnarly mesquite tree. Through the upper corner of her windshield, Ruth glimpsed a hawk circling lazily overhead, riding thermals in the shimmering afternoon heat. Aaron turned in his seat, peering out the rear window. Looks like the whole damn county showed up, he muttered. Ruth glanced in her rearview mirror. The convoy of law enforcement vehicles were turning down the dirt road, converging on the red barn, a swarm of activity now visible even at this distance. She could make out the distinctive black SUVs of the FBI, mixed in with local sheriff's deputies and state troopers. "How far behind are we?" she asked, pressing down harder on the accelerator. Aaron checked his phone again. Jason's got it narrowed down to a 5-mile radius. We're maybe 3 minutes out from the center of that area. He glanced back again. Won't take them long to figure out the same thing. We're not the only ones with shiny new AI toys. They'll be on our tail before you know it. We'll be lucky to have maybe a couple minutes before they land up after us. Ruth nodded, her eyes scanning the horizon. The landscape was changing subtly, patches of scrubland giving way to more cultivated fields. In the distance, she could make out the silhouette of a water tower, its faded lettering barely visible against the sky. "There," Aaron said suddenly, pointing. "You see that?" Ruth squinted against the glare. About 2 miles ahead, a collection of structures rose from the flat landscape like a mirage. As they drew closer, details came into focus. A large red barn dominated the scene, flanked by a weathered farmhouse and several outbuildings. A windmill creaked slowly in the hot breeze, its metal blades catching the afternoon sun. Unlike the one they had just left, this red barn was pristinely maintained, its paint job gleaming in the slanting afternoon sun, its woodwork in good condition. Other than that, it was a perfect replica of the original. "That has to be it," she said, jabbing a finger. "Yup," Aaron said. He gripped the roof as Ruth twisted the steering wheel and took them off-road, bumping and grinding across open fields in a more direct vector aimed at their destination. The red barn grew larger as they approached, dominating the landscape. Ruth stole a quick look at her rear-view mirror and glimpsed the twinkling colored lights clustered around the other, older red barn in the distance. She allowed herself a small smile as she pictured Agent Bennett and Sheriff Faraday's mounting frustration as they combed through the rundown structure. Ruth's heart pounded as they approached the pristine red barn. The structure loomed before them, its fresh paint gleaming in the harsh Texas sun. As she brought the SUV to a stop, the silence was shattered by the sharp crack of gunfire. "Shots fired," Aaron yelled, already diving out of the vehicle. Ruth was right behind him, her weapon drawn. They moved with practiced precision, spreading out to approach the barn from different angles. The dry grass crunched beneath Ruth's boots as she advanced, every sense on high alert. Another shot rang out, followed by the sound of breaking glass. Ruth's eyes darted to a shattered window on the barn's upper level. She caught a glimpse of movement inside, a flash of blonde hair. As she neared the massive barn doors, Ruth could hear a commotion from within. Muffled voices, the scrape of furniture being moved, and then, unmistakably, the sound of children crying. Her heart leapt into her throat as she heard someone fumbling with the latch on the other side of the door. The voices grew louder, more frantic. She could make out individual words now. "It's stuck. Push harder. I'm scared." Ruth holstered her weapon and grabbed the handle, putting her back into the act of pulling at the door. It swung open with a groan of protesting hinges. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Ruth found herself face to face with a sea of wide-eyed, terrified faces. Then, like a dam bursting, the children surged forward. They poured out of the barn, a chaotic flood of small bodies. Ruth was nearly knocked off her feet by the force of their exodus. She caught glimpses of tear-streaked cheeks, of hands reaching out to grasp at her clothes, of sneakers lit up with flashing LEDs. "It's okay," she found herself saying, her voice hoarse with emotion. "You're safe now. It's okay." The children streamed past her, some sobbing, others eerily silent. Ruth recognized faces from the missing person reports: Taylor Mosley with her unicorn shirt, the Alvarez twins clinging to each other, Matthew Johnson's freckled face contorted with fear. As the last of the children emerged, Ruth caught movement from the corner of her eye. Aaron was there, guiding the kids towards the SUV, his usually stoic face softened with concern. Ruth turned back to the barn, her hand moving to her holster. The gunshots had stopped, but she could hear movement from within and the unforgettable sound of someone crying out in pain. She took a deep breath and stepped into the shadows, leaving the Texas sun behind. Chapter 16. Ruth stepped into the barn, her senses immediately overwhelmed. The interior was a riot of color and whimsy, a stark contrast to the weathered exterior. Twinkling lights adorned miniature buildings, creating a child-sized cityscape that stretched from wall to wall. A toy train chugged along a track that encircled the entire space, its whistle echoing off the vaulted ceiling. For a moment, Ruth felt disoriented, as if she had stepped into a child's fever dream. Her eyes darted from the pint-sized fire station to the tiny movie theater, complete with a working marquee. A small roller coaster wound its way through one corner, its brightly colored car sitting empty at the top of a loop. The air was thick with the scent of cotton candy and popcorn, mingling with the earthier smell of hay and wood. Discarded toys and half-eaten treats littered the ground, evidence of the children's hasty departure. Ruth shook her head, forcing herself to focus. This was no time to be distracted. She raised her weapon, eyes scanning for any sign of movement. There, at the far end of the barn, behind a miniature Ferris wheel. A flash of blonde hair, quickly ducking out of sight. "Texas Rangers," Ruth called out, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "Come out with your hands where I can see them." She moved forward cautiously, weaving between the pint-sized buildings. Her boots crunched on spilled popcorn, the sound unnaturally loud in the eerie silence. "Please," a voice called out, trembling with fear and something else pain. "Please, we need help." Ruth rounded the Ferris wheel, weapon at the ready. There, huddled behind a cotton candy machine, was a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair. Margaret Kendrick, Ruth realized, recognizing her from the live stream. Margaret's hands were raised, her eyes wide with panic. "Please," she pleaded. "It's Emma. She's been shot." Ruth's gaze shifted to the floor beside Margaret. There, partially hidden by a toppled popcorn cart, lay Emma Kendrick. The left side of her face was a mess of scar tissue, just as Ruth had seen in the video. But now, fresh blood matted the hair at her temple and darkened the collar of her shirt, from a wound to her head. "She needs medical attention," Margaret said, her voice cracking. "Please, I know we have to face the consequences of what we've done. But please help my sister." Ruth kept her weapon up, her mind racing. She was about to speak when another gunshot rang out, the sharp crack echoing through the barn. Margaret Kendrick cried out, her body jerking as she fell against the popcorn machine. The impact sent it toppling, kernels scattering across the floor like tiny marbles. In that same instant, the twinkling lights of Tiny Town went dark. The barn plunged into an inky blackness, so complete that Ruth couldn't see her hand in front of her face. The abrupt transition left her momentarily disoriented, her eyes struggling to adjust. The silence that followed lasted only a heartbeat before it was shattered by more gunfire. Ruth felt the heat of a bullet as it whizzed past her ear, so close she could swear she heard the whisper of its passage. The sound of the shots reverberated off the barn's high ceiling, creating a cacophony that made it difficult to pinpoint their origin. Ruth dropped into a crouch, using the miniature Ferris wheel for cover. Her heart pounded in her chest, but her hands remained steady on her weapon. She forced herself to breathe slowly, evenly, as she had been trained. Another shot rang out, and Ruth's eyes locked onto the brief, brilliant flash of the muzzle flare. It was like a star blinking into existence for a fraction of a second, before being swallowed by the darkness. High up near the hayloft, the shooter had the high ground. Ruth didn't hesitate. She aimed and fired in the direction of the flash, squeezing off 3 rapid shots. The muzzle of her own weapon lit up the barn in staccato bursts, revealing fleeting glimpses of the whimsical wonderland turned battlefield. Shadows danced across the faces of smiling clowns and cartoon characters, their frozen grins taking on a sinister quality in the flashes of light. The air filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, mingling with the lingering sense of popcorn and cotton candy. The contrast was jarring, a brutal reminder of the violence unfolding in this place built for childhood joy. As Ruth's eyes readjusted to the darkness, she became aware of other sounds. Margaret Kendrick's labored breathing, punctuated by soft whimpers of pain. The rustle of Emma's clothes as she struggled to move despite her wound. And from somewhere above, the scrape of boots on wood, the shooter was on the move. Ruth strained her ears, trying to track the movement. A creak of a floorboard. The whisper of cloth against a railing. She raised her weapon, tracking the sounds, waiting for another muzzle flare to give away the shooter's position. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Ruth's finger hovered over the trigger, every muscle in her body coiled and ready to react. She knew the next few seconds could mean the difference between life and death. Then, from the darkness above, a sound of wood cracking, a muffled curse, and then a loud crash. She felt the floor of the barn reverberate as something heavy fell from the loft to the lower level, landing on the far side of the barn. A sharp cry rang out, accompanied by a sound like a dry stick snapping. She tried to remember what had been on that end. Tents. Little colored tents. She moved slowly through the darkness, using the faint light from the crack in the barn door to guide her. Sound guided her. Ruth inched forward. The darkness pressed in around her, broken only by slivers of light seeping through cracks in the barn's weathered planks. She could make out the vague shapes of tiny towns' miniature buildings, their cheerful facades now ominous silhouettes in the gloom. The shooter's labored breathing echoed off the high ceiling, each ragged inhale punctuated by a muffled groan. Ruth pictured him sprawled among the collapsed tents, perhaps with a broken limb from his fall. The image of a wounded animal came to mind, dangerous, desperate. "It's over," Ruth called out, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "The barn is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Throw down your weapon and come out with your hands up." A harsh laugh answered her, followed by a wet, hacking cough. "Surrounded. By who?" "A couple of rangers." The voice was male, younger than Ruth had expected. There was a hint of an accent she couldn't quite place, something that spoke of money and privilege. It stirred a memory, but she pushed it aside, focusing on the present danger. Ruth edged closer, using a miniature Ferris wheel for cover. The metal was cool against her palm as she braced herself, weapon at the ready. "We've got state troopers, local cops, and FBI agents on their way. They'll be here any minute. The area is locked down. There's no way for you to escape. I know you're hurt. Don't make this worse than it already is." Another groan, followed by the rustle of fabric. Ruth tensed, imagining the shooter struggling to aim in her direction. She held her breath, straining to pinpoint his exact location in the darkness. "Worse," the man's voice dripped with disdain. "You have no idea what worse looks like." "No idea at all." A floorboard creaked to Ruth's left. She pivoted, tracking the sound. The faint light catching the barrel of her gun glinted off something metallic a few yards away, a zipper on one of the fallen tents. "Last chance," Ruth warned, inching forward. "Drop the weapon. Now." The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Ruth's finger hovered over the trigger, every muscle in her body coiled and ready to react. She could hear the man's breathing, quick and shallow now. Then, a new sound, the soft clink of a gun accidentally touching another metal object. Ruth didn't hesitate. She fired twice, the muzzle flashes briefly illuminating the scene. In that split second of light, she caught a glimpse of a figure huddled behind an overturned popcorn cart, arm extended, weapon aimed directly at her. The darkness rushed back in, but Ruth was already moving. She dove to the side as two shots rang out, the bullets whizzing past where she had been standing moments before. She fired again, 3 shots this time, placing them carefully a fraction of a second apart. This time, she heard the familiar sound of a bullet striking flesh and the sharp sound of a male voice, followed by a liquid sound that she knew all too well but wished she didn't. The instant she fired the third shot, she was already moving, angling herself to come up on the shooter's rear, if he was still in the same position. If he'd turned around, then she would be walking straight into his line of fire, but she was pretty sure that last shot had done him. She pointed the slim, standard-issue torch she carried at the spot where she thought he had been a second ago, taking aim with her gun. She braced herself in a shooter's stance, ready to open fire the instant she clicked the torch on. There was no question of warning the guy again. She was probably less than 6 feet away. She thought she could make out his silhouette against the faint light now that her eyes had adjusted fully, but she could still see spots of light from the gunfire and wasn't ready to trust herself to shoot again in the dark. But she knew that if she shot him from this close, she would be killing him on the spot. She wasn't sure how she felt about that, but she knew it was the only way to be sure she would walk away from this in one piece. She snapped on the torch, and the barn exploded with light. The barn door opened all the way, letting the afternoon sun shine directly into the barn, blinding her, as her partner's voice called out her name. For an instant, she was lit as if in a spotlight of golden aura, and she knew that the shooter didn't even need to aim anymore. He could just hold the gun sideways like in a Hollywood movie, snap off a shot or 3, and be sure to hit her with every one. She was so sure he was going to shoot her. She almost felt the impact from the bullets punching into her chest and thought of Ava in the backyard that morning, lighting the candle to Jim's memory. "I can't leave her all alone in this world," she cried out silently. "She's lost so much already." Then she saw the shooter and lowered her gun. He was dressed in a Texas State Trooper's uniform. Chapter 17. Ruth sat on the tailgate of an ambulance, wincing as an EMT cleaned the graze on her arm. She gazed out across the fields. The late afternoon Texas sun turned the air over the fields into a shimmering haze. Red and blue lights from the assembled emergency vehicles painted the scene. The smell of gunpowder still clung to her clothes, mingling with the acrid scent of her own sweat and the coppery tang of blood. Her ears rang from the gunfire, making the world around her sound muffled and distant. She watched as forensics teams in white coveralls streamed in and out of the barn, their faces grim. Aaron approached, his phone in hand. His usually immaculate appearance was disheveled, blonde hair sticking up at odd angles and shirt stained with dust and sweat. "It's Captain Miller," he said, holding out the phone. "He wants to talk to you." Ruth nodded, taking the phone with her free hand. "Sir," she said, her voice hoarse. "Baker," Miller's gruff voice came through, tinged with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, sir," Ruth assured him, watching as paramedics wheeled out a gurney. The figure on it was covered with a white sheet. "Just a scratch." There was a pause, and Ruth could almost see Miller nodding on the other end. "What happened in there?" Ruth took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts. The Kendrick sisters were inside with the children. When we arrived, shots were fired from the hayloft. I entered the barn to secure the scene and was engaged by an armed suspect. "And you returned fire," Miller prompted. "Yes, sir," Ruth confirmed. "The suspect was hit." He didn't make it." Miller grunted. "Sounds like a clean shoot, Baker. But there's something you should know. There's going to be flack over this. A lot of it." Ruth felt her stomach drop. "I know, sir. I've been fielding calls from state and county for the past hour. Thus far, the media doesn't seem to have gotten hold of it, but it's only a matter of time. When it hits the airwaves, it's gonna be a shit show. Sir, believe me, there was nothing I could have done differently." "I believe you, Baker. I'm on your side. I've got your back on this, but I can't do anything about the pressure they put on you directly. Sheriff Faraday's gunning for your badge." Ruth heard herself make a bitter sound. "Old news, sir. He's been gunning for it for a while. The feds aren't happy either. They're pressing for a state Senate committee investigation, and he broke off. I won't bore you with the details, but let's just say that it may be a good time to reconsider your blanket ban on PR." Ruth closed her eyes and sighed. Muzzle flashes flickered behind her eyes. Gunpowder and the smell of cotton candy and popcorn. She wondered if taking Ava to the movies would now trigger her PTSD. Probably. Even seeing other couples with their kids at the Dalton Mall triggered her PTSD. So that wasn't news either. "Do I have to?" she asked. "Let me put it this way," Ben said in his soft, deceptively genial voice. "The biggest thing you have going for you right now is the fact that you saved 23 elementary school kids from an abduction. Unharmed." She was about to remind him that she did get the graze on her arm and a few bumps and bruises, then realized he was talking about the kids. "I'd use that if I were you." "Talk it up." Ruth rubbed her temple with the pad of her thumb. "You want me to play the goddamn hero, sir?" "Well, what's so bad about that? This state, this country was built by heroes. Besides, it's a whole lot better than being painted as the villain of the day, don't you think?" She knew he was right, and he wasn't the person she wanted to argue with anyway, so she said, "Yes, sir." "What's the name of that reporter you went to school with, the one who did the piece about you and Ava after Jim's death?" "Myra Patel," she said. "We lost touch." He made a small, funny sound. "What do you want to bet that she isn't already trying to get through to you?" She saw Sheriff Faraday, agitated and engaged in a heated conversation with Tate, jabbing his finger in the air in her direction as he spoke. She needed to wrap up the call and wade into the fray. There was no getting around it. Better to deal with it now than later. "Okay, sir, I'll text her and see what she says." "You do that and Baker's." "Yes, sir." "Watch your back out there." "I have Aaron for that," she thought as she hung up. But she knew he meant more than the everyday bureaucracy and politics of the job. He was talking literally. "Well, I have Erin for that too," she thought as she told the EMT that she was feeling fine now and would like to leave. The nurse pressed a card on her and advised her to speak to a counselor as soon as possible. Ruth slid off the ambulance tailgate, her boots crunching on the sun-baked Texas soil. Sheriff Faraday broke away from his heated discussion with Tate and stormed towards her, his face flushed red with anger. His badge glinted in the fading sunlight, and his cowboy hat cast a shadow over his eyes, making them look like dark, empty sockets. His upper body was corded with muscles, and Ruth could see a vein pulsing in his neck as he approached her. "Baker," he bellowed, his voice carrying across the chaotic scene. Nearby, a group of paramedics paused in their work, turning to watch the confrontation unfold. Ruth stood her ground as Faraday got in her face, close enough that she could smell the coffee on his breath and see the flecks of gray in his mustache. His eyes were wild with fury, his jaw clenched so tight she thought his teeth might crack. "You've gone too far this time," Faraday snarled, jabbing a finger at her chest. "There will be consequences for this, mark my words." Aaron stepped forward, his hand moving instinctively towards his holster. "Back off, Sheriff," he warned, his voice low and steady. Ruth held up a hand, stopping her partner. "It's okay, Aaron," she said, her eyes never leaving Faraday's face. She addressed the sheriff directly, her voice calm but firm. "It was a clean shoot, Faraday. The suspect was armed and firing. I identified myself as a Leo and gave him multiple chances to surrender. He left me no choice." Faraday's laugh was harsh and humorless, like the bark of a coyote. "No choice. You can't just gun down a state trooper and walk away unscathed, Baker. This isn't the Wild West, no matter how much you Rangers like to pretend it is." Ruth saw the hard faces in gray uniforms surrounding her. There were probably 24 or more state troopers at the scene, and right now, it felt like every last one of them was looking at her. She kept her voice level and her gaze steady as she said, "He should have known better than to draw on a fellow cop. What the hell was he doing there anyway?" "His job," Sheriff Faraday barked. Ruth didn't know if he was putting on a show or just being his usual bulldog self, but he was worked up more than usual over this. "You're going to go down for this, Baker, and I'm going to be there to put the cuffs on you." Ruth held out her wrists at eye level, shoving them in Faraday's face. "Go ahead, Frank. Arrest me now." "Why wait?" Faraday blinked, stepping back from her outstretched hands. He seemed to lose his momentum and snarled, "One of these days, Baker." "Is that a threat, Frank?" she asked, raising her voice too. "You might want to watch what you say. Because you know, you have a record of having officers die in the line of duty under your watch." He blinked again, face twisting. She saw the corded muscles in his neck and shoulders bunch up, and knew she had gotten to him. He started to sputter, but before he could say anything, his deputy Merrick came up and said something in his ear. Faraday gave her one final glare, then turned and walked away. "And here I thought that you and the Faradays are practically family." Ruth turned to see FBI Special Agent in charge Miranda Bennett standing beside her, her dark long coat a contrast to the sea of gray and blue surrounding them. "Past tense," Ruth replied. "We were practically family. Until Jim." She felt the pang of bitterness that always came up when she thought of the times Jim, Ava, and she spent with the Faradays. She still felt sad that Ava had lost that friendship with the Faraday kids. Sad and more than a little guilty, because she always felt as if she was the one responsible for the rift, though she knew it was Frank and his guilt over Jim that was the real cause. "You come for your pound of flesh, Miranda," she asked. Bennett looked at her appraisingly. Shooting a state trooper. That's going to make you popular on the Texas highways. Ruth shook her head wearily. It was a clean shoot. He gave me no choice. I identified myself clearly as a... Relax, Baker. I'm not here to bust your chops. I'll leave that to the likes of Sheriff Faraday. What I'm curious about is whether you were able to id the guy when you were in there. She inclined her head in the direction of the barn. Ruth looked at the structure. The sun was getting low in the sky now, and it backlit the barn in a buttery golden light from the west. Crime scene techs were setting up equipment and lights that filled in the elongating shadows and made the barn look like a set in a movie shoot. It was dark when I went in, she said. I could barely see 3 feet ahead of me. He was positioned above eye level in the hayloft. That's where he was shooting from. Bennett frowned as she glanced at the barn. And he was already inside when you got here. Yes, Ruth said. She went over the events of the shooting briefly. Bennett nodded. Sounds like a by-the-book shoot. He gave you no choice. Exactly. Bennett was silent for a moment, then said, That doesn't mitigate the amount of grief you're going to get, you know. I know, Ruth said. Bennett looked at her for a long moment, long enough that Ruth sensed the federal agent wanted to say something she wasn't actually supposed to say. What? Ruth asked. Bennett glanced around. Not here. We should talk privately. Off the record. Ruth frowned. Okay. Bennett turned to go, then stopped. Ruth saw that the FBI agent had put her back to the swarm of law enforcement, making it impossible for anyone to see she was even speaking, let alone guess at what she might be saying. Also off the record, and you didn't get it from me, that trooper you shot in there. He used to work as a bailiff in Caldwell District Court. She looked at Ruth to see if she had registered the meaning of her words, then nodded and walked away. Ruth saw 2 men in ranger hats walking towards her, making their way through the morass of patrol cars and crime scene vans. She recognized one of them. Edgar, she said, then added, Ranger Ramirez. Ranger Baker, he said by way of acknowledgement and greeting. We're here to take you in for questioning regarding the officer-involved firearms incident. Please accompany us. Chapter 18. Aaron was waiting for her when she came out, leaning against their SUV with his arms crossed. Under the fluorescent light of the parking lot, his blonde hair was bleached white, and for an instant, she thought she glimpsed what he might look like 30 or 40 years from now. As Ruth approached, she saw the concern etched in the lines around his eyes. You okay? He asked softly. Ruth nodded, not trusting her voice just yet. She felt drained, hollowed out. The adrenaline that had carried her through the day had long since faded, leaving her with a bone-deep weariness that seemed to seep into her very core. All talked out, she said. Aaron opened the passenger door for her. As Ruth sank into the seat, she caught a glimpse of herself in the side mirror. Her face was pale, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She looked as exhausted as she felt. The drive to Lizzie Mohan's house passed in a blur of streetlights and quiet suburban streets. Ruth found herself drifting, her mind replaying fragments of the day, the children's terrified faces, the crack of gunfire, the acrid smell of cordite mixing with cotton candy. Aaron's voice broke through her reverie. We're here. Ruth blinked, realizing they had pulled up in front of Lizzie's ranch-style home. The lights were mostly out, except for one room downstairs, and Ruth felt a wave of emotion wash through her. She hated that she hadn't been with Ava at bedtime, on this of all days. As they approached the front door, it swung open to reveal Lizzie Mohan, her kind face creased with concern. "Oh, Ruth," she said softly, pulling her into a gentle hug. "I'm so glad you're all right." Ruth allowed herself to sink into the embrace for a moment, drawing strength from Lizzie's maternal warmth. When they parted, Lizzie ushered them inside, the scent of freshly baked cookies enveloping them. She gestured at the coffee pot, but Ruth shook her head. "Ava's asleep in the guest room," Lizzie explained in a hushed tone. "I managed to distract her with baking and some art projects. She's such a talented little artist, you know." Ruth felt a lump forming in her throat. "Thank you, Lizzie. I don't know what I'd do without you." Lizzie waved off the thanks. "Oh, hush. You know I love having Ava here. She's a joy." As Aaron excused himself to use the restroom, Lizzie's expression grew serious. She leaned in close to Ruth, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Ruth, there's something you should know," Lizzie said, her eyes darting to the hallway where Aaron had disappeared. "I got a call today from Joshua Kendall." Ruth felt her body tense, a cold dread settling in her stomach. "What did he want?" Lizzie wrung her hands, her brow furrowed with worry. "He was asking about Ava. Wanted to know if she was here, how she was doing." It felt off somehow. Like he was fishing for information. Ruth's jaw clenched, her mind racing. Before she could respond, Lizzie continued, her voice barely audible now. "And there's more. There's been a dark SUV parked across the street all day. 2 men inside, just sitting there watching the house." Ruth's blood ran cold, then hot with sudden, fierce anger. She strode to the window, peering out through a gap in the curtains. Sure enough, there it was, a black Suburban with tinted windows, idling at the curb. Without a word, Ruth yanked open the front door and marched across the lawn. The Texas night air was thick and humid, clinging to her skin as she approached the vehicle. Her boots crunched on the gravel, each step fueled by a mounting rage. She reached the SUV and rapped sharply on the driver's side window with her knuckles. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, the window began to lower. Ruth didn't wait for it to finish its descent. She grabbed the top edge of the glass and yanked the door open, coming face to face with a startled man in a dark suit. "Get out of here," she snarled, her voice low and dangerous. "And you tell Joshua Kendall to stop being a lackey for his boss. If he or anyone else associated with the Caldwells comes near my daughter again, I'll make sure they regret it." The man in the passenger seat started to speak, but Ruth cut him off with a glare that could have melted steel. "I don't want to hear it," she snapped. "You have exactly 30 seconds to start this engine and drive away before I start running your plates and calling in every favor I have to make your lives a living hell. Do I make myself clear?" The driver nodded mutely, fumbling with his keys. Ruth stepped back, watching as the SUV's engine roared to life. As they pulled away from the curb, she caught a glimpse of the passenger hurriedly making a phone call. Ruth stood there for a moment, her fists clenched at her sides, watching until the SUV's taillights disappeared around a corner. The anger that had propelled her out here began to ebb, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness. She started back to the house just as Aaron came out at a half-run, weapon already in hand, silhouetted by the kitchen light. He said, "Ruth," as his head snapped around on a swivel. "Holster your weapon, Aaron," she said. She touched his arm as she came up alongside him. "They're gone. Kendall's guys." He followed her into the kitchen, shutting the back door. Lizzie was standing at the sink, looking out the back window. "For what it's worth, I think they were here to watch over Ava," she said. But those people always make me feel uncomfortable. Ruth gave Lizzie a hug. I'm sorry they scared you, Lizzie. I made sure they won't be back anytime soon. And if Kendall calls again, tell him to speak to me and hang up. Lizzie's forehead creased. I can't imagine Joshua Kendall ever has anyone hang up on him. Her eyes twinkled. But I'm happy to be the first. Thanks again, I'll go get Ava now, and we'll be out of your hair in a minute. Lizzie waved her off. Oh, hush. Ava's a treasure. Bring her back every day if you like. It's not like my dance card is full. And she makes the house feel so light and sunny. It's been much too solitary in here since Mr. Chips passed. Mr. Chips was Lizzie's oldest cat. She kept saying she ought to get herself a new kitten, or kittens, plural, since she'd never had less than a half-dozen cats. But Ruth knew that after watching so many beloved companions pass away over the past 3 decades, it felt increasingly harder to commit to a new relationship knowing that it came with a deadline. Ava felt warm and surprisingly heavy when she picked her up. Aaron held open doors and shut them behind them as they left Lizzie's, got in the SUV, and he drove them to Ruth's. At the house, she paused after picking up Ava from the back seat and said, "Come in." She didn't wait to see his response because she knew he would do as she asked. Tucking Ava into her own bed, Ruth felt her stir. As she started to pull the blue-white blanket up, Ava's hands signed sleepily, "Did you kill the bad guy?" Ruth froze for a moment, the soft down still clutched between her fingers. Ava's eyes looked like they were closed, but Ruth knew she had a way of looking out through barely parted eyelids, watching when nobody thought she was watching. She knew that she herself, what she did for a living, was partly the reason why Ava did that. Catching bad guys, as Ava had once put it to her best friend Taylor in Ruth's presence. But she'd never been asked such a direct question about life and death by her daughter. "I did," she signed back at last. She hesitated before adding, it was the only way to stop him. "Good, Mommy. Now he won't be able to hurt anyone else." Ruth waited, dreading more questions, but she heard the steady sound of Ava's breathing and knew she had slipped back into deep sleep. The dreamless sleep of the innocent. It had been a very long time since Ruth remembered sleeping that deeply and soundly. She knew Ava would have said her prayers with Lizzie before bed, but she took a moment to say a few silent words now, praying that her daughter would never have to do the kind of things that she, Ruth, had to do in order to survive. Chapter 19. Ruth walked softly down the hallway, pausing to glance back at Ava's partially open door. A sliver of moonlight spilled across the floor, illuminating the scattered toys and books that spoke of a normal childhood. For a moment, Ruth allowed herself to feel a glimmer of hope that despite everything, despite the darkness that seemed to shadow their lives, Ava might grow up untouched by it all. She made her way to the living room, where Aaron was busy arranging pillows and blankets on the couch. The house was quiet, save for the soft rustle of fabric and the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Through the large bay window, silvery moonlight poured in, casting long shadows across the room and glinting off the framed photos on the mantel. Aaron looked up as she entered, his blonde hair almost white in the light. Ruth was struck by the fact that made twice, tonight, she had imagined him as much older. She had no idea what it meant, but it felt oddly appropriate. "Hey," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'd like to stay. To be sure you and Ava are safe." Ruth shook her head, sinking into the oversized armchair across from him. "No, it's good you're here." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, the weight of the day settling around them like a heavy blanket. Ruth could see the questions in Aaron's eyes, knew he was wrestling with how to broach the subject that hung between them. Finally, he spoke, his voice gentle. "How are you really doing, Ruth? After everything that happened today?" Ruth leaned back, her gaze drifting to the window. Outside, the branches of the old oak tree swayed gently in the night breeze, their leaves creating intricate patterns of shadow and light on the lawn. She took a deep breath, inhaling the familiar sense of home. A mix of lavender laundry detergent, the faint aroma of the dinner Lizzie had prepared earlier, and the ever-present undercurrent of gun oil that seemed to permeate her life. "I'm not sure," she admitted, her voice barely audible. It's a lot to process." Aaron nodded, understanding in his eyes. He didn't push, didn't demand more than she was willing to give. Instead, he reached for the throw blanket draped over the back of the couch, shaking it out with a soft whoosh of air. "I don't want to talk about the shooting itself," Ruth continued, her fingers absently tracing the worn fabric of the armchair. "Not tonight. I can't." "I get it," Aaron said, his voice warm with empathy. "You don't have to explain." They lapsed into silence again, but it was a comfortable one. Ruth found herself grateful for Aaron's presence, for his ability to understand without words. Her gaze drifted around the room, taking in the familiar details, the mismatched throw pillows Ava had insisted on, the collection of seashells from their visits to Galveston, the cheap souvenir trinkets Ava insisted on keeping on the mantel. Ruth's eyes lingered on the framed photo on the mantel. Jim's smile beamed back at her, frozen in time. His dark hair tousled by the wind, eyes crinkled with laughter. She felt a lump form in her throat. "Today," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "it would have been Jim's birthday." "His first since," she trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Aaron's eyes widened slightly in understanding. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "I'm so sorry, Ruth. I didn't realize." She shook her head, waving off his apology. "I didn't tell anyone. I thought I could just push through it, you know." The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken grief. Ruth's gaze drifted back to the window, where the oak tree's branches swayed gently in the night breeze. The moonlight painted everything in shades of silver and shadow. "I keep wondering," she said softly, "what he would have looked like when he got old." White-haired, wrinkled. Laugh lines etched deep around his eyes, she gave a watery chuckle. "He always said he'd rock a silver fox look one day." Aaron smiled gently. "Most people end up looking a lot like their parents when they age," he offered. "It's in the genes, I guess." Ruth's face fell, a grimace twisting her features. "God, I hope not," she muttered. "Jim looking like his father. That's not something I want to imagine." She stood abruptly, moving to the mantel. Her fingers traced the edge of Jim's photo, lingering on the glass. "I think Caldwell is worried about someone coming after me and Ava," she said. She heard the creak of the old springs as Aaron raised his 6'3" frame off it and walked over to her. She could feel him just behind her left shoulder. "How do you figure that?" he asked. Ruth turned to face Aaron, her eyes meeting his in the dim light. "The Kendrick sisters fingered Judge Whitman as the piper," she said, her voice low and tense. "They talked about a connection to very powerful, wealthy people. It's obvious they meant the Caldwells." She moved to the window, peering out at the moonlit yard. The oak tree's gnarled branches cast strange, dancing shadows across the lawn. In the distance, a dog barked, the sound echoing in the still night air. "Giles Caldwell basically owns Judge Whitman," Ruth continued, her breath fogging the cool glass. Everyone in Eagle County knows that. It's an open secret, whispered about at church picnics and PTA meetings. The Caldwell name is on half the buildings in town, and their influence stretches even further. She turned back to Aaron, her face half hidden in shadow. That's why whoever sent that trooper into the barn to kill the Kendricks tried to kill me too. They're trying to clean house, tying up loose ends. Aaron's brow furrowed, the moonlight catching the lines of concern etched on his face. You think Caldwell ordered the hit? Ruth shook her head, moving to the bookshelf where a collection of family photos stood. Her fingers brushed over a picture of Ava as a toddler, her chubby face split in a wide grin. Not directly. Giles Caldwell is too smart for that. But someone in his organization, someone who thought they were protecting the family interests. She trailed off, lost in thought. Someone like Joshua Kendall, his right-hand man, Aaron said softly, finishing her unspoken thought. The house creaked and settled around them, the wind softly soughing through the trees outside. The thing is, Ruth said, her voice barely above a whisper, Caldwell's smart enough to know that killing a Texas Ranger would bring down more heat than they could handle. That's why I think they're worried now. They didn't authorize this, and now they're scrambling to contain the fallout. She moved to the kitchen, Aaron following close behind. The linoleum was cool under her bare feet as she filled a glass with water from the tap. The pipes gurgled and clanked, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet house. So what's our next move? Aaron asked, leaning against the doorframe. Ruth took a long drink, the cool water soothing her parched throat. She set the glass down on the counter with a soft clink. We keep digging. We follow every lead, no matter where it takes us. The Kendricks, Judge Whitman, the Caldwells, it's all connected. We just need to find the thread that unravels it all. She glanced at the clock on the microwave, its green digits glowing in the darkness. It was late. She knew she had a long day ahead tomorrow, the first of many. She ought to get some sleep. She was very aware of Aaron near her, within arm's reach. You sure you want to stay on the case? He asked. Ben told me to let you know that he's happy to reassign the case, take the heat off of you. She shook her head. No. I started it, I'll see it through. A ranger never quits, remember? He sighed. Ruth. Aaron, I'm not going to back off now that I finally have something on Caldwell. This could be the thing I've been waiting for, just what I need to get him to admit the truth about Jim. And then what? He asked softly. It won't bring Jim back. No, she agreed. But it'll give me closure. Answers. Ruth, you don't have to do this. Ben says. Ben's afraid it might blow up in my face. I know that. I'm not a fool. But the moment when things seem like they're out of control is also the moment when breakthroughs usually happen. You know that as well as I do. If we gave up every time we got too close to the fire, we'd never close a case. This is different. How is it different? It's a case. I'm working the case, that's all. Every case doesn't involve a mass child abduction, a cop shooting another cop, a serial killer cold case going back 20 years, and a possible connection to the most powerful family in the county, one of the most powerful in the state. Yeah, well, the chips fall where they fall. Our job is to follow the evidence. She looked at him. I need you to be with me on this one. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. He stared at her in the moonlight, eyes shielded by the shadows. Aaron, she asked. He nodded slowly. Okay. She felt a weight lift from her heart. Like she could do anything now. Like everything was possible. She had felt this way before only once. When Jim proposed, and she had accepted. She remembered thinking that now the gates to her future had been unlocked, and all she had to do was drive through. She started to walk past Aaron, but stopped before him instead. Without thinking about it, without saying anything that would interfere with the wordless emotion driving her, she raised herself up on tiptoe and kissed him. It was a long, hard, deep kiss, one that felt like it went on for a long time. When she broke away, she was breathing heavily, and his eyes were heavy and thick with something she'd never seen before. Suddenly, she was flooded with conflicting emotions. Jim's memory. Him and Aaron here in this very kitchen, standing at this same island counter, beers in hand, talking in the quiet, friendly way that men have when they're comfortable in each other's presence. Jim liked Aaron. He had told Ruth so in so many words. Kissing Aaron on impulse, in the same spot now. It felt so, right. But was it really? She wasn't just Aaron's partner and friend. She was his work partner. His senior. She was also a widow, a single mom, Avis mom. She was carrying a heart full of grief and a head full of unanswered questions. And she was coming off a long, grueling day that had ended in a gunfight with a strange man, another cop, who had willfully and viciously tried to kill her. She had killed him instead. And possibly opened a can of worms that were now going to be crawling all through her life and career, and causing who knew what damage. This was no time to get involved with her work partner, who was, she had to admit, one of her closest friends, a person she would trust with her life without question, even if he was single, goddamn handsome and hunky, prime stock as her oldest gal pal Sonora would say, and a darn good human being to boot. No time at all. She hesitated for a moment, looking up at him. His eyes were dark patches out of which his blue eyes gleamed, but she could feel the want radiating off of him. And yet, he was gentleman enough to do nothing but stand there and wait for her to make the next move. She knew without him saying so that he was aware that he was in another man's house alone with another man's wife, with that other man's daughter asleep in the next room, and was decent enough not to press his suit, even if that other man happened to be dead. It was all up to Ruth now. She had always known what she wanted. She was simple that way. Complicated in other ways, but simple in matters of the heart. The heart wanted what she wanted. And she wanted what the heart wanted. They got along just fine that way, always had. And Jim was gone. If she hadn't been willing to accept that yet, she had accepted it this morning, when Ava and she had lit the candle and bid him goodbye. She walked out of the kitchen and through the living room. She paused by the coffee table, looking at the couch he had made up. She could feel his presence behind her, waiting for her next move. She walked to her bedroom door, paused and looked back. Then she went inside, leaving the door open. Chapter 20. Ruth stepped into the sterile hallway of Eagle County Memorial Hospital, the sharp scent of disinfectant assaulting her senses. The fluorescent lights overhead cast a harsh glow, making the white walls seem to pulse with an otherworldly luminescence. She could hear the steady beep of heart monitors and the soft whoosh of ventilators from nearby rooms, a symphony of life clinging to its tenuous hold. Aaron walked beside her, his presence a comforting constant. His shoes squeaked slightly on the polished linoleum floor, the sound echoing in the hushed corridor. Ruth noticed how his broad shoulders seemed to fill the narrow hallway, as if he was shielding her from the weight of what they were about to learn. They approached the nurses' station, a bustling hub of activity amidst the sterile calm. Phones rang insistently, computers hummed, and the rapid-fire click of keyboards punctuated the air. A harried-looking nurse with graying hair, pulled back in a tight bun, looked up as they approached. "We're here to see Dr. Elias," Ruth said, flashing her badge. "Texas Rangers." "I'm Ranger Baker, this is Ranger Tate. We spoke with Dr. Elias earlier." The nurse nodded, her eyes darting to a computer screen. "He's just finishing rounds. If you'll wait in the family consultation room, I'll let him know you're here." Ruth and Aaron were ushered into a small room off the main corridor. The space was clearly designed to soften bad news, muted earth tones on the walls, comfortable if slightly worn armchairs, and a collection of landscape paintings that seemed determined to project calm. A box of tissues sat on the low coffee table. They had barely settled into the chairs when the door opened, admitting a tall, lean man with salt and pepper hair and wire-rimmed glasses. Dr. Elias moved with the efficient grace of someone long accustomed to navigating hospital corridors. His face was etched with fatigue, dark circles shadowing his eyes, but his gaze was sharp and alert as he regarded the two rangers. "Ranger Baker, Ranger Tate," he said, his voice carrying the slight rasp of someone who had been talking for hours on end. "I understand you're here about the Kendrick sisters." Ruth leaned forward, her elbows resting on her knees. "Yes, doctor. We need to know their condition." Dr. Elias sank into the chair across from them, his white coat rustling softly. He removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose before replacing them. Dr. Elias' eyes met Ruth's. "Margaret Kendrick's condition is critical," he began. The bullet entered her upper chest, nicking the subclavian artery and causing significant blood loss. "We had her in surgery for 11 hours. Ruth nodded. "We managed to repair the artery," Dr. Elias continued, "but there was extensive damage to her left lung and shoulder. She's currently in the ICU, heavily sedated and on a ventilator. We'll need to perform at least one more surgery to address some of the orthopedic injuries, but right now, we're focused on stabilizing her condition." Aaron shifted in his chair, the leather creaking softly. "What are her chances, Doc?" he asked. Dr. Elias removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. The fluorescent light caught the silver in his hair, making it shine like polished steel. "It's too soon to say for certain," he admitted. "The next 48 hours will be critical. If she makes it through without any complications, her prognosis improves significantly. But I want to be clear, she's not out of the woods yet. Not by a long shot." Ruth nodded. She thought of Margaret's face on the live stream, the determination in her eyes as she spoke about seeking justice for her sister. Now that same woman lay fighting for her life, surrounded by beeping machines and IV drips, her fate hanging in the balance. Her jaw tightened as she thought, not for the first time, how things might have gone if they had reached the barn before the shooter had. "And Emma Kendrick?" Ruth asked, dreading the answer but needing to know. Dr. Elias' expression was filled with a sadness that told her the answer. "I'm afraid the news about Emma is not good," he said. The bullet entered her skull at close range, causing catastrophic brain damage. Despite our best efforts, we were unable to save her. Ruth felt as if the air had been sucked out of the room. She heard Aaron's sharp intake of breath beside her, felt the weight of his presence as he leaned forward, his shoulder brushing against hers. "Emma Kendrick is clinically brain dead," Dr. Elias continued, his voice filled with a quiet compassion that spoke of years delivering such news. "She's currently on life support, but there's no brain activity. No chance of recovery." Ruth closed her eyes for a moment, seeing Emma's scarred face in her mind, hearing her impassioned words about seeking justice for the missing children. All that determination, all that fight, now silenced forever. "What happens now?" Aaron asked. Dr. Elias hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting to the sterile floor tiles as if searching for the right words. "Unless her family decides otherwise, we'll continue life support for the next 48 hours. After that, the decision to withdraw will be made." Ruth's heart sank further as she absorbed this grim news. The thought of Emma's family facing such a harrowing choice twisted like a knife in her gut. She turned towards Aaron, seeking solace in his steady presence, but instead found herself grappling with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "And Margaret?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, the name hanging in the air like a prayer. "Her fate will depend on the outcome of further surgeries," Dr. Elias replied, his expression grave yet resolute. "We need to assess how she responds in the coming hours." Aaron shifted beside her, his brow furrowed with concern. "We need to speak to Margaret as soon as possible. The whole investigation depends on it," he said. But Dr. Elias shook his head gently, holding up a hand as if to ward off their pleas. "I'm sorry, but she is in no condition to speak to anyone. It's touch and go. We need to focus on her treatment right now." As they stood there in the stark white corridor, Ruth felt time stretch and bend around them like the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Shadows danced along the walls, darkening the edges of her vision, while thoughts raced through her mind about justice for Emma and Margaret and all those children who had vanished without a trace. Dr. Elias excused himself and left. They exited the hospital, walking back to the SUV together. They stopped beside it. Ruth slammed her palm down on the top of the ram. "This is just what they wanted," she said, hearing the frustration in her own voice. "They sent that Stady into the barn to kill both the Kendrick sisters and shut down the whole mess. We can't let them get away with it." "Yes," Aaron said, looking at her over the roof of the SUV. "But without the Kendricks, it's going to be hard as nails. Let's go talk to Whitman." Aaron looked at her. "You sure that's a good idea?" And she shrugged. "It's a major news story, breaking nationally. Last I checked, Jason said the live stream had over 7, or was it 8 million views, right? So his name's out there. The Kendricks named him. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk to him, Tate." He nodded. "True that. Okay, let's do it. I've always wanted to question a sitting judge." "Today's your lucky day," Ruth said, getting in and starting the SUV. Chapter 21. Judge Whitman's courtroom was packed as usual, but instead of the familiar white-haired head of the judge, a dark-haired Hispanic woman was sitting on his bench today. Aaron said she was Judge Victoria Perez. Ruth had never appeared before her, but she recalled Aaron mentioning a case for which he'd been summoned to testify. She had noticed that the place was swarming with uniforms when they came in, but that in itself was not unusual. It was a courthouse after all. Prisoners were brought here for trial all the time. But when she came back out into the corridor and saw Sheriff Faraday there with both his deputies and several state troopers, she understood that the added security was not on account of the prisoners. It was for the judge's protection. Ruth's heart raced as she stepped out into the dimly lit hallway, the oppressive weight of Faraday's presence closing in on her like a vice. The sheriff stood with a formidable stance, arms crossed over his broad chest, flanked by the troopers who mirrored his hostility. The air thickened with tension, and Ruth could almost hear the collective breath of the crowd in the hallway holding itself in anticipation. "Sheriff," she greeted him coolly, her voice steady despite the unsettling knot forming in her stomach. "Ranger Baker," he replied, his tone dripping with disdain. "You're not welcome here." Ruth's dark eyes narrowed, frustration bubbling beneath her composed exterior. "This is a public courthouse, Faraday. I have every right to be here." Her voice resonated against the cold marble walls, echoing her defiance. Faraday stepped forward, his face flushed with anger, mustache bristling like a warning sign. "You don't get to disrupt proceedings just because you think you can sniff out some scandal. This is my jurisdiction." Aaron moved slightly behind Ruth, sensing the shift in dynamics but remaining silent, his blue eyes darting between the sheriff and Ruth as if gauging how far this confrontation might escalate. He knew better than to interject. Ruth had always been the one to stand firm against Faraday's bluster. "Your jurisdiction doesn't give you immunity from accountability," Ruth shot back, her voice unwavering. She could feel the heat radiating from him, a palpable force that threatened to consume any challenge thrown in its path. The hallway was alive with whispers from bystanders who had paused their conversations to witness the escalating standoff. Ruth caught snippets of their murmurs, words like Texas Rangers, Caldwell family, and missing children, floated through the air like specters of unresolved mysteries haunting them all. Faraday's jaw clenched tighter as he glanced at his deputies, each one standing rigid and alert under his watchful gaze. "You think you can just waltz in here and question a sitting judge? You have no idea what you're dealing with." Ruth felt a surge of determination course through her veins. She was not one to back down easily. "I know exactly what I'm dealing with, a cover-up that's been festering for too long. The people deserve answers." His eyes flashed dangerously, and for a moment, Ruth wondered if he might step across that invisible line separating authority from aggression. But instead, he leaned closer, lowering his voice so only she could hear. "You think you're some kind of hero. You don't know what you're stepping into here. You're way above your head." With a defiant tilt of her chin, Ruth refused to show any signs of fear. "I'm just doing what you're supposed to be doing, Frank. Seeking justice." The sheriff straightened up, an imperious look settling on his features as he gestured toward the exit with a sweeping arm. "Get out before I have you escorted out." Ruth felt Aaron's hand settle gently on her shoulder, a grounding presence amidst the storm brewing around them. She took a deep breath and turned away from Faraday's simmering rage, choosing instead to focus on Aaron's calm demeanor. But as she walked away, the heat in her chest burned like a smoldering ember. Ruth paused, half-turned back toward Faraday. "How does it feel, Frank? To protect a serial killer who abused, tortured, and killed 23 little children only a little older than your own daughters?" Faraday's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, his mustache twitching as he clenched his jaw. "You have some nerve. You're the one who shot a cop yesterday." The fury in his voice reverberated off the walls like thunder. Faraday stepped closer, invading her space with an intensity that sent icy tendrils creeping up her spine. "And now you think you can just waltz in here and play detective? This isn't some game, Ruth. You're meddling with forces you don't understand." "Maybe I understand more than you think," she shot back. The sheriff's eyes narrowed into slits, as if trying to pierce through her defenses and uncover whatever truth lay hidden beneath her bravado. "You want answers. You think you're going to find them by poking around where you don't belong." His voice dropped low, dripping with disdain. "You're in over your head, Ruth. Go home. For Ava's sake, go home and stay home." Ruth's breath caught in her throat at the weight of his words. The insular nature of Caldwell reared its head once more, a reminder that here, everyone knew everyone else's business while turning a blind eye to their darker dealings. But she refused to be cowed by his threats or by the old boys' club mentality that held Eagle County captive. "Frank," she said, "for your daughter's and your wife's sake, I hope you're not involved in this. Because if you are, you're going to go down hard." He stared at her with such cold fury that she felt Aaron taking a small step sideways in anticipation of Faraday launching a blow directed at her. But Frank somehow got his rage under control and just shook his head. "Get the hell out of here and stay out." He turned his back on her, walking away. Ruth wanted to say something more, but Aaron said, "Elevator S here. Let's go." In the elevator, she turned to him and said, "We have to talk to Whitman. They can't keep us from doing our job, damn it. That's obstruction of justice." Aaron sighed. "Ben called earlier. He said the FBI's officially in charge now. We're to cooperate fully and coordinate with Bennett from now on. Official orders." Ruth clenched her jaw. The feds can't break this one. Or if they do, they'll end up getting the rank and file on this. The scapegoats. Not the big guns. We're local. We know these people, we know this town. We're the only ones who can get down and dirty and dig deep. I'm going to call Ben back and tell him too. Aaron shook his head as they emerged from the elevator and walked down the hall. "He thought you'd say that. He told me to tell you that if you push this, he'll put you on another case in Austin. They need the bodies." She made a sound of disgust and frustration. "Why is it so hard to just do our jobs?" "There are some big names involved here," he said quietly. "Maybe we should back off a little, work with the feds, give them our insider info and insights. They know their job. They can handle this. The FBI has an almost perfect closure rate, you know, the highest of any law enforcement agency in the country." "I wish I had your confidence," she said. "Anywhere else, sure. But not here. Not in Eagle County, and sure as hell not in Caldwell. Besides, you're conveniently leaving out the fact that the main reason they have a perfect rate is because they only prosecute cases where they know they're sure to win. I bet you they're going to run the odds on this and see how unlikely they are to get the people really behind this and back off. It may take them a week, a month, or even a year, but they will back off. That's the power of Caldwell." He sighed. "So what do you want to do? We sure can't see Judge Whitman. No way we can get past Frank and his people now." Ruth stopped at the concessionary for coffee. "Didn't you use to date one of his clerks a couple years ago?" Aaron squinted. "Maddie Angels. Dating would probably be too strong a word. My sisters kinda pushed me in her direction. Sure, we went out a few times, but I knew right off she wasn't right for me." "Then why did you go out with her?" Ruth asked. "I told you my sisters." "I got that part. I meant if you knew right away she wasn't right, why did you go out again?" Aaron rubbed the back of his neck. "I guess I didn't want to come off as a heel. She was kinda into me." "Oh," Ruth said, suddenly regretting that she'd asked the question. "She was nice, good-looking, nice figure and all, but just." "That's all right," Ruth said. "I don't need the details." Aaron glanced at her, but Ruth scrolled her phone, checking the missed calls and messages. There were literally dozens of both. She guessed most of the unknown numbers were media persons wanting to get FaceTime with her on camera. She wanted to delete them, but that would be against protocol. Call logs could be called in as evidence, and deletions could give defense attorneys grounds to label the deletions as tampering. "Okay, listen," Ruth said, her voice cutting through the clutter of thoughts swirling in her mind. "Why don't you give Maddie a call? She might be able to help us get in to see Judge Whitman without all the formalities." Aaron raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. You think she'll go for it? Ruth nodded, her resolve hardening. She likes you. If you can charm her a little, we could bypass the usual red tape. With a reluctant expression, Aaron pulled out his phone and dialed Maddie's number. Ruth watched as he leaned back in his chair, a hint of a smile creeping onto his lips while he waited for her to pick up. She sipped her coffee, not liking that smile. The coffee tasted bitter. It was overbrewed, and she'd forgotten to add sugar and cream, but she didn't want to get up just then. She sipped it anyway and tried not to look like she was listening closely to Aaron's side of the conversation. Maddie. Hey, it's Aaron Tate, he said, his tone light and inviting. He glanced up at Ruth and tapped his phone screen, putting the call on speaker. Ruth started to shake her head to say he didn't need to do that, then stayed still and listened, leaning back a little to avoid appearing overeager. Maddie Engel's bubbly laughter crackled from Aaron's phone. Wow. I didn't expect to hear from you today, Maddie gushed, her enthusiasm palpable. What's up? Ruth shifted uncomfortably in her seat as she listened to their exchange. Maddie's flirtation was as unmistakable as the bright Texas sun spilling through the cafeteria windows. Aaron played along a little more enthusiastically than Ruth thought was required, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she made a circling motion with her finger to indicate that he should get to the point. I was wondering if you could do me a favor, Aaron continued, maintaining that warm cadence that Ruth knew made him such a magnet. Of course, Aaron, anything for you, Maddie exclaimed, her voice dripping with eagerness. Ruth busied herself with her own coffee cup, but couldn't help but glance up occasionally at Aaron's expression. The way his eyes sparkled with interest, or how his lips curved into that disarming smile when Maddie spoke. I need your help getting me into Judge Whitman's chambers without making it official, he said smoothly. It's important. There was a brief pause on the line before Maddie replied, You mean? Like sneaking in. Well, it's official ranger business, but with all that's going on today, the judge would probably try to delay it by a day or two, and I can't say as I would blame him given all the media attention, Aaron said. I know it's asking a lot, but I thought maybe if you could just sneak me in for a minute, I'd be able to get what I need from him and be out of your hair before you know I was even there. Maddie said. There was a moment of silence as she considered. Say, Aaron, do you really think he's connected with those Red Barn crimes from 20 years ago? Like the Kendrick sisters said yesterday on the internet. It doesn't seem possible. I mean, this is Judge Whitman we're talking about. He's practically an icon around here. Well, I'm sure he'd like to get his name cleared as soon as possible, and maybe us talking to him privately would help with that, Aaron said. When were you thinking of doing this? Maddie asked. He usually leaves around 6, but I heard him talking earlier, and I think he'll be leaving early. Probably in another hour. He's meeting someone for lunch. So there's really not much time. Well, we're right here, downstairs in your lovely cafeteria, Aaron said. We could be up there in 30 seconds or so. There was another moment of silence. Then Maddie said, You're in the building. Now? Yup. I'll be right down, Maddie said and hung up. Aaron looked at Ruth, who raised her coffee cup and sipped thoughtfully. You kept saying I, she said. He nodded. I thought maybe I could catch up with Maddie while you know. She nodded. Works for me. Okay. I'm going back to the counter to get a refill. You talk to your old girlfriend and text me. He groaned. She's not my. She grinned and winked as she stood up. I know. Just as Ruth reached the counter, a blonde woman a few years younger than her bounced into the cafeteria like a ray of sunshine breaking through clouds, her petite frame practically glowing with excitement. Her hair danced around her shoulders as she spotted Aaron and waved enthusiastically. "Hey there," she chirped, sauntering over with an exaggerated sway of her hips that made Ruth roll her eyes involuntarily. "Thanks for coming down so quickly," Aaron said casually, though Ruth didn't miss the way he leaned slightly toward Maddie as if magnetized by her presence. Maddie flipped her hair back and smiled sweetly at him. "Anything for my favorite ranger," she teased playfully. Ruth tried to concentrate on adding cream and sugar to her coffee while she listened. The table was only a few feet away, and she could hear every word fairly clearly. Aaron chatted with Maddie for another minute or two, then they stood up and left together. Ruth felt a flutter of something in her belly when her partner walked out of the cafeteria with the good-looking young blonde. It made her feel old and worn out even though she knew she was only a year or two older than Maddie Engels. She followed them upstairs, standing at the back of the elevator while Engels continued to flirt with her partner. When they got off, she waited until they had walked away, then hit the elevator doors just before they could close and followed, a few seconds behind. At the private door that led to the back entrance of the judge's chambers, she waited patiently as the minutes ticked by. When the door clicked open again and Aaron poked his head out, she went in. He put a finger to his lips, pointed down the hallway to the closed door at the end, then jerked his head, indicating that she should go ahead. She nodded and went down the hallway. Opening the door without knocking, she went in quietly, then shut the door behind herself. Chapter 22. The air in Judge Henry Whitman's chambers was thick with the scent of polished wood and old leather, a heady mix that felt both oppressive and suffocating. Ruth's heart raced as she stepped inside, her senses heightened by the tension that crackled in the dimly lit room. The walls were lined with bookshelves crammed full of legal tomes, their spines worn and faded, while a heavy mahogany desk dominated the space, littered with papers and an antique globe that seemed to spin in silence under the weight of its secrets. "Ruth Baker," Whitman said, his voice like gravel, low and unyielding. He sat behind his desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his piercing blue eyes narrowing as they met hers. "I knew they would be sending someone over sooner or later. I didn't expect it to be you." "When you say they, whom do you mean, Judge?" Ruth asked. His fleshy face quivered with a smile. "Let's not play games, Ranger Baker. We both know who's pulling your strings." She frowned. "My strings? Nobody's pulling my strings, Judge. Because I have no strings to pull. I'm here of my own accord, doing my job as chief investigator on the school bus case." He sighed. "That was unfortunate. I'm happy to hear all those children got home safely." "You mean unlike Jean Kendrick and the other children 20 years ago?" she asked. He sat back, lacing his fingers together over his ample middle. "I have nothing to do with that. Several million people would disagree. Not to mention all the media outlets currently running the story since last night. I'm surprised you're still sitting here actually. I thought you might already be in federal custody. Imagine my surprise." He looked at his desk and at the notepad he had been writing on when she came in. "I asked for a little time to put my affairs in order. He owes me that after all this time. I'm guessing he ordered the feds to stand down for an hour or two." She felt a white heat spark of anger flare inside her chest. It must be nice to be so powerful and influential. Just pick the phone and order federal agents not to arrest the prime suspect in almost 24 child murders. She imitated a broad Texan drawl. "Just give him an hour or two to put his affairs in order. I'll call you when he's ready." Judge Whitman chuckled. "That's not bad. Pretty decent imitation of Giles. So what did he say to convince you?" She felt the white-hot rage flare again. "I haven't spoken to Giles Caldwell in almost 9 months. He squinted thoughtfully. 9 months? You mean since Jim died? I did hear that there was a cold war between the two of you, but I figured you probably thawed out and caved in for your daughter's sake." "Don't bring my daughter into this," she said. He shrugged. "You're Giles Caldwell's granddaughter-in-law. Widow of his only grandson, Jim Baker, who was the son of Giles' only surviving child, Julia Baker. Julia killed herself, 10 years ago, I think. Jim died last year. Which makes your daughter the sole heir to the Caldwell family fortune and estate. You really think Giles is just going to walk away and forget about his only surviving heir?" Ruth squared her shoulders, drawing on every ounce of resolve she had. "I'm here about the Kendricks' claims. On the live stream yesterday, they said." "Wild flights of imagination," he interrupted sharply, waving a dismissive hand as if swatting away a bothersome fly. "Those people were desperate for attention. They raised petitions, posted on social media, tried all sorts of stunts to get attention. It's terrible what happened to them all those years ago. The Kendrick girls had a long history of mental health issues. Issues caused by their abductions and abuse 20 years ago," she said. "It's clear that their grief had twisted their minds," he said calmly. "Grief doesn't twist reality, Judge Whitman," she shot back, her voice firm despite the fluttering in her stomach. "You know as well as I do that once we start digging deeper, we're going to find patterns in those disappearances. 23 children over 2 decades. You can't just ignore that." He leaned back in his chair, an imperceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Patterns? What you see as patterns are merely coincidences in a town where rumors thrive like weeds." His gaze hardened. "I have no involvement in those cases, nor do I have any intention of entertaining your baseless accusations." Ruth could feel her pulse quicken, adrenaline surging through her veins like wildfire. She stepped closer to his desk, refusing to yield to his intimidation tactics. "This isn't just about the past. It's about justice for those families who never got answers. You're part of this community. You have a responsibility. Come clean now, let me take you in, and give those families some measure of closure." He laughed bitterly. "I'm a sitting judge. It's not my job to give the families of victims closure. I'm here to deliver justice." "And you call what you did justice?" she asked. "Why even try to evade the truth? It's all going to come out sooner or later, Judge. I know you're not the only one involved. Why not talk to me and help me bring in the persons who are really responsible? You don't want your last days on the bench to be sullied by allegations of child abuse and murder. Not that you have such a stellar reputation to start with." Whitman's expression darkened further at her boldness, and Ruth felt the air grow heavy with unspoken threats. "You tread dangerous ground when you question my integrity or my role here," he warned, voice low and menacing. "You'd be wise to remember your place." A shiver ran down her spine at his words, but she steeled herself against it. The memories of Jim flooded back. His murder had left her shattered and searching for purpose, and she knew she couldn't turn back now. Not when so many innocent lives hung in the balance. "I'm not afraid of you," she declared defiantly, locking eyes with him. In that moment, she saw something flicker behind his icy demeanor. Fear, or perhaps guilt, masked by years of practiced authority. "Then you're a fool," he replied coldly, rising from his chair with a grace that belied his age. He moved around the desk to confront her directly, towering over her with an imposing presence that filled the room with palpable tension. Already, they'll have people working on this, putting out videos and evidence proving that the Kendrick girls were crazed out of their heads. They'll systematically disprove every allegation and point it back at them. There's no dispute that they abducted those kids yesterday and held them hostage under armed threat. Those alone are serious crimes. If the children hadn't been rescued, who knows what they would have done with them? Giles will have tech experts flooding the internet with incontrovertible images and documents and all sorts of data, if they haven't already. They're not going to let this circus go on any longer than it has already. Wake up and smell the fix. You're a fool if you don't see the larger picture here, Baker. She clenched her jaw to keep from raising her voice to match his raised tone. Margaret Kendrick is alive. She will be conscious soon, and she will talk. She'll talk, and the world will listen. That's something even Giles Caldwell and all his magic men can't fix. He blanched at that, and she saw that she had hit a nerve with the lie. Kendrick's conscious, he asked uncertainly. My partner is with her as we speak, she said, doubling down on the lie now that she knew it was striking a vein. That's why I'm here, to give you a chance to come in of your own accord before they break the door down and haul you away. Or send someone with instructions not to take you in alive. Like they did with the Kendricks yesterday. The pause between them stretched like an elastic band, taut with unspoken words and simmering tension. Judge Whitman's steely blue eyes flickered with something akin to fear, a rare vulnerability that Ruth had never witnessed before in the man who wielded so much power over their lives. The air was thick, charged with the scent of old wood and dust mingling with the faint musk of leather from his well-worn chair. Shadows danced across the walls of his office, cast by the trees outside the courthouse. Baker, he began, his voice lower now, almost pleading. You don't understand. I understand perfectly, she interrupted. You were involved. You knew what was happening, and you did nothing. Each word dripped with accusation, yet beneath it lay a desperate hope that this confrontation might finally crack the facade he had so carefully crafted over decades. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled in front of him as if shielding himself from her gaze. I was young then, caught up in a web of influence I didn't know how to escape. The Caldwells, they had everyone in their pocket. His voice trembled slightly, betraying the confidence he had always exuded. You have to know. I never hurt those children. I would never hurt any child. I'm a grandfather. I love my little ones. Ruth scoffed again, shaking her head at the audacity of his denial. A judge who turns a blind eye to abduction is just as guilty as the one who pulls the trigger. She stepped closer, feeling emboldened by the truth that surged within her. Felony murder, law applies to you too, Whitman. You may have not wielded the knife, but you held their leash. You'll go away for a long time. They're going to throw away the key at best, and at worst, they'll put you in the chair. His expression darkened momentarily before he regained composure. You think I'm afraid of jail? I've spent my life behind this bench. My legacy is untouchable. But there was an edge to his bravado now. She could see it, the way his hands clenched into fists on the polished oak surface. Your legacy, Ruth echoed incredulously. What kind of legacy do you think you'll leave behind? One built on blood and silence. Forget the public eye. You're a grandfather. How can you justify your inaction to your own grandchildren? At that, something shifted in him, an imperceptible slumping of his shoulders, a slight softening around his mouth. For a fleeting moment, she saw a glimpse of remorse flicker across his weathered face before it hardened once again into stone. "I never harmed them," he repeated more firmly now, though Ruth sensed it was less conviction and more desperation. "But yes," he conceded reluctantly, "I was involved in covering things up." He paused as if weighing his next words carefully while Ruth stood silent before him, breath caught in her throat like a fish out of water. 20 years ago," he continued slowly, each syllable dripping with regret and shame, "I thought I was doing what was needed for this community, for Caldwell. For Eagle County. And you thought abducting innocent little kids was the way to do it?" she asked, unable to believe his arrogance. "Do you even realize how deranged that sounds? What could possibly justify a crime that heinous? 23 little children, for God's sake. Abducted, imprisoned like animals in cages, tortured, abused, starved, and then brutally murdered. Your crimes are unforgivable, Judge. You're not going to get out of this." He looked up at her sorrowfully. "I know," he said. Then he raised the gun he had taken from under his desk, unseen by her until this instant, pressed it to his temple, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 23. Ruth sat on the curb of the sidewalk outside the courthouse. The air was thick with tension as Sheriff Faraday and his deputies formed a barricade against the throng of reporters clamoring for answers. Aaron stood a short distance away, talking on the phone to Ben. Ruth had spoken with Ben briefly, but she couldn't recall a word of the conversation. Aaron had said she was in shock and to sit down. So she did. The courthouse loomed behind her, its weathered stone facade a testament to years of justice, meted out or denied. She could almost hear the echoes of past trials, the whispers of secrets buried beneath layers of bureaucracy and deceit. The crowds behind the security lines were loud and agitated, but Ruth felt detached from it all, islanded in an ocean of numbness. A trio of dark SUVs pulled up and Miranda Bennett stepped out, her dark suit sharply contrasting against the vibrant backdrop of the Texan sun. Ruth braced herself, knowing that Bennett's presence would only exacerbate the pressure swirling around them. The FBI special agent approached. "Ruth," Bennett began, her voice steady yet tinged with frustration. "We have to stop doing this on a regular basis." Ruth met her gaze, but didn't respond. Bennett's gaze softened. "Hey," she said, putting her arm around Ruth's shoulders. "Are you okay? Do you need me to bring in help?" "I'm fine," Ruth heard herself reply. Bennett scrutinized her with piercing eyes that seemed to peel away layers of bravado until only vulnerability remained. "You're not fine," she insisted softly yet firmly. "You need a psych eval, for starters. Then therapy. Lots and lots of therapy." With a curt nod, Ruth turned away from Bennett's probing stare. "Sure," she said dully. After another long silence, Bennett said finally, "All right. Let's go someplace we can talk without people with long lenses trying to lip-read us." The drive to the command center was filled with silence punctuated only by the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt under their feet. Ruth gazed out the window at the landscape flying by, a blur of rolling hills and sprawling ranchlands that held so many secrets of its own. She thought about Ava waiting at home, blissfully unaware of the darkness lurking just beyond their small-town charm. As they pulled into the command center parking lot, Ruth felt an uneasy sense of anticipation settle over her like a shroud. The building loomed ahead, a modern structure housing both hope and despair within its walls. Inside awaited another round of debriefing, where decisions would be made that could alter lives forever. Inside, the old gym was a hive of activity. Dark suits were everywhere. Ruth blinked at the sheer numbers. "It's a priority case," Miranda said by way of explanation. "World's watching after that live stream. The disinformation machine is hard at work. Conspiracy theories are springing up like killer weeds in a sci-fi horror movie. The governor's been yelling at my deputy director. I guess they'll be happy to know Whitman's dead then," Ruth said. The FBI agent frowned. "Why is that?" "Because it means you can close the loop now. The Kendricks claimed he was the piper. Now the piper's dead. Case closed. End of story. Justice accomplished." She looked at Ruth. "Is that what really happened?" Ruth looked back at her. "Do you think anyone is going to care what really happened?" Bennett shrugged. "Well, this is Texas, so." She left the thought unfinished. "Excuse me, ma'am," said an agent with a tablet and a phone, both held out for Agent Bennett. As Bennett stepped away to deal with that, Ruth saw her team, still in their original places, exactly where they had been the day before. They just happened to be swallowed up now by the vast machinery that was the FBI. She went over, and everyone looked glad to see her. Glad and exhausted. "We heard," Clara said. "How are you doing?" "Must be crazy," Jason said. "2 shootings in 2 days. I don't know you're even dealing." Ruth said, "At least today I wasn't the one who shot him." Nobody laughed at that. She hadn't expected them to. Clara glanced around, then said something to Jason. He nodded and leaned in. Knowing her people better than she knew herself by now, Ruth leaned in too, so they could talk quietly amidst the cacophony of the command center. "Listen, we might have figured something out," Clara began, her voice low but urgent, the tension threading through her words. "It's about the state trooper." Ruth leaned closer, the noise of the command center fading into a dull hum around them. The flickering lights overhead illuminated Clara's determined expression, the shadows deepening beneath her eyes. Jason shifted slightly, his brow furrowed in concentration. "We've been digging through the logs and surveillance footage," Jason said, glancing over his shoulder as if to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "There's a gap in the timeline that doesn't add up. The trooper, he shouldn't have been able to reach the Red Barn before you did." Ruth frowned, her mind racing. She remembered how she had arrived at the barn just moments too late, the ominous feeling of being watched lingering in her gut. "So how did he?" Clara nodded sharply. "That's just it. We tracked his movements back to when he clocked off duty. He could have taken back roads straight to the old Red Barn, which would explain how he managed to get there ahead of you." "But why?" Ruth pressed, her instincts kicking into high gear. "The state police weren't on this case. They were just patrolling the highways, looking out for the bus." "That's where it gets murky," Jason interjected. "We believe he must have been working with someone else, someone with access to technology as sophisticated as ours." Clara used her eyes to indicate a cluster of workstations nearby. From the amount of hardware and the look of the people working them, Ruth knew even at a glance that they were the Bureau's cyber team. She felt a chill run down her spine as she understood what her team was telling her. The idea of collusion sent tendrils of dread curling around her thoughts like smoke from an extinguished flame. You think someone on the inside was helping him. Or worse, Clara said quietly, feeding him with parallel information on what we're doing. We know the Bureau was already working the case alongside us remotely yesterday, preparing to swoop in and take over. All someone had to do was pick up a phone and call or text the statey to keep him abreast of our own findings. Since he was already out there, he could get to the barn quicker than you. Because I had to drive all the way out there, Ruth said, putting it together. This is great work, guys. What do you want us to next? Jason asked. The implication hung heavy in the air between them, thickening like fog rolling in from the nearby hills. Ruth's mind raced through possibilities. The dark underbelly of Caldwell that had long been hidden behind its charming facade was beginning to reveal itself, layer by layer. Ruth looked around. Bennett looked like she was wrapping up the exchange with her people and about to start coming over to Ruth. Is there any way you can figure out who called or texted the trooper? She asked. Clara sighed and cracked her knuckles. Jason rubbed his nose. We could hack his cell phone illegally, take a look at his text and call records, he said. No, Ruth shook her head. That could come back to bite us later if this ever goes to trial. She paused and looked around. We are working in tandem with the FBI now, aren't we? She looked at Clara and Jason, making eye contact with each of them. The Bureau will already have gotten those records. Maybe we can just take a look over their shoulder, if you get my drift. Clara smiled. Borrowing, not stealing. Totally not illegal. Jason rolled his eyes. Same difference. But yeah, that makes sense. Do it, Ruth said, getting up and walking back toward Bennett. Text me when you have something. Keep it cryptic so only Aaron and I know what it means. She was met by Bennett halfway across. You ready to talk about your encounter with the judge? Bennett asked. Ruth nodded. Let's get it over with. Chapter 24. Bennett sat back on the other side of the table. She looked frustrated and angry. So that's your story and you're sticking to it. Ruth shrugged. It's the truth, and I've already told it to you a half-dozen times. You can keep grilling me all night. It ain't gonna change what happened. Bennett sighed, stretched and stood up. Okay. Her partner looked at her. Okay, as in we put her in a cell and hold her overnight. Bennett glared at him. Okay, as she's free to leave. Thank you for your cooperation, Ranger Baker. As the door swung shut behind them, Ruth felt a familiar sense of tension ease from her shoulders. The weight of Caldwell seemed to press against her chest, but for now, they were free from the suffocating atmosphere of the interrogation room. She and Bennett made their way down the dimly lit corridor of the station, the sound of their footsteps echoing softly against the cold tile floor. Bennett led Ruth towards the washroom, its door adorned with a tarnished brass sign that read Ladies. Inside, the air was tinged with antiseptic, and a faint floral scent from an air freshener that struggled against the stale aroma of sweat and worry. The wash basin gleamed under flickering fluorescent lights, casting a harsh glow on their faces as they approached. Ruth turned on the tap, watching water cascade into the basin. She splashed some onto her face, hoping to cleanse away not just the grime, but also the heavy doubts that clung to her thoughts. Bennett leaned against the counter, arms crossed tightly over her chest. Ruth, she began, her voice low but firm. Whatever's happening in Caldwell, we intend to get to the bottom of it. The Bureau isn't going to let this slide. Ruth met Bennett's gaze in the mirror's reflection. There was conviction in her eyes, but Ruth felt a flutter of skepticism in her gut. You really think so? This place is like a spider's web, everyone's tangled up in it. You pull one thread, and who knows what will unravel. Bennett straightened up slightly. It's too big now, she insisted. The media has caught wind of it all, the disappearances, the rumors about a cover-up involving powerful families like the Caldwells. They won't be able to sweep it under the rug any longer. Ruth turned off the tap and dried her hands on paper towels, trying to suppress the tremor of doubt that coursed through her veins. But those involved. They'll fight tooth and nail to protect themselves. You think they'll just roll over? They'll be desperate, Bennett replied sharply. Desperate people do desperate things. Her voice softened slightly as she continued. They'll start throwing each other under the bus if it means saving their own skin. The words hung in the air between them like smoke from a dying fire, thick and foreboding. A part of Ruth wanted to believe Bennett. After all, she had always been steadfast in her pursuit of justice. Yet another part cautioned her that hope could easily morph into disillusionment in Caldwell. Ruth leaned back against the cool porcelain sink, feeling its solidity beneath her palms, as if seeking reassurance from something tangible amidst uncertainty. I want to believe you, she said quietly, almost pleadingly. But how can we trust anyone here? Everyone has something to lose. Bennett sighed heavily as she reached for a nearby hand sanitizer pump, squeezing out a glob before rubbing it into her palms with brisk efficiency. That's why we have to dig deeper, she stated resolutely. We need every bit of evidence we can find, witnesses willing to speak up despite their fear of retribution, documents that might connect the dots. The more we uncover, the harder it becomes for them to hide behind their power. Ruth nodded slowly as she considered Bennett's words. And if we don't find anything? If this keeps spiraling into nothing? Bennett paused, looking at Ruth as she dabbed at her cheeks with a paper towel. Then we make noise. We take it to the higher-ups in the bureau, media outlets, whatever it takes to keep this in the public eye. We won't let them silence us. Ruth nodded. Sounds like a plan, she said, turning away. Damn it, Ruth, I'm doing my best here. Work with me, Bennett's voice betrayed her frustration. Ruth glanced at Miranda's reflection in the mirror. I know you are. But you don't live here anymore, Miranda. You were only here a couple years. Passing through. I live here. I'm raising my family here. I know this place, these people. They're not afraid of the bureau. They're not afraid of anybody. The words hung in the air, thick with the weight of unspoken history. Ruth's mind drifted back to their school days, a time when Caldwell's insidious underbelly first reared its head. A time when she and Miranda had been mere children navigating the treacherous waters of adolescence. Remember that time in 7th grade, Ruth said, her voice softening as the memory unfolded like a well-worn photograph. The way those bullies cornered us after school. The ones who made it clear that anyone who crossed them would pay. Miranda's brow furrowed slightly, but Ruth could see the flicker of recognition in her eyes. It was a moment that had etched itself into their shared history, one that illustrated how power dynamics played out even in their small town. The sun had been setting behind the old Caldwell manor, casting long shadows across the playground where they'd once innocently laughed and played. They had been walking home along the cracked sidewalk when Ferris Caldwell, just a boy then, but already marked by his family's legacy, had rallied his friends to surround them. With their laughter echoing like thunder in the fading light, they had sneered and jeered, using cruel words like weapons. Tell on us and you'll regret it, Ferris had taunted, his eyes glinting with malice. Ruth remembered how Miranda had stood tall beside her, defiance shining through her fear. But as soon as they reported the incident to Principal Williams, a man who seemed more interested in maintaining peace than pursuing justice, their voices were drowned out by whispers of influence that floated down from the Caldwell estate. The principal's response had been swift: boys will be boys. They used each other, Ruth continued, her heart racing at the recollection. Those bullies were just pawns for Ferris to assert dominance over anyone who dared speak up. They turned what could have been a simple reprimand into something far worse, a lesson learned in silence. Miranda shifted uncomfortably, her fingers tapping against the counter as if searching for an anchor. "And we let them get away with it," she admitted quietly. "Yes," Ruth replied, her resolve hardening like steel. "But only because we didn't know how deep it went back then. We didn't understand that those at the top, the ones we thought were supposed to protect us, were often just puppets dancing to someone else's tune." She added softly, leaning closer to Miranda so their voices wouldn't carry. "Like a state trooper who isn't even working the case showing up at the scene before the rangers who are working the case can get there, and then tries to shoot the Kendricks to make sure they can't talk." Miranda stared at her. "Are you saying?" Ruth shook her head. "I'm saying that Stady couldn't have gotten there unless someone told him where to go. Someone with a hell of a lot of tech expertise and some heavy-duty hardware support." Miranda frowned. "What do you?" "Just look inside your own house before you go poking around in others, Miranda," Ruth said softly. She left the FBI agent standing at the wash basin as Ruth walked out of the restroom. Chapter 25. Ruth stepped into the dimly lit break room, the stale scent of burnt coffee lingering in the air like a ghost. She found Aaron hunched over a cluttered table, his brow furrowed in concentration as he flipped through a stack of case files. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting an unflattering glow on their faces, but Ruth hardly noticed. Her mind was racing with the implications of what they had just discussed. "Did you find anything new?" she asked, her voice low and steady as she perched on the edge of the table, careful not to disturb the papers strewn about. Aaron looked up, his blue eyes sharp and attentive. "Just piecing together timelines," he replied, tapping a finger on a map of Caldwell that lay open before him. The children went missing during county fairs or town events, places filled with people. He pointed at a cluster of red pins dotted around the town square. "It's almost like someone was using these gatherings to blend in." Ruth leaned closer, studying the map with keen interest. Each pin represented a child, their names scribbled hastily beside them. Innocent lives lost amidst a tapestry of community celebration turned sinister. A shiver raced down her spine as she traced her finger along the faded ink lines connecting each incident, a web woven from fear and secrecy. "Look here," Aaron said, gesturing toward a particularly dark patch of green on the outskirts of town marked by an ominous star. "This is where Red Barn is located." The last known sighting of several children was just a few miles away. She felt her heart race. It was as if they were peeling back layers of a long-buried truth that had been suffocating under decades of silence and complicity. "We need to get inside there," she said. "Agreed," Aaron replied, though his expression darkened slightly. "But we'll need backup if we're going to breach that place. It's been abandoned for years, but something tells me it's not as empty as it seems." Ruth nodded, feeling a knot tighten in her stomach at the thought of that forsaken structure looming in her mind like a specter, its weathered wooden planks whispering secrets meant to stay buried. "From what we saw yesterday, it's not been used for decades. I remember Jim telling me that his mother used to talk about that property being cursed." "Cursed how?" Aaron asked. "Supernatural woo-woo kinda cursed." "I don't know. That's all Jim told me. That Julia used to start shaking every time they even drove past, like she was scared the earth itself would open up and release demons. There was this one time they were at the groves which she loved to visit, and while driving back, Jim had to use the bathroom real bad. He was a little older than Ava is now, I guess. He begged her to pull over so he could take a whiz by the side of the highway. It was no big deal, he was a kid after all. And she wouldn't let him, Aaron said. Ruth shook her head. Told him they weren't stopping until they were well away from that cursed place. That's how much she hated that barn. Aaron frowned, leaning back, clasping his hands behind his neck and staring up at the ceiling. Something must have happened there when she was a kid. Ruth shook her head. Much farther back. Maybe even before she was born. That's what Jim used to say. Even he wasn't sure. She wouldn't talk about it. And anyone who could talk about it is gone now, he said. Julia, Jim, even Julia's brother Ferris. All gone. Yeah, she said bitterly. Caldwell has a way of swallowing whole families alive. They sat in companionable silence for a while longer. Ruth said what she knew they had both been thinking, yesterday as well as today. When we were in there yesterday, she said. The original red barns. Where those kids were killed 20 years ago. Where it happened. Yeah, he said gently. It made me think, she stopped. What? He asked, shifting to look at her. Nothing, she shook her head. Never mind. Tell me, he said. You know you can tell me anything. She looked at him. I know. He waited. She said finally, it made me think that maybe Jim went there that day because he figured it out at last. Why his mom was so terrified of that place. Why it was where the kids had been taken and killed. Why all the bad things seemed to start there. Like the seed, Aaron said. She looked at him, frowning. You know how we always say, fruit of the poisonous tree? Well, there had to have been a seed first, right? The seed from which that poisonous tree grew. She nodded. The seed of the poisonous tree. I like it. It fits, and you know what the tree is, right? He asked. Caldwell, she said without hesitation. It's always been Caldwell. This is where the poison took root and grew. Chapter 26. The drive to the district attorney's office was a short one, but Ruth felt every mile in her bones. The weight of Caldwell's secrets pressed down on her, an invisible burden she couldn't shake. Beside her, Aaron sat in silence as he navigated the bustling streets. The publicity had brought a mess of media persons and gawkers from all over the district. Pain scavengers was what Ruth thought of them. Feeding off the misery of others. The morning sun cast a hazy glow over the town, but it did little to dispel the shadows that seemed to cling to every corner. As they pulled into the parking lot, Ruth took a moment to steady herself. She knew that confronting Joshua Kendall would be no easy feat. The man was a formidable presence, a legal powerhouse who had risen through the ranks of Caldwell's elite with a ruthless efficiency that both impressed and unsettled her. She had crossed paths with him before, in courtrooms and at social events, but she had never quite been able to shake the feeling that there was something lurking beneath his polished veneer. Other than the obvious, of course. It was an open secret that Kendall was Giles Caldwell's right-hand man and designated fixer. Aaron's touch on her shoulder brought her back to the present. You ready for this? He asked, searching her face for any sign of hesitation. Ruth nodded, squaring her shoulders as she stepped out of the car. As ready as I'll ever be. The district attorney's office was surprisingly quiet. They passed a trio of lawyers and paralegals moving through the halls, their arms laden with case files and legal briefs. But other than that, it was business as usual. The air was thick with the scent of coffee and the hum of hushed conversations, a nervous energy that set Ruth's nerves on edge. As they made their way to Kendall's office, she couldn't help but feel like they were being watched by everyone. Kendall's secretary, a severe-looking woman with a tight bun and a pinched expression, greeted them with a curt nod. "Mr. Kendall is expecting you," she said, her voice clipped and efficient. "You can go right in." Ruth took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy oak door, stepping into Kendall's inner sanctum. The office was a testament to the man's power and influence, with its gleaming mahogany desk, plush leather chairs, and floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the heart of Caldwell. Kendall himself sat behind the desk, his suit impeccably tailored, his dark hair slicked back with precision. He looked up as they entered, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Agents Baker and Tate," he said, rising to shake their hands. His grip was firm, almost painfully so. "Good to see you again, Ruth." "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Ruth wasted no time with pleasantries. "You need to reopen the Red Barn case," she said, not bothering with the niceties. Kendall's smile held, taking on an amused glint. He gestured for them to take a seat, leaning back in his chair. It creaked under the pounds he had put on around his middle, but other than that bulge, he was in decent shape for a man in his 40s who spent all his waking hours in a courthouse or at a desk. "There is no case," Kendall said, his voice smooth as silk. He steepled his fingers, fixing Ruth with a steady gaze that seemed to pierce right through her. "Judge Whitman confessed to you before taking his own life. The Kendrick sisters are in no condition to provide testimony. There's simply no one left to prosecute." Ruth felt a flare of anger ignite in her chest. She leaned forward, meeting Kendall's eyes with a steely determination. "We both know there's more to this than Whitman. He was just one piece of the puzzle. There are still unanswered questions, loose ends that need to be tied up." Kendall's smile never wavered. He reached for a crystal decanter on his desk, pouring himself a generous measure of amber liquid. The scent of expensive scotch wafted through the air. "Unanswered questions. My dear Ruth, this is Texas. There will always be unanswered questions. It's the nature of small towns. Secrets have a way of staying buried." He took a sip, savoring the burn as it slid down his throat. Ruth watched him, her jaw clenched tight. She could feel Aaron's presence beside her, a steady anchor in the face of Kendall's unflappable calm. "The people deserve the truth," she said, her voice low. "Those families have been living with the pain of not knowing for 2 decades. They need closure, justice." Kendall set his glass down with a soft clink. He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking beneath him. "Justice," he repeated, as if tasting the word. "A noble sentiment, to be sure. But let's be realistic here. The Kendricks' accusations were sensational to say the least. Conspiracy theories and wild speculation. There's no concrete evidence to support their claims." Ruth's hands curled into fists on her lap. She could feel the weight of the case files in her bag, the countless hours of research and interviews condensed into a stack of papers. "We have witness statements, timelines that don't add up. There's a pattern here, one that points to something far more sinister than a single man's crimes." Kendall's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something dark passing behind his polished facade. "Patterns can be deceiving," he said, his tone hardening. "And witness statements are notoriously unreliable. People see what they want to see, remember what they want to remember." Ruth leaned forward, feeling the white flash in her chest flare again. "I know what you're afraid of, Josh. You don't dare reopen the case, because it could lead back too close to home. Everyone knows you don't touch any case that might be connected even remotely to Giles. But this time, it's a public spectacle. The whole world knows something happened here. There's no covering it up anymore. The DA stood abruptly, moving to the window. The sun was climbing higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the manicured lawn below. Ruth watched him, her heart hammering in her chest. The Caldwell family has been a pillar of this community for generations, Kendall said, his back to them. They've built schools, hospitals, churches. They've provided jobs and opportunities for countless families. Without their vision and leadership, Caldwell wouldn't be the thriving town it is today. He turned to face them, his expression a mask of sincerity. Do you know why Caldwell has remained largely untouched by the scourge of illegal immigration that plagues so many other border towns? It's because the Caldwells have always put the needs of their community first. They've invested in infrastructure, in law enforcement, in programs that keep our streets safe and our economy strong. Ruth listened, a bitter taste rising in her throat. She had heard this song before, the same tired refrain that seemed to echo through the halls of power in Caldwell. The Caldwells were untouchable, their legacy carved into the very foundation of the town. Kendall continued, his voice taking on a fervent edge. Look around you, Ruth. Caldwell is a picture of prosperity in a sea of struggle. Our schools are top-notch, our crime rates are low, our businesses are thriving. That's not by accident. It's because of the tireless efforts of the Caldwell family to build something lasting, something that will endure for generations to come. He moved closer, his eyes boring into hers. And now you want to tear that all down. Based on what? The ravings of two deeply troubled women and a handful of circumstantial evidence. You're chasing ghosts, Ruth. Ghosts that will only lead you down a path of destruction. Ruth felt a chill run down her spine at the thinly veiled threat in Kendall's words. She knew he was right about one thing: taking on the Caldwells would be an uphill battle, one that could very well end in ruin. But the alternative, letting the truth remain buried, letting countless families continue to suffer in silence, was unthinkable. The truth has a way of coming out, she said, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her gut. No matter how deep you bury it, no matter how many layers of lies you wrap around it. Sooner or later, it will find its way to the light. Kendall's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching beneath the surface. For a moment, Ruth thought she saw a flicker of something in his eyes: fear, perhaps, or the realization that he was no longer dealing with a grieving widow or a small-town cop, but a force to be reckoned with. I admire your tenacity, Ruth, he said, his tone softening. I always have. But you're fighting a losing battle here. The Caldwells are woven into the very fabric of this community. Anyone who tries to unravel that is going to face an impossible task. He leaned back against his desk, his leonine head surrounded by a corona of morning sunlight, the gray strands glowing gold. It was a pose Ruth had seen him affect in a dozen publicity photos. No jury in Caldwell or Eagle County is ever going to bring a verdict against a Caldwell, he said, supremely confident in his knowledge. Hell, no jury in Texas. Ruth stood up slowly. Kendall still towered over her by a good foot and a half, but she made up for the difference with the ferocity in her eyes. The world is bigger than Eagle County, she said. Bigger than Texas. But it makes me wonder, Joshua. Why do you think this leads back to the Caldwells? I'm guessing that means you must know a lot more than you're saying. He stared back at her, unshaken. Your grouse with Giles is a known fact, Ruth. It's personal for you, isn't it? You still blame him for Jim's death. Get over it. Deal. Focus on taking care of your beautiful daughter. She needs you, not these raving conspiracy theorists. Take care of Ava. It's Ava I'm thinking of, Ruth said. I don't want her to grow up in the Caldwell, where I spent my childhood. She deserves better. We all deserve better. I don't care what it takes, Joshua. I know the answers are out there, and I'm not going to rest till I find them. And when that day comes, you'll have to get down off that high perch and wade through the muck like all us real folk. I just hope you still have your mud boots. She gestured to Aaron, and they both turned to go. She stopped at the doorway and looked back. And stay the hell away from my daughter and me, she said. You can tell your boss man we don't need his protection. If he really cared, he'd have protected his son. That was his one job, and he failed miserably at it. Chapter 27. Ruth's phone had buzzed constantly over the last several minutes. She ignored it as it buzzed again as they were descending in the elevator to street level. It stopped, and then a moment later Aaron's phone began buzzing. He answered it, listened, and then looked at Ruth. What? She asked. She was still flushed from the interview with Kendall. He waited till the elevator doors opened, and they stepped out into the lobby of the courthouse building before taking her aside. The place was still swarming with state troopers. Margaret Kendrick's awake and she's asking for you, he said quietly. Ruth felt a bolt of hope shoot through her. Let's go. At the hospital, she didn't miss the presence of the state troopers in the lobby. They eyed her with open hostility as she and Aaron showed their IDs and went to the elevator bank. And as they got in, Ruth saw one of them speaking on his shoulder radio. I have a feeling Frank Faraday might join us pretty soon, she muttered to Aaron, who nodded. Dr. Elias was waiting for them when they arrived on the critical care floor. Dr. Elias stood outside Margaret Kendrick's room, his face etched with a mix of exhaustion and concern. He looked up as Ruth and Aaron approached, nodding in greeting. The harsh fluorescent lights cast shadows under his eyes, highlighting the lines of fatigue that mapped his face. Agents Baker and Tate, he said, his voice low and gravelly. Thank you for coming so quickly. Ruth could feel the tension radiating off him, a palpable weight in the sterile hospital air. The scent of antiseptic and bleach clung to everything, a sharp reminder of the battle being waged within these walls. How is she? Ruth asked. She's out of surgery and stable for now, but her condition is still precarious. The damage to her lung was extensive, and she lost a lot of blood. We had her on a ventilator to help her breathe. He paused, his gaze flickering to the closed door behind him. She regained consciousness about 20 minutes ago. She's off the ventilator. The first thing she did was insist on seeing Ruth Baker. She was quite adamant about it. Ruth felt a surge of emotion well up inside her, a mix of relief and trepidation. She had been waiting for this moment, a chance to speak to Margaret, to hear her story in her own words. But now that it was here, she found herself hesitating, unsure of what she would find on the other side of that door. It was the old fear of the boogeyman in the closet, and the hardest part was opening the door. Dr. Elias seemed to sense her unease. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, his touch warm and reassuring. I must ask that you keep your visit brief, he said softly. No more than a few minutes. She's still very weak, and we don't want to tax her strength. Ruth nodded, steeling herself. She glanced at Aaron, drawing strength from his steady presence beside her. He gave her a small nod, a silent promise that he would be right there with her, no matter what. Taking a deep breath, Ruth pushed open the door and stepped into the dimly lit room. The first thing that struck her was the sheer number of machines surrounding the bed monitors beeping softly, IV drips glinting in the low light, tubes snaking out from under the crisp white sheets. And there, in the center of it all, lay Margaret Kendrick. She looked small and fragile against the stark hospital linens, her skin pale and translucent. Her dark hair fanned out across the pillow, a stark contrast to the white bandages swathing her chest and shoulder. But her eyes, when they met Ruth's, were bright and alert, filled with a fierce determination that took Ruth's breath away. "Ruth Baker," Margaret rasped. "You came." Ruth felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. "Of course." Ruth stepped closer to the bed, her heart aching at the sight of Margaret's battered form. She could see the pain etched into every line of her face, the weariness that seemed to seep from her very pores. And yet, beneath it all, there was a fierce determination that burned like an ember in the depths of her eyes. "Water," Margaret said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "Please." Ruth hastily poured a cup of water from the pitcher on the bedside table, gently guiding the straw to Margaret's dry, cracked lips. She watched as the injured woman took a few slow, tentative sips, each one seeming to require immense effort. When Margaret had drunk her fill, Ruth set the cup aside and leaned in closer, her voice soft and soothing. "Margaret, I'm here to listen. Whenever you're ready." For a long moment, Margaret simply stared at the ceiling, as if gathering her thoughts, her strength. Then, haltingly, she began to speak. "After Emma and I escaped the Red Barn," she whispered, her voice thin and reedy, "we never stopped looking for answers. About 10 years ago, we stumbled upon something. We started digging, trying to find the truth." She paused, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Ruth waited patiently, her hand resting gently on Margaret's arm, a silent show of support. "We found evidence. Photos, records, names. Powerful people involved. Judges, politicians, businessmen. All leading back to one family." "The Caldwells," Ruth murmured, her heart sinking. Margaret nodded weakly. "We didn't know what to do. Who to trust. But then I remembered Julia." Ruth's breath caught in her throat at the mention of her late mother-in-law. "Julia Baker." "Yes," Margaret whispered. "We went to her, told her everything we'd found. She was horrified, but not surprised. Said she'd suspected for years, but could never prove it." Ruth felt a chill run down her spine, pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with sickening clarity. Julia's long battle with depression, her sudden suicide that had rocked the family to its core, had it all been connected to this dark secret? "Julia promised to help us," Margaret continued, her voice growing fainter with each word. "Said she'd handle it, that we should lay low. But then she was gone. And everything just fell apart." Tears slipped down Margaret's hollow cheeks, disappearing into the stark white pillow. Ruth felt her own eyes burn with unshed tears, her heart breaking for the pain and loss this woman had endured. "We tried to keep fighting. But they were always one step ahead. Watching us, threatening us. Emma couldn't take it anymore, the guilt, the fear. We had left Caldwell, we kept trying to start over in new places, but the past always caught up with us one way or another. We kept lapsing, kept coming back here, drawn like moths to the flame." Margaret's voice faltered, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Ruth leaned in closer, gently squeezing her hand in silent support. The memories seemed to flow out of Margaret like a torrent, each word laced with pain and grief. "At Julia's funeral," Margaret whispered, her eyes distant, "we met Jim. He pulled us aside. He told us that his mother had passed on certain information before she died. Documents, names, leads that could blow the whole thing wide open." Ruth's heart clenched at the mention of her late husband, a dull ache blooming in her chest. She remembered that day with piercing clarity, the weight of Jim's hand in hers, the way the sunlight had filtered through the leaves, dappling his face in gold. He had been so strong, so determined, even in the face of his own grief. Jim promised us he would make it his personal mission to follow up on what Julia had given him, Margaret continued, her voice barely more than a rasp. He said he wouldn't rest until he uncovered the truth, until he brought those responsible to justice. For his mother, for us, for all the innocent lives that had been destroyed. Ruth felt a swell of pride mingled with sorrow. That was the Jim she knew, the man she had loved with every fiber of her being, a relentless pursuer of righteousness, a beacon of hope in a world gone dark. For months he worked tirelessly, chasing down every lead, every whispered rumor. He was like a man possessed, driven by a fire that burned deep within him. And then 9 months ago, he called us. Said he was close to a breakthrough, that he had uncovered something huge. Margaret's voice broke, tears spilling down her hollowed cheeks. Ruth felt her own eyes burn, her vision blaring at the edges. We were supposed to meet him, to go over what he had found. But he never showed up. And then they found his body. The words hung in the air like a death knell, heavy and final. Ruth felt the breath leave her lungs, the room spinning around her. She had known, of course, had lived with the gaping wound of Jim's loss every day for the past 9 months. But to hear it spoken aloud, to have the reality of it laid bare in this stark hospital room, it was almost more than she could bear. It felt like the entire universe was conspiring against us, Margaret whispered, her voice raw with anguish. Like every time we got close to the truth, it slipped through our fingers, leaving only pain and destruction in its wake. She turned her head, fixing Ruth with a gaze that seemed to pierce straight through to her soul. But it also made us more desperate, more determined. We couldn't let Jim's death be in vain. We couldn't let the monsters, who had ruined all our lives, go unpunished. Ruth listened intently as Margaret's voice grew weaker, the words tumbling out in a desperate rush. That's when Emma and I knew we had to act. We couldn't let the darkness consume any more lives. So we started planning, gathering resources, building alliances where we could. Margaret's eyes took on a distant, haunted look as she continued. We found the old abandoned amusement park on the edge of town. It was perfect, secluded, forgotten, a place where no one would think to look. We poured everything we had into fixing it up, creating a sanctuary where we could keep the children safe. Ruth's mind tried to process the implications of Margaret's words. The image of tiny town flashed through her thoughts, the garish colors, the eerie stillness, the sense of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. She had chalked it up to the circumstances of their arrival, the urgency of the missing children case. But now, with Margaret's revelations, it took on a whole new meaning. We called it Tiny Town, Margaret whispered, a ghost of a smile flickering across her pale lips. A place where innocence could be preserved, where the horrors of the past couldn't touch them. We spent months planning every detail, every contingency. And then, when the time was right, we put our plan into action. Ruth leaned forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The kidnappings, she breathed, pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with sickening clarity. Margaret nodded weakly, a single tear slipping down her gaunt cheek. We thought of it more as a field trip, but we knew what we were doing. 23 children, she rasped, her voice thick with emotion. The same number that had been taken all those years ago. We thought if we could just get people to pay attention, to see the parallels, maybe they would finally start asking the right questions. Ruth felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps prickling along her arms despite the warmth of the hospital room. She thought of the frantic search, the terror in the parents' eyes, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders. And all the while, Margaret and Emma had been orchestrating it all, driven by a desperate need for justice, for closure. "We never meant to hurt them," Margaret whispered, her voice cracking with the strain of her confession. "We just wanted to keep them safe, to give them a day or two of happiness before we returned them to their families. We thought if we could just make people see, make them remember, maybe the truth would finally come to light." She broke off, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Ruth could see the toll the conversation was taking on her battered body, the way her eyelids fluttered with the effort of staying awake. She glanced at Aaron, seeing the same mixture of concern reflected in his eyes. A nurse entered the room, her expression stern as she checked Margaret's vitals on the monitor. She turned to Ruth and Aaron, her voice firm. "I need to administer the patient's medication now. Please step out for a few minutes." Ruth hesitated, reluctant to leave Margaret's side, but the nurse's no-nonsense demeanor brooked no argument. With a gentle squeeze of Margaret's hand, she murmured a promise to return soon, then followed Aaron out into the sterile hallway. As the door clicked shut behind them, Ruth leaned heavily against the wall, her mind reeling with the weight of Margaret's revelations. Aaron stood beside her, his presence a steadying anchor in the tempest of her thoughts. "This changes everything," Ruth said, her voice low and urgent. "If what Margaret says is true, then Jim's death, the kidnappings, the cover-ups, it's all connected. And it all leads back to the Caldwells." Aaron nodded, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The question I have is, what did Julia Baker find that made her so certain she could expose the truth? It sounds like even after she passed away, Jim had possession of the same evidence or found it somehow. If we knew what that was, we could have something to directly connect the threads." Ruth shook her head, frustration and exhaustion warring within her. "I don't know. Jim never talked to me about the Red Barn killings. He always hinted at stuff his family had been involved in, but he didn't like talking about them much. And you know that he and I weren't married when Julia passed away. And after Jim's death." She trailed off, still trying to process the emotions. A flicker of movement caught Ruth's eye. A man in doctor's scrubs was going into Margaret Kendrick's room, his face obscured by a surgical mask. Something about his gait, the way he moved, was so familiar it caught her attention. It was Dr. Elias. On instinct, she pushed away from the wall, her hand drifting to the gun at her hip. "Aaron," she murmured, her voice tight with tension. "That man." But the words died on her lips as the man reached Margaret's door and slipped inside, the door clicking shut behind him. Without a second thought, she sprinted down the hallway, Aaron hot on her heels. She burst through the door, her gun drawn and ready, just in time to see the man in scrubs standing over Margaret's bed, an empty syringe poised over her IV line. "Freeze!" Ruth shouted, her voice ringing out in the stillness of the room. "Texas Rangers. Drop the syringe and step away from the patient." The man's response was instantaneous, so sudden that it seemed to happen even before she stopped speaking. The man's hand moved in a blur, flinging the syringe directly at Ruth's face with deadly precision. She barely had time to flinch as the needle pierced the tender skin of her neck, a sharp sting radiating outward. In that split second of distraction, the killer was out the door, his footsteps pounding down the hallway. "I can't get a clean shot," Aaron yelled, his gun trained on the retreating figure. The hospital corridor had nurses, doctors, and patients, a half-dozen innocent bystanders in the crossfire. Ruth yanked the syringe from her neck, tossing it aside as she leapt into action. Her heart pounded in her ears as she gave chase, her legs pumping furiously to close the distance between her and the fleeing suspect. Up ahead, the killer made a sharp turn, his movements agile and calculated. He grabbed a metal gurney and shoved it into their path with a resounding clang. The patient on the gurney let out a startled cry as it toppled over medical equipment, scattering across the polished floor. Ruth vaulted over the overturned gurney without breaking stride, the adrenaline surging through her veins. She could hear Aaron's footsteps close behind her, his breaths coming in short, sharp bursts. They wove through the maze of corridors, dodging frightened patients and shouting for people to get out of the way. The killer burst through a set of double doors, emerging onto a sun-drenched landing overlooking the hospital's atrium. Ruth followed close behind, her gun held steady in front of her. The vast, open space was filled with the murmur of conversations and the soft tinkling of a waterfall feature, a jarring contrast to the chaos unfolding. "Stop right there," Ruth commanded, her voice echoing off the high ceiling. "There's nowhere to run." But the killer showed no signs of slowing. He vaulted over the railing, landing on the level below with a roll that spoke of training and experience. Ruth cursed under her breath and holstered her gun, knowing she couldn't risk a shot with civilians around. She leaped over the railing after him, the impact sending shockwaves up her legs as she hit the ground running. The killer darted through the crowded atrium, shoving people aside with ruthless efficiency. Screams and shouts of alarm filled the air as patients and visitors scattered in panic. Ruth's focus narrowed to the retreating figure ahead. She could feel the burn in her lungs, the pounding of her heart against her ribs, but she pushed through the pain, determined not to let him escape. They burst out of the hospital's main entrance, emerging into the bright sunlight and the parking lot. A car horn blared as they ran in front of an old station wagon just pulling out. The killer leaped over the station wagon's hood, landing nimbly on the other side and breaking right through the pine stand just beyond. Ruth tried to follow, but the station wagon lurched forward, bumping Ruth hard. She stumbled, her balance thrown off as her thigh slammed into the bumper. Pain shot through her leg, and she hit the ground, rolling to the side just in time to avoid being crushed under the tires. The driver shouted something, but Ruth was already scrambling to her feet, ignoring the throbbing ache in her thigh. She limped forward, pushing through the pain as she entered the pine stand. The scent of sap and needles filled her nostrils, sharp and pungent. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the forest floor carpeted with fallen needles that muffled her footsteps. Ruth moved deeper into the grove, her senses heightened, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig setting her nerves on edge. The killer had vanished, swallowed up by the towering pines that seemed to close in around her. She strained her ears, trying to catch any sound that might betray his presence, but the grove was eerily silent, as if holding its breath. Suddenly, a hand clamped over her mouth from behind, stifling her startled gasp. The cold press of metal against her neck sent a jolt of fear down her spine. She felt the killer's breath hot against her ear, his body pressed close to hers in a twisted parody of intimacy. "Stop struggling, or I'll plunge this needle into your artery," he hissed, his voice low and menacing. Ruth froze, her heart hammering against her ribs as she fought the urge to lash out, to break free from his grasp. The killer's grip tightened, the syringe digging into her skin, a sharp reminder of her vulnerability. "Listen carefully," he growled, each word dripping with venom. "You're going to stop digging into things that don't concern you. You're going to let sleeping dogs lie, or there will be consequences." Ruth's mind raced, searching for a way out, a means of escape. But the killer's next words turned her blood to ice in her veins. "Think of your daughter, Ruth," he whispered, his breath hot against her cheek. "Sweet little Ava, all alone in this big, bad world. It would be a shame if she ended up in the red barn like all those other kids, wouldn't it?" And you know which red barn I mean. The old one. A sickening dread coiled in the pit of Ruth's stomach at the mention of her daughter's name. The thought of Ava, innocent and vulnerable, in the crosshairs of this monster was too horrifying to contemplate. For Ava's sake, the killer said. With a final, brutal shove, he released her, sending her stumbling forward. Ruth whirled around, her hand instinctively pointing her weapon. But there was nobody there. Only sunlight pouring through dust motes. Chapter 28. Ruth stood in the middle of Jim's workshop, the air thick with dust and the lingering scent of his presence, motor oil, sawdust, and the faint trace of his cologne that still clung to the space like a ghostly embrace. The garage was exactly as he had left it on that final morning, a testament to a life interrupted, a story left unfinished. She ran her fingers along the worn surface of his workbench, tracing the scratches and dents that mapped out the history of his countless projects. Unfinished wooden carvings lay scattered across the bench, their edges rough and splintered, waiting for hands that would never return to smooth them into perfection. A half-assembled engine sat in the corner, its gears and pistons exposed like the inner workings of a mechanical heart. The shelves lining the walls were cluttered with a lifetime's worth of mementos and keepsakes, old photographs, ticket stubs from their first date, a seashell from their honeymoon in Galveston. Each item held a memory, a piece of their shared history that now felt like a weight pressing down on her chest, a reminder of all that had been lost. With a heavy sigh, Ruth began to sort through the papers and files that littered Jim's desk, her heart clenching with each familiar scrawl of his handwriting. She could almost hear his voice in her head, could picture the furrow of concentration that would crease his brow as he pored over his notes late into the night. "Why didn't you tell me, Jim?" she whispered into the stillness, her voice cracking with the strain of unshed tears. "Why did you think you had to do this alone?" The silence that answered her was deafening, a void that could never be filled. She thought of all the times she had watched him slip away into his own world, his eyes distant and haunted by ghosts she couldn't see. She had chalked it up to the stress of his work, the toll that it had taken on him over the years. But now, with Margaret's revelations still ringing in her ears, she couldn't help but wonder what other secrets he had carried, what burdens he had borne in silence. "I could have helped you," she said, her fingers tightening around a faded photograph of the two of them, their smiles bright and carefree. "I could have been there for you if you had just let me in." Anger and grief warred within her, a tempest of emotions that threatened to sweep her away. She cursed Jim for his stubborn pride, for his need to protect her even at the cost of his own life. She cursed herself for not pushing harder, for not demanding answers when she saw the shadows growing in his eyes. But most of all, she cursed the darkness that had stolen him away, the evil that had sunk its claws into their lives and refused to let go. The red barn loomed large in her mind. As Ruth continued to rummage through the cluttered workbench, the crunch of gravel outside alerted her to a presence approaching. She tensed, her hand instinctively reaching for her holster, until a familiar silhouette filled the doorway. Aaron stood there, his hands raised in a placating gesture, his expression a mix of concern and understanding. "Hey," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Mind if I come in?" Ruth hesitated for a moment. Finally, she nodded, stepping aside to let him enter the sacred space of Jim's workshop. Aaron's footsteps were light on the oil-stained concrete as he took in the surroundings that held so much of Jim's essence. "I know you probably want to be alone right now," he began, his tone gentle and apologetic. "But I thought you should know, Ben, Miranda, Faraday, they're all blowing up my phone. They want to talk to you, get a statement about what happened at the hospital." Ruth felt a flare of irritation, the intrusion of the outside world grating against her raw nerves. She shook her head, her jaw clenching with resolve. "I don't want to hear it," she said, her voice sharp and unyielding. "Not now. Not when I'm so close to finding the truth." Aaron nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. He didn't push, didn't try to persuade her otherwise. Instead, he simply rolled up his sleeves and moved to stand beside her at the workbench. "All right," he said, his voice steady and reassuring. "Then let's find it together." For the next hour, they worked in tandem, sifting through the detritus of Jim's life with a fine-toothed comb. They pored over faded receipts and scribbled notes, searching for any clue, any scrap of information that might shed light on the secrets he had carried to his grave. The air grew thick with dust and frustration, the only sounds the rustling of papers and the occasional sigh of disappointment. As the minutes ticked by, Ruth felt the weight of despair settling over her like a shroud. Each dead end, each fruitless lead, felt like a personal failure, a betrayal of Jim's memory. She could feel the tears burning at the back of her eyes, the lump rising in her throat, but she swallowed them down, refusing to give in to the hopelessness that threatened to consume her. Aaron seemed to sense her mounting frustration, his presence a steadying anchor in the storm of her emotions. He worked methodically, his brow furrowed in concentration as he sorted through a stack of old blueprints, his fingers tracing the faded lines and measurements as if trying to divine their secrets. "There's got to be something here," he muttered. Ruth felt a wave of despair wash over her as she stared at the jumble of papers and mementos scattered across the workbench. The weight of Jim's secrets seemed to press down on her, suffocating in their intensity. She leaned heavily against the bench, her fingers curling around the rough edge until her knuckles turned white. "Why didn't he just talk to me, Aaron?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "We could have had the perfect marriage." But he always held a part of himself back, like he was afraid to let me see the darkness he carried inside. Aaron looked up from the blueprints he had been studying, his eyes filled with sympathy. He set the papers aside and moved to stand beside her, his presence a comforting warmth in the chill of the workshop. "Jim loved you, Ruth," he said softly, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. "He would have done anything to protect you, to keep you safe from the shadows that haunted him." Ruth shook her head, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "But that's just it, isn't it? He thought he was protecting me, but all he did was push me away. He kept this huge secret from me for so long, and now I don't know how to deal with it." The tears she had been holding back finally spilled over, hot and stinging against her cheeks. She turned into Aaron's embrace, burying her face against his chest as sobs racked her body. His arms came around her, strong and steady, holding her together as she shattered into a million pieces. For a long moment, they stood there, two broken souls finding solace in each other's presence. The musty scent of the workshop enveloped them, mingling with the salt of her tears and the faint traces of Aaron's aftershave. Ruth clung to him like a lifeline, her fingers twisting in the fabric of his shirt as she poured out her grief and anger and confusion. When at last her sobs subsided, Ruth pulled back, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. She took a shuddering breath, trying to compose herself, to find some semblance of strength in the midst of her heartbreak. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice hoarse and raw. "I didn't mean to fall apart like that." Aaron shook his head, his hand coming up to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing away the last of her tears. "You have nothing to apologize for," he said firmly. "You're allowed to feel this, Ruth. You're allowed to grieve and to be angry and to not have all the answers." She leaned into his touch, drawing comfort from the warmth of his skin against hers. For a fleeting moment, she allowed herself to imagine a world where Jim's secrets hadn't kept them apart, but had brought them closer instead. She imagined Jim allowing his hardtack Texas masculinity to soften to let her in, share his burden, opening up to her. But that could never happen now that he was gone. He had taken his secrets to the grave with him, and she was the poorer for it. She and Ava. As she pulled away, her gaze fell upon the cluttered pegboard above Jim's workbench. Amidst the jumble of tools and wires, a glint of metal caught her eye. A set of keys hanging from a rusted nail, their edges worn smooth from years of use. Ruth frowned, stepping closer to examine the keys more closely. She recognized most of them: the key to Jim's truck, the spare key to the house, the key to his gun safe. But there, nestled among the familiar, was a key that stood out like a sore thumb. It was smaller than the others, its brass surface tarnished and scratched, as if it had been used frequently but never cared for. With trembling fingers, Ruth plucked the key from its resting place, holding it up to the light streaming through the dusty workshop windows. The teeth were oddly shaped, unlike any key she had ever seen before. "What do you think this goes to?" she asked, turning to Aaron with a puzzled expression. He took the key from her, turning it over in his hands, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I'm not sure," he admitted, his fingers tracing the intricate grooves and ridges. "It doesn't look like a house key or a car key. Maybe a safe deposit box. Or a storage unit of some kind." Ruth's mind raced, trying to recall any mention Jim might have made of a secret stash or a hidden cache. But nothing came to mind, only the nagging sense that this key was important, that it held the answers she so desperately sought. "A storage unit," she repeated, the words feeling heavy on her tongue. "Jim never mentioned anything like that to me." But then again, there were a lot of things he never mentioned, weren't there? Aaron placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her in the present. "If Jim had a storage unit, there would be records of it somewhere," he said. "Rental agreements, payment receipts, something like that." Ruth nodded, her mind already whirring with possibilities. She turned back to the workbench, her eyes scanning the cluttered surface with renewed purpose. She began to rifle through the papers and files, searching for anything that might point them in the right direction. Minutes ticked by as they worked in silence, the only sounds the rustling of papers and the occasional creak of the old wooden floorboards beneath their feet. Ruth's heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of anticipation and dread coursing through her veins. She knew that whatever they found, it would change everything, would shatter the illusions she had clung to for so long. And then there it was. Buried beneath a stack of old receipts and invoices, a single sheet of paper that made her blood run cold. It was a rental agreement for a storage unit. "It's in Antigua, Texas," she said, reading from the address printed at the top. "Is that in Eagle County?" He shook his head. "Antigua's in Monroe County, 200, maybe 250 miles from here." Ruth stared at the rental agreement, her mind reeling with the implications. Why would Jim have a storage unit so far away from Caldwell, in a county he had no ties to? The answer, when it came, hit her like a punch to the gut. He was hiding something he couldn't risk anyone in Eagle County finding. "He wanted to keep it away from prying eyes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Whatever he had in that storage unit, he didn't want anyone around here to know about it." Aaron nodded, his expression grim. And if it was important enough for him to go to such lengths to hide it, then it must be big. Something that could blow this whole case wide open. Ruth's heart raced at the thought. Could it be the evidence Julia had passed on to him before her death? The documents and files that Margaret had mentioned, the ones that could expose the dark underbelly of Caldwell and bring those responsible to justice. She thought back to the last few months of Jim's life, the way he had grown increasingly distant and preoccupied. At the time, she had chalked it up to the stress of his job, the long hours he spent poring over case files and chasing down leads. But now, with the benefit of hindsight, she couldn't help but wonder if there had been something more, some secret burden he had carried alone. "He was trying to protect me," she said, her voice thick with emotion. He knew how dangerous this was, how far the Caldwells would go to keep their secrets buried. "He didn't want me to get caught in the crosshairs." Aaron placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his touch a steadying presence in the midst of her turmoil. "Jim loved you, Ruth. He would have done anything to keep you and Ava safe." Ruth nodded, blinking back the tears that threatened to spill down her cheeks. She thought of her daughter, of the bright, curious little girl who had already lost so much in her short life. The idea of Ava growing up without a father, of never knowing the kind of man Jim had been, was almost too much to bear. "We have to go to Antigua," she said, her voice filled with a fierce determination. "We have to find out what Jim was hiding in that storage unit." Aaron nodded, his expression resolute. "We could leave first thing in the morning." She shook her head. "No. We go tonight." He frowned. "I guess we could. You could leave Ava with Lizzie." She thought of the killer's words to her, his hot breath on her ear in the pine woods. "I'm not letting her out of my sight. She's going with us." Chapter 29. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in vivid streaks of orange and pink as Ruth guided the car onto the highway, the storage unit key tucked safely in her pocket. Beside her, Aaron fiddled with the radio, searching for a station that wasn't playing static or country music. In the backseat, Ava bounced with excitement, her eyes wide as she took in the unfamiliar scenery whizzing by. "Where are we going, Mommy?" she asked, signing, her face filled with curiosity. Ruth glanced at her daughter in the rearview mirror, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "It's a special trip, baby," she said, keeping her tone light and playful. "We're going on an adventure, just the three of us." Ava clapped her hands, giggling with delight as she signed. "An adventure. I love adventures." Aaron turned in his seat, flashing Ava a grin as he signed to her. "That's the spirit, kiddo. We're going to have a blast." Ruth raised her eyebrows at him. "When did you learn ASL?" she asked. He shrugged. "I figured it was useful to know a language used by almost 500,000 Americans. Never know when it might come in handy." She laughed. "Yeah, right." She added, "That was nice of you, thanks." He nodded. As the miles ticked by, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep shades of indigo and violet. Stars began to twinkle overhead, their light distant and cold against the vast expanse of the Texas night. Ruth felt a sense of unease settle over her, a nagging worry that they were heading into uncharted territory, into a darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. But she pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the warmth of Aaron's presence beside her, on the sound of Ava's laughter drifting from the backseat. They were a team, a family of sorts, bound together by the secrets they shared and the truths they sought. They stopped a short while later. "Rosie's Diner," the neon sign proclaimed in looping cursive letters, "open 24/7. Ruth pulled into the parking lot, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as she brought the car to a stop. The diner was a classic, all chrome and formica and bright vinyl booths, an old tune playing on the jukebox. The air inside was thick with the scent of greasy burgers and strong coffee, the clatter of dishes, and the murmur of conversation, a comforting cacophony. They slid into a booth near the back, the cracked red vinyl creaking beneath their weight. Ava immediately reached for the menu, her eyes widening as she took in the colorful pictures of milkshakes and French fries. "Mommy, can't I have mashed potatoes, fries, and hash browns?" she signed. Ruth grinned as she signed back. "You do know those are all potatoes, right?" Ava shrugged. "I like potatoes. Didn't Dad used to say we're part Irish on his mom's side?" "Irish love potatoes." Both Ruth and Aaron laughed. "Can't argue with that," Aaron said. "Sure, sweetie, you can have whatever you like," Ruth signed, then brushed away an errant hair that had slipped loose from Ava's clip. "Yay," Ava signed happily. "I love family road trips." Aaron caught Ruth's eye across the table, his expression softening as he watched the exchange between mother and daughter. There was a tenderness in his gaze, a warmth that made Ruth's heart skip a beat. She knew that he cared for Ava deeply, that he would do anything to keep her safe and happy. When their food arrived, Ava let out a squeal of delight at the sight of her loaded plate, a towering pile of mashed potatoes, crispy French fries, and golden hash browns, all smothered in rich gravy. She dug in with gusto, her cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk as she shoveled forkfuls into her mouth. Ruth and Aaron shared an amused glance as they tucked into their own meals, a chicken tortilla soup and chicken salad sandwich for him, a double cheeseburger and fries for her. As they ate, they kept the conversation light and easy, steering clear of the darker topics that loomed on the horizon. They talked about Ava's latest art project at school, about the silly jokes she had learned from her friends, about the new trick she was teaching their dog, Justice. At one point, Aaron excused himself to use the restroom, leaving Ruth and Ava alone in the booth. Ava turned to Ruth, her expression suddenly serious as she signed. "Mommy, I like Aaron a lot," she said, her little hands moving with careful precision. "He makes you smile, and he's always nice to me. I hope he stays your partner forever." Ruth felt a lump form in her throat at her daughter's words, at the innocence and honesty that shone through them. She reached across the table to take Ava's hand in hers, squeezing it gently as she signed back. "I like him too, baby," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "He's a good man and a good friend. I'm glad you feel safe with him." Ava beamed at her mother's words, her face lighting up with a joy that seemed to radiate from every pore. She bounced in her seat, her energy infectious as she signed excitedly. "Can we have ice cream for dessert? Pretty please with a cherry on top." Ruth laughed. "Pretty yes, and with 2 cherries on top." "No, make that 3. But only if I can share 2. Ava's head bobbed. "A deal. You and Aaron and me, we can all share. Because we're family and family shares." Ruth felt her heart grow 3 times larger, and she smiled. "You betcha." Chapter 30. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to paint the sky in delicate shades of rose and gold as they approached Antigua. The quaint old town lay nestled in a valley, surrounded by rolling hills, dotted with mesquite trees and sprawling ranches. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the faint scent of sage and wildflowers. Ruth felt a sense of anticipation building in her chest as they drove down the main street, taking in the charming mix of Mexican and American architecture that lined the road. Adobe buildings with red-tiled roofs stood alongside Victorian-style houses with wide, wraparound porches. Colorful murals adorned the walls, depicting scenes from the town's rich history: vaqueros on horseback, señoritas in flowing skirts, and Dia de los Muertos celebrations filled with marigolds and sugar skulls. The streets were already coming to life as they passed, with locals going about their morning routines. Ruth caught snatches of conversation. The scent of freshly baked pan dulce wafted from a nearby panaderia, making her mouth water. As they neared the outskirts of town, Ruth spotted the storage facility, a nondescript building with rows of metal doors, surrounded by a chain-link fence. She pulled into the gravel lot, the tires crunching beneath the weight of the car. In the backseat, Ava stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering as she drifted in and out of sleep. Ruth turned to Aaron, her expression serious as she spoke in a low voice. "I need you to stay with Ava while I go inside. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious, and be ready to move if necessary." Aaron nodded, his hand reaching for the gun at his hip in a reflexive gesture. "Got it. Be careful in there, Ruth. We don't know what Jim was hiding, or who else might be looking for it." Ruth gave him a tight smile, her fingers brushing against the key in her pocket like a talisman. "I'll be careful. I'll text you if there's anything, but whatever happens, don't let Ava out of your sight." "You got it," he said. She slipped out of the car, her boots crunching on the gravel as she made her way towards the storage facility office. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground and bathing everything in a soft, golden light. Inside the office, a middle-aged man with a weathered face and kind eyes looked up from his newspaper as Ruth entered. He greeted her with a warm smile, his accent thick and melodious. "Buenos dias, madam," he said, folding the paper and setting it aside. "How can I help you this fine morning?" Ruth returned his smile, pulling the key from her pocket and holding it up for him to see. "I'm here about a storage unit that was rented by my husband." The manager's eyes widened in recognition as he took in the number engraved on the key, his expression softening with sympathy. "Ah, Senora Baker. I remember your husband well. Senor Jim, he was a good man, always with a friendly smile and a kind word. He spoke Spanish like a native, you know. We would often chat about our families, our hopes and dreams for the future." Ruth felt a pang of sadness at the man's words, at the realization that there was still so much she didn't know about her own husband. She swallowed past the lump in her throat, forcing herself to focus on the task at hand. "Did he come by often?" she asked, her voice steady despite the emotions churning within her. The manager frowned thoughtfully, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall. "Let me think. It was not often that he came by, maybe once every 6 months or so. He was a busy man, I could tell. Always in a hurry, but never too rushed to stop and chat for a moment." Ruth nodded, her heart sinking at the confirmation of Jim's infrequent visits. She had hoped that perhaps the storage unit held the key to unlocking the mysteries he had left behind, but now she wasn't so sure. "And I'm guessing it's been about a year since his last visit," she said. To her surprise, the manager shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "No, senora. Your husband, he was here just yesterday." Ruth felt the breath leave her lungs in a rush, her mind reeling at the implications of the man's words. "Yesterday," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "But that's impossible." "Impossible," the manager's expression was confused. He opened a book and thumbed through the pages till they found the entry he was looking for. "No, ma'am, he was definitely here." "You say?" "Here is his signature." She looked at the entry. The name Jim Baker was legible, but it was nothing like Jim's signature. "Did you meet him yesterday when he came by?" The manager shook his head. "No, ma'am, it was my day off. My nephew Manulo was on duty." "Is he around today?" "Amandula." "No, but I can call him on the phone if you wish." Is there a problem? Just ask him if he can describe the man who signed this entry. The manager dialed a number on a landline and spoke in rapid Spanish too fast for Ruth to follow. After a minute, he put the phone on speaker. "Hello," said a younger voice with perfectly unaccented English. "You want to know about the customer who came yesterday?" "Yes, please," she said. "Could you describe him? Race, age, height, weight, hair, and eye color?" "Sure." "He was about my height, so 5'11". "Thinner than me." "I'm 170 pounds. White Caucasian, but I don't think he was Hispanic. He was very fair-skinned with red hair. Light eyes, I think, but I cannot remember that very well. He had on a sweatshirt with a hoodie, and I couldn't see his face very well. I only know his hair color because he got a call and stepped outside the office. He pulled his hoodie down to talk on the phone, so I saw his hair. He had his back to me. I think he is a very intense man, yes. He was in a hurry." Ruth's heart thudded in her chest. The manager's nephew had just described the man who killed Margaret Kendrick and threatened Ruth in the pine grove afterwards. The similarities were too close for it to be a coincidence. She thanked the nephew, and the manager disconnected. He looked at her. "That is not the Jim Baker I know," he said. "Not the man to whom I rented the unit." "And when was that?" she asked. He checked a file in a filing cabinet by the wall, then came back. 10 years ago this November." She nodded. Julia Baker had died 10 years ago in September. 2 months later, Jim had rented this storage unit way out in Antigua. She forced herself to take a deep breath, to push past the rising tide of emotions and focus on the task at hand. "Can you show me to his unit?" she asked, her voice steady and determined. The manager nodded, reaching for a ring of keys hanging on a peg behind the desk. "Of course. Follow me." He led her out of the office and into the maze of storage units, the metal doors glinting in the early morning light. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the faint scent of dust and old metal. The storage facility stretched out before them, row upon row of identical metal doors, each one guarding its own secrets. The early morning sun cast long shadows across the gravel pathways, creating an eerie, almost otherworldly atmosphere. As they walked, the manager kept up a steady stream of chatter, pointing out various units and sharing anecdotes about their owners. Ruth only half listened, her mind racing with possibilities and questions. What had Jim been hiding here? Why had he kept it a secret from her? And who was the mysterious man who had come just yesterday, claiming to be him? They rounded a corner, and the manager came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening in surprise. Ruth followed his gaze and felt her heart skip a beat. There, at the end of the row, was Jim's unit, but something was wrong. The metal shutter was not pulled all the way down, leaving a gap of several inches at the bottom. And the lock that should have been securing it was broken, dangling uselessly from the latch. "That's not right," the manager muttered, hurrying forward to inspect the damage. "This wasn't like this when I did my rounds 2 nights ago. Everything was secure then." He turned to Ruth, his expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, Senora. My nephew Manolo, he was supposed to check all the units thoroughly yesterday, but it looks like he may have missed this one. I will have a word with him about being more diligent in his duties." Ruth barely heard him, her attention focused solely on the partially open shutter. Her heart was pounding in her chest, a sense of dread washing over her like a cold wave. Someone had broken into Jim's unit, and it had happened recently, quite obviously yesterday when the visitor came by pretending to be Jim. She stepped forward, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the shutter. The metal was cool beneath her fingers, the surface rough with rust and age. She took a deep breath and pulled, the shutter rattling as it slid upwards to reveal the dark interior of the unit. Ruth's heart hammered in her chest as she stared at the scene of chaos before her. The storage unit was in complete disarray, a far cry from the neat and tidy space she had imagined Jim keeping. Cardboard boxes lay ripped apart, their contents strewn haphazardly across the concrete floor. Papers were scattered everywhere, some crumpled into balls, others torn into jagged shreds that fluttered in the faint breeze coming through the open door. Amidst the sea of debris, a flash of white caught Ruth's eye. She stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat as she recognized the delicate lace and satin folds of Julia's old wedding gown. The once pristine fabric was now stained and rumpled, carelessly tossed aside like a discarded rag. Other articles of clothing lay nearby, a faded floral dress, a well-worn cardigan, a pair of scuffed Mary Janes, all remnants of a life cut tragically short. Ruth felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes as she knelt down, her fingers brushing against the soft material of the gown. She could almost picture Julia on her wedding day, radiant and glowing with love for the man who would become Ruth's father-in-law. She remembered Giles there too, barely able to conceal his resentment at this unsuitable match. The memory of her husband's grandfather sent a shiver down her spine, a reminder of the secrets and lies that had torn their family apart. The manager hovered uncertainly in the doorway, his face etched with concern. "Senora, this is not right," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "Someone has broken in, gone through Senor Jim's things. We must call the police, file a report." Ruth held up a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. "I am the police," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil raging within her. "Texas Ranger. Please, just give me a minute to look around." The manager nodded, backing away slowly as Ruth turned her attention back to the chaos of the unit. A thought occurred to her, and she called out. "Yes, Senora," he asked. "I noticed security cameras at the office and at the entrance to this building. Could you pull up the recordings and make me a copy? I need the time during which the person visited yesterday." "Yes, Senora, I understand. I will have it ready for you." His footsteps receded. She began to sift through the papers, her eyes scanning each sheet for any clue, any hint of what Jim might have been hiding. There were old receipts, newspaper clippings, handwritten notes in a scrawl she didn't recognize. Nothing jumped out at her as immediately significant, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the answer was here, buried beneath the rubble of Jim's past. As she dug deeper, Ruth's fingers brushed against something solid and unyielding. She frowned, pushing aside a stack of moldering cardboard to reveal a small metal lockbox, its surface scuffed and dented but still intact. Her heart skipped a beat as she lifted it from its hiding place, the weight of it heavy and substantial in her hands. The lock on the box was broken, just like the one on the storage unit door. Whoever had ransacked the place had clearly been looking for this, had torn apart everything in their desperate search. Ruth's hands shook slightly as she opened the lockbox, hoping beyond hope. But it was empty. She cursed and slammed the lid shut, the sound echoing in the empty building. Chapter 31. Ruth stepped out of the storage facility, the weight of disappointment heavy on her shoulders. The morning sun had risen higher in the sky, casting a warm glow across the gravel lot, but Ruth barely noticed. Her mind was still reeling from the discovery of the ransacked unit, the empty lockbox that had once held the key to Jim's secrets. She made her way back to the SUV, her boots crunching on the loose stones beneath her feet. As she approached, The driver's side door opened and Aaron stepped out, his expression a mix of concern and anticipation. He could read the disappointment on her face immediately. They took a few steps away from the SUV, keeping their voices low to avoid waking Ava. "What did you find?" he asked. Ruth shook her head. "Someone got here first," she said, her words clipped and bitter. The unit was torn apart, everything scattered and broken. There was a lockbox, but it was empty. Aaron's brow furrowed. Who could have known about the storage unit? Did Jim tell anyone else? "I don't know," Ruth admitted. But whoever it was, they were thorough. They didn't leave a single scrap of paper unturned. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the thumb drive the manager had given her, holding it up for Aaron to see. The manager pulled the security footage from yesterday. "Maybe it will give us a clue as to who did this." Aaron nodded, his expression grim. He walked back to the SUV, reached in through the window and brought out his laptop. He opened it up and inserted the thumb drive, his fingers flying over the keys as he accessed the video files. Ruth moved to stand beside him, her eyes fixed on the screen as the grainy black and white footage began to play. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary, just the empty gravel lot and the rows of storage units stretching out into the distance. But then, a figure appeared at the edge of the frame, moving with a purposeful stride towards Jim's unit. Ruth's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the tall, lean build, the shock of hair peeking out from beneath a dark hoodie. Even in the gray tones of the security footage, she knew that hair was carrot red. "It's him," she whispered. "The man from the hospital, the one who killed Margaret Kendrick. The manager's nephew him too." Aaron's jaw clenched as he watched the figure on the screen. "Son of a bitch gets around." They watched in silence. The man moved with a fluid grace that spoke of training and experience, his steps measured and precise as he approached the unit. The camera angle switched to a hallway view, showing a closer view of the man as he knelt before the lock, his gloved hands making quick work of the mechanism. Ruth felt a surge of helpless rage as she watched him slide the shutter up, disappearing into the dark interior of the unit. "He knew exactly what to look for," she said. "Which was what?" Aaron asked. She shook her head in frustration. "I don't know. But it must have been goddamn important." Aaron shut the laptop. "What now?" "I don't know." This felt like the first real break I've had since, she broke off. She had been about to say, since Jim's death. But this was about the Red Barn killings, not Jim's murder. Except it was somehow about both now. How? Why? She had no idea. All she knew was that there was a dark river running under Caldwell, a river of conspiracies, power, wealth, corruption, and it had sucked in Jim, the 23 child victims of the Piper, and countless others over the decades. And for some reason, she was being called on to dive into this river and find the truth that lay within. Aaron's phone vibrated and he looked at the screen. "Bennett." She said nothing. He let the call ring out, then said, "Maybe we should talk to her." She made a sound of dismissal. "I know how you feel about the feds. I feel the same way. But Baker, this is way bigger than anything we imagined. It's no longer a simple case of a missing school bus. We could end up chasing our tails for years without getting anywhere. Bennett has resources we don't, plus she's from out of state and has a wider perspective. She could speak to people and go places we can't. Besides, wasn't it you that said she's one of the good uns?" Ruth had said that. Because she believed it. Bennett and she hadn't been the closest of friends back in school, but over the years, she had come to respect the other woman, and she knew Miranda respected her too. They were both Caldwell girls who had made good, rising way above their origins to find success in a hard, take-no-prisoners field as tough as law enforcement. And what Aaron said was true. While the Rangers had statewide jurisdiction, that also became their weak point in a case like this, when the players behind the scenes were all powerful, wealthy, politically influential persons at the state level. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, on the other hand, had a nationwide mandate and could walk through doors that would be closed to Ruth and Aaron. She heard the sound of Ava stirring in the back seat of the SUV. She sighed as she walked back to the vehicle. "Okay," she said over her shoulder. "Set it up. We grab breakfast with Ava, then head back to Caldwell." The Zoom connection was decent at the Comfort Inn. FBI Special Agent in charge Miranda Bennett looked tired despite her expertly applied makeup. Ruth had always admired that about Miranda. She kept thinking she should ask for some tips, but knew that when she was on a case, the very idea of spending even a few precious minutes putting on a face seemed ludicrous. "I don't know, Ruth. It seems pretty thin to me," Bennett said after they had recounted the chain of events that led them to Antigua. "I mean, Jim was a cop. If he had found some kind of smoking gun in his mother Julia's belongings after her death, he'd have used it years ago. Why wait 10 whole years and keep it locked away in a storage facility? It doesn't add up." Ruth resisted the urge to argue the point. She knew the importance of bringing in a fresh eye to relook at a case at certain points. One of the risks of any crime investigation was getting too close to be able to see the wood for the trees. And she had to admit it was a tenuous string of logic, held together mostly by intuition and guesswork rather than actual facts and evidence. "Maybe," she said, "but then why rent a storage facility way out in Antigua unless it was something he wanted to keep hidden from anyone in Caldwell? And why did the person who was here yesterday break into the locker if there was nothing of importance? The same person, by the way, whom I positively, as the man who threatened my life and my daughter's after I witnessed him injecting something into Margaret Kendrick's IV drip. That something which you just informed me was ketamine, according to Kendrick's talks, screen report, and autopsy. If there wasn't an actual smoking gun in that locker, it was something that was pretty damn close to one for sure." Bennett nodded slowly. From her background, Ruth could tell she was in the back of a vehicle, probably being driven by another agent. "All right, I'll give you that. And we need to get your full statement on record and get you to look at some 6-packs to try to identify that killer. Sheriff Faraday's raising hell over your leaving town so suddenly. He's calling it highly suspicious, and all but implying that you were somehow involved with Kendrick's death, but that's still beside the point. Even if the man who killed Kendrick is in fact the same person who broke into the storage locker in Antigua, it's still a far cry from assuming any connection between the Caldwells and the Red Barn killings. We have Margaret Kendrick's testimony for that," Ruth said. "We recorded the interview, which were literally her last words." "Yes, and thanks for sending that to me earlier. We reviewed it and frankly, Ruth, it's more of the same as her and her sister's live stream claims. Totally unsubstantiated by any evidence and unsupported by the other parties she names, namely Julia Baker and Jim Baker." "That's because they were both killed," Ruth said, starting to feel the argument slip away, "both in suspicious circumstances, which only confirms Kendrick's claims." Miranda was silent for a moment. Her phone angled outwards, and Ruth caught a glimpse of blue Texas sky out the top corner of the vehicle's window beside Bennett. Julia Baker's inquest returned a verdict of death by suicide. Jim's death, well, you know that verdict better than I do. Death due to self-inflicted injuries, was how Jim's inquest report read, which the World and Frank Faraday interpreted as he shot himself. Ruth knew, or at least, she believed in her heart though she couldn't prove it, that the gunshot wound to the head that had killed Jim was very definitely not self-inflicted, and had been the work of someone else deliberately shooting him at close range to make it look like suicide. She said none of that aloud, already knowing what Miranda's next words were likely to be. "Ruth, I hate to say it, but I can't bring any of this to my superiors. The personal connection alone rules out any likelihood of objectivity. All a defense attorney would have to do is point to your contentious history with your in-laws and ask why you were even allowed to work this case. I mean, you're Caldwell's grandson's widow, for Christ's sake. You've had a difficult history with him and the family, as did your late husband and your late mother-in-law. There's that unfortunate incident report on record detailing your allegations against Giles Caldwell. Anyone looking at this would say you're obviously biased, and I don't mean that as an accusation, but as a simple, non-judgmental statement of fact." Ruth felt a surge of frustration rise within her at Miranda's words. "You can't seriously be suggesting that we just let this go, Miranda. There are too many unanswered questions, too many coincidences that don't add up. We have a duty to pursue the truth, no matter where it leads." Miranda's expression remained sympathetic but firm. "Ruth, I understand your passion, I really do. But you have to look at this objectively. In any investigation, there are always going to be loose ends, details that don't quite fit the narrative. It's the nature of the beast. We do the best we can with the evidence we have, but at some point, we have to accept that not every question will be answered." Ruth shook her head. "This is different, and you know it. We're not talking about some minor discrepancies here. We're talking about a web of corruption and deceit that spans decades, that has claimed countless innocent lives. How can you just turn a blind eye to that?" "I'm not turning a blind eye to anything, Ruth. But I have to operate within the confines of the law and the evidence. Judge Whitman's death, tragic as it was, effectively closed the book on any further legal proceedings. And with the Kendrick sisters unable to testify, we've lost our key witnesses. There's simply not enough left to build a case on." Ruth felt the weight of Miranda's words settle heavily upon her, a suffocating sense of defeat that threatened to crush her spirit. It couldn't all be for nothing, could it? "So that's it then," she asked. "We just let the Caldwells get away with it. We let them continue to pull the strings from the shadows, to manipulate and control everything in their twisted little town." Miranda's expression softened. "I know it's not the answer you want to hear, Ruth. But sometimes, the best thing we can do is to let go and move on. To focus on the things we can change, rather than beating our heads against a wall we can't break through." Ruth felt a lump rise in her throat, hot tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. She thought of Ava, of the bright future she wanted for her daughter, free from the dark legacy of Caldwell and all its secrets. Maybe Miranda was right. Maybe it was time to let go of the ghosts that haunted her, to start fresh somewhere new. I can't shake the feeling that I'm letting Jim down," she said, her voice cracking with emotion. "That I'm betraying his memory by giving up on this." Miranda leaned forward. "Ruth, listen to me. I know exactly how you feel right now. When I left Caldwell all those years ago, I was so angry, so consumed by the injustice of it all. I thought if I could just uncover the truth, if I could bring the Caldwells to justice, it would somehow make everything right again." She paused, her gaze growing distant as she lost herself in the memories. "But the more I dug, the more I realized how deep the rot went. It was like trying to untangle a mass of thorny vines, each one leading to another darker, more twisted secret. And the harder I fought, the more it felt like I was losing myself in the process. Ruth listened, her heart aching with the weight of Miranda's words. She knew all too well the toll that the pursuit of justice could take, the way it could eat away at your soul until there was nothing left but a hollow shell. It wasn't until I left Caldwell behind that I began to see things clearly, Miranda continued. When I stepped outside of that toxic environment, when I allowed myself to breathe fresh air and see the world beyond the confines of that poisonous little town, everything changed. She looked away for a moment, and in the reflected light from the window, Ruth saw the gleam of unshed tears in her eyes. I realized that I couldn't change the past, no matter how much I wanted to. I couldn't bring back the lives that had been lost, or undo the damage that had been done. But what I could do was choose how I lived my life moving forward. I could choose to let go of the anger and the bitterness, to focus on building something new and beautiful and untainted by the darkness of Caldwell. Ruth felt a deep ache in her chest at Miranda's words. Could it really be that simple? Could she really just walk away from it all, start fresh somewhere new with Ava by her side? It felt too much like letting down Jim. I know it feels like giving up, Miranda said, as if reading her thoughts. But sometimes, the bravest thing we can do is to let go. To accept that we can't fix everything, that some battles are meant for others to fight. Your job now is to be there for Ava, to give her the love and stability she needs to thrive. That's the most important thing you can do, Ruth. That's the legacy you can leave behind. Ruth felt the tears spill down her cheeks, hot and stinging against her skin. She thought of Jim, of the love they had shared, of the dreams they had built together. And she knew, with a sudden clarity that took her breath away, that Miranda was right. Jim wouldn't have wanted her to spend the rest of her life chasing ghosts, sacrificing her own happiness and well-being in the process. He would have wanted her to focus on herself, on living her life, being what she wanted to be, going places, doing things. Not chasing ghosts of the past in Caldwell the rest of her life. Maybe it was time to let go and move on. Chapter 32. Back home in Caldwell, the familiar warmth of their little house wrapped around Ruth like a comforting embrace. The sun had long since set, casting the living room in a soft golden glow from the vintage lamps Jim had lovingly restored. Ava sat curled up beside her on the worn leather couch, her head resting against Ruth's shoulder as she paid keen attention to the story being read aloud. And so, with a heart full of courage and a spirit unbroken, the brave princess set forth on her journey, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Ruth closed the book, smiling down at her daughter's upturned face. Ava's brow furrowed, her little mind working through the intricacies of the tale. "But Mommy," she said, her hands moving in the graceful dance of sign language, "why did the princess leave her castle? Wasn't she scared to go out into the big world all alone?" Ruth considered the question, absently running her fingers through Ava's silky hair. "I think she was scared, sweetie. It's okay to be scared sometimes." But she knew that she had to be brave, to follow her heart, and do what she believed was right. "Like you, Mommy?" Ava asked, her eyes wide and earnest. "You're always brave, even when things are hard." Ruth felt a lump form in her throat, her heart swelling with love. "I try to be brave, Ava. Just like the princess in the story. But sometimes, being brave means knowing when to let go, when to step back and focus on what really matters." Ava nodded solemnly, as if absorbing the weight of her mother's words. "I think I understand," she signed, her little face scrunched up in concentration. The princess had to leave her old life behind so she could find a new happy ending, right? Ruth smiled, pressing a soft kiss to Ava's forehead. "That's exactly right, my smart girl. And that's what we're going to do too. We're going to find our own happy ending, just you and me." Ava beamed up at her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "And Justice too," she added, giggling. She pointed at the border collie, sitting with her head resting on one of Ava's stuffed toys. The double meaning of that last phrase hit Ruth with a prickle of pain, regret, and sadness. She hid them with a wistful smile. "And Justice too," she agreed. "But first, it's time for a certain little princess to brush her teeth and get ready for bed." Ava pouted but slid off the couch, padding down the hallway towards the bathroom. Ruth watched her go, marveling at the resilience and joy that seemed to radiate from her daughter's very being. After making sure Ava had brushed properly and changed into her favorite polka dot pajamas, Ruth tucked her into bed, smoothing the covers around her small form. Ava snuggled down into the pillow, her eyelids already drooping with the weight of impending sleep. "Mommy," she murmured, her signing reflecting her drowsiness. "Can you sing me the special song?" Ruth smiled, settling herself on the edge of the bed. It was a ritual they had started when Ava was just a baby, a lullaby that had been passed down through generations of Ruth's family. Even though she knew Ava couldn't hear her, she began to sing as she signed, her voice low and soothing in the quiet of the room. "Lavender's blue, dilly dilly, lavender's green. When I am king, dilly dilly, you shall be queen." Ava's eyes fluttered and closed. Her breathing deepened, her little face relaxing into the peaceful innocence of slumber. Ruth continued to sing, letting the familiar words wash over them both like a balm. "Who told you so, dilly dilly, who told you so? 'Twas my own heart, dilly dilly, that told me so." She sang it through to the end, even though she knew Ava had fallen fast asleep several minutes ago, the way she had done when Jim was alive, because he always loved the sound of her singing voice. When she was done, she wiped the tears from her cheeks. She tucked in her daughter, kissed her head, and left Ava's door ajar. The house was quiet and still, enveloped in a peaceful hush that settled over everything like a soft blanket. Ruth made her way to the bathroom, her footsteps muffled by the plush carpet beneath her feet. She closed the door behind her, the click of the latch echoing in the silence. She turned on the shower, letting the water heat up as she undressed. Steam began to fill the small space, fogging up the mirror and clinging to her skin in a warm, misty embrace. She stepped under the spray, letting the water cascade over her body, soothing the aches and pains of the day. As the hot water pounded against her skin, Ruth felt the tension begin to drain from her muscles. She tilted her head back, letting the spray hit her face, mingling with the tears that slipped unbidden from beneath her closed lids. The ache between her legs pulsed in time with the ache in her heart, a physical manifestation of the longing that consumed her. She missed Jim with an intensity that took her breath away. Missed his touch, his smile, the way he would look at her like she was the most precious thing in the world. Missed the feel of his strong arms around her, holding her close as they moved together in a dance as old as time itself. Ruth let her hands wander over her own body, tracing the curves and planes that Jim had once worshipped with such reverence. She imagined his fingers trailing along her skin, igniting sparks of pleasure that raced through her veins like wildfire. She could almost hear his voice in her ear, whispering words of love and devotion as he brought her to the brink of ecstasy. But as much as she longed for his touch, Ruth knew that it was more than just physical desire that fueled her ache. It was the sense of connection, of belonging, that she had only ever found with Jim. How he understood her in a way that no one else ever had, the way he saw past her walls and defenses to the vulnerable, tender heart that lay beneath. She thought of all the moments they had shared, the laughter and the tears, the triumphs and the struggles. The way they had built a life together, brick by brick, shaping their own little corner of the world into something beautiful and uniquely theirs. The way they had created Ava, their perfect little miracle, a living embodiment of the love they shared. And now, with Jim gone, it felt like a piece of her was missing, a jagged hole in her heart that could never be filled. But as the water continued to pour over her, washing away the grime and sweat of the day, Ruth felt a sense of clarity begin to take hold. She knew that she couldn't spend the rest of her life chasing ghosts, trying to fill the void that Jim had left behind. She had to find a way to move forward, to build a new life for herself and Ava, one that honored Jim's memory, but also left room for her to grow as a person. Ruth stepped out of the shower, the steam swirling around her as she reached for the towel hanging on the hook. The hot water had soothed her aching muscles, but it couldn't wash away the deeper ache that throbbed within her, the hollow space in her heart that Jim had once filled with his steady presence and unwavering love. As she patted her skin dry, her mind drifted to the countless intimate moments they had shared in this very bathroom. The playful splash fights that left them breathless with laughter, the languid bubble baths where they would sip wine and talk about everything and nothing, the steamy showers that inevitably ended with them tangled in the sheets, their bodies moving together in perfect sync. A pang of longing pierced through her, sharp and bittersweet. She could almost feel the ghost of Jim's touch on her skin, the way his calloused hands would skim over her curves with a reverence that made her shiver. He had known every inch of her, inside and out, had mapped the contours of her body and soul until she felt like he was a part of her very being. Now, as she stood alone in the bathroom they had once shared, the silence felt heavy and oppressive, a stark reminder of all that she had lost. With a sigh, Ruth slipped into her worn flannel robe, the soft fabric a comforting embrace against her damp skin. She padded out into the bedroom, the hardwood floors cool beneath her bare feet. The vintage four-poster bed dominated the space, its intricately carved headboard a testament to Jim's skill as a woodworker. He had made it for her as a wedding gift, pouring his heart and soul into every detail. She remembered the way his eyes had shone with pride and love as he presented it to her, the way he had lifted her into his arms and laid her gently on the mattress, his lips trailing kisses down the column of her neck as he whispered promises of forever against her skin. A buzz from her phone jolted Ruth out of her reverie. She picked it up from the nightstand, swiping to view the message. It was from Aaron, his name lighting up the screen like a beacon in the darkness. "Hey, just checking in. Heard about the news from Ben about your mandatory leave. You doing okay?" With damp fingers, she typed out a response. "Sure, I get it. I probably needed some time off anyway." After a pause of several seconds, he came back with, "Want me to come over? Spend the night?" Ruth stared at the phone screen, Aaron's message glowing softly in the dimness of the bedroom. His words hung in the air, an unspoken question that made her heart skip a beat. She could picture him on the other end, those piercing blue eyes filled with a tenderness that could fill the ache in her heart and groin, if only for the night. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, poised to tap out a response. But she hesitated, a flurry of emotions warring within her. The ache in her heart yearned for the comfort of his presence, for the steady strength that radiated from him like a balm to her battered soul. He had been her rock through the darkest of times, a constant presence that anchored her when the world felt like it was spinning out of control. And yet, Ruth's gaze drifted to the empty side of the bed, the space where Jim had once lain. It was a tangible reminder of his absence, a gaping void that could never be filled. She remembered the way they had switched their sleeping positions when she was pregnant with Ava, the way Jim had insisted on giving her the side closest to the bathroom so she wouldn't have to stumble too far in the middle of the night. It was a small gesture, but one that spoke volumes about his love and devotion, the way he always put her needs before his own. Now, as she sat on the edge of the bed, the silence pressing in around her, Ruth felt the weight of that emptiness like a physical ache. The sheets beside her were cold and untouched, a stark contrast to the warmth and comfort of Jim's presence. She knew that she could easily slide over to her original side, reclaiming the space that had once been hers. But something held her back, a reluctance that she couldn't quite put into words. It felt like a betrayal somehow, a final severing of the bond that had once tied her to Jim. Ruth's fingers trembled slightly as she typed out a response to Aaron, her heart beating a staccato rhythm in her chest. "Thanks for checking in. I think I just need some time to process everything. Rain check." She hit send before she could second-guess herself, a sigh escaping her lips as she tossed the phone back onto the nightstand. The room suddenly felt too small, too suffocating, the walls closing in around her like a vice. With a sudden burst of energy, Ruth pushed herself off the bed, her bare feet padding across the hardwood floor as she made her way to the window. She pushed aside the gauzy curtains, letting the silvery moonlight spill into the room, casting everything in an ethereal glow. The world outside was still and quiet, the streets of Caldwell empty save for the occasional flicker of a street lamp. The houses that lined the block stood silent and still, their windows dark and shuttered against the night. Each one held its own stories, its own secrets, woven into the very fabric of the neighborhood. There was the Johnsons' place, with its immaculately manicured lawn and the porch swing where old Mr. Johnson would sit for hours, puffing on his pipe and watching the world go by. The Garcias' house always had a warm glow emanating from the kitchen window, the scent of spices and simmering stews a tantalizing invitation to anyone who passed by. And then, if she drove down the street, and out of town and all the way over to the northwest side, through the large wrought iron gates and up the long driveway, there was the Caldwell house, looming above the town like a slumbering giant. Even in the darkness, Ruth could feel its presence, a weight that seemed to press down on the entire town. She shivered slightly, pulling the curtain closed and turning away from the window. Restless and unsettled, Ruth made her way into the living room, the plush carpet soft beneath her feet. She sank down onto the couch, reaching for the remote and clicking on the TV. The sudden burst of sound and color was jarring in the stillness of the house, the laughter of a game show audience filling the air. She tried to focus on the screen, on the brightly dressed contestants and their exaggerated expressions, but her mind kept drifting, unable to latch onto the banter and joviality. After a few minutes, she clicked the TV off with a sigh, tossing the remote aside and pushing herself up from the couch. Almost without thinking, Ruth found herself gravitating towards the garage, her feet carrying her across the cool concrete floor. As she stepped inside, the familiar scent of motor oil and sawdust enveloped her, a bittersweet reminder of Jim's presence. It was fainter now, muted by the passage of time, but still unmistakably his. She ran her fingers along the workbench, tracing the grooves and nicks that marked the countless hours he had spent here, lost in the rhythm of his craft. The tools hung neatly on the pegboard above, each one a testament to his skill and precision. In the corner, a stack of old photo albums caught Ruth's eye, their leather covers worn and faded with age. She pulled one from the pile, settling cross-legged on the floor as she cracked it open, the musty scent of old paper and memories wafting up to greet her. The first page was filled with black and white photos, their edges curled and yellowed. A young couple stared out at her, their faces filled with hope and promise. She recognized them instantly, Jim's parents on their wedding day, their smiles wide and carefree. Giles looked handsome and debonair in his tailored suit, glowering over them all as usual. Julia was radiant in her lace gown, her dark hair swept up in an elegant chignon that accentuated her delicate features. But there was something in her eyes, a haunted look that belied the joyful occasion. Ruth recognized it instantly, the same haunted look she had seen in Margaret Kendrick's eyes as she lay in that hospital bed, pouring out her secrets with her dying breath. Ruth turned the page, her heart quickening as she scanned the rows of faded photographs. There were snapshots of family picnics and backyard barbecues, of Christmases and Easters spent gathered around a laden table. She watched as Jim grew from a chubby, dimpled baby to a gangly, freckle-faced boy, his grin wide and infectious. In one photo, he stood proudly beside a shiny red bicycle, his helmet askew on his tousled hair. Ruth remembered the story he had told her about that bike, how he had saved up for months to buy it, taking on odd jobs and squirreling away every penny until he had enough. He had ridden it everywhere that summer, the wind whipping through his hair as he explored every nook and cranny of Caldwell. As she flipped through the pages, a sense of unease began to grow in the pit of Ruth's stomach. There were gaps in the chronology, whole swaths of time that seemed to be missing from the carefully curated narrative. She frowned, her fingers tracing the empty spaces where photos should have been, the adhesive long since dried and cracked. And then, tucked between the pages, she found it a small, square photograph, its edges worn and faded. It was a group shot, taken at what looked like some sort of town event. There was a banner strung up in the background, but the words were too blurry to make out. In the foreground, a cluster of familiar faces stared out at her, their expressions a mix of forced cheer and barely concealed tension. Giles Caldwell stood at the center, his arms slung around Julia Baker's shoulders in a gesture that looked more possessive than affectionate. To his right, a young man who could only be his son, Ferris Caldwell, stood ramrod straight, his eyes cold and calculating. Beside them, a much younger Judge Whitman loomed large and imposing, his remarkably unlined face set in a beaming smile that was wholly unlike the dignified scowl he would affect later in life. Principal Garrett Williams was there too, his usually jovial face pinched and strained. And next to him, Ruth's breath caught in her throat, her fingers trembling as she brought the photo closer to her face. There, standing close enough to Williams to leave no doubt about the family resemblance, was a young man with a shock of red hair and a wiry, athletic build. Even in the grainy, faded image, she recognized him instantly. The high cheekbones, the sharp, angular features, the piercing gaze that seemed to bore right through her. It was Margaret Kendrick's killer. Chapter 33. The pale light of dawn was just beginning to streak the sky as Ruth pulled up in front of Aaron's house. She cut the engine, the sudden silence thick and heavy in the confines of the car. Her fingers drummed restlessly against the steering wheel, a staccato beat that echoed the pounding of her heart. She had barely slept the night before, her mind racing with the implications of her discovery. The photograph had burned itself into her brain, the faces staring out at her from the past, haunting her uneasy sleep. And at the center of it all, the red-haired man who had haunted her waking moments and invaded her dreams, his cold eyes boring into her very soul. Now, as she sat in the idling car, the engine ticking softly, Ruth felt the rage welling up inside her, like oil from a freshly tapped well. She knew that the path she had chosen would not be an easy one, that it would be fraught with danger and uncertainty at every turn. But she also knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that it was the only path she could take. The passenger door opened and Aaron slid into the seat beside her, his hair still damp from the shower, his eyes looking over at her with concern. "Morning," he said. Ruth nodded, her fingers tightening on the steering wheel. "Morning." Ruth put the SUV in gear and pulled out onto the empty street. They rode in silence, the only sound the hum of the tires on the pavement and the bell of the Catholic church on the southeast side of town calling the parishioners to the first Mass of the day. When they pulled up outside the Williams house, Erin said, "You sure you want to do this now?" She turned to Erin, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination. "When should we do it then?" "When someone else dies." He held up his hands in a placating gesture. "Look, I'm just saying maybe we should call the FBI in to handle it, or hand it off to Ben to assign another team. It'll be cleaner that way." Ruth glared at him, her jaw clenching. "Are you suggesting that as a ranger or as a lawyer?" Erin sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "I'm just trying to look out for you, Ruth. This case, it's personal for you. Maybe too personal. I don't want to see you get hurt or jeopardize your career over this." She shook her head, a mirthless laugh escaping her lips. "Of course it's too personal for me. This is my town, Erin. These are my ghosts to bury. I can't just walk away, not when I'm this close to the truth." He said, "I'm just saying." She cut him off. "Don't say it." She wrenched open the car door and stepped out into the cool morning air. The dew-damp grass soaked through her boots as she strode up the walkway to the Williams house, a quaint two-story craftsman with a wide front porch and a red door. She could feel Erin's presence behind her, his solid, steady footsteps echoing her own. Despite their disagreement, she knew he would have her back no matter what. It was a small comfort in the face of the daunting task that lay ahead. Ruth climbed the porch steps and rapped sharply on the door, the sound echoing through the quiet neighborhood. For a long moment, there was only silence, broken by the distant barking of a dog and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then the door swung open, revealing a disheveled Garrett Williams. His hair was mussed, his eyes bleary with sleep, and he wore a faded bathrobe cinched tightly around his waist. He blinked at them in confusion, his brow furrowing as he took in their expressions. "Ruth. Erin. What's this about? Did something new happen on the school bus case?" Ruth kept her voice quiet and polite. "Could we come inside? We need to talk." There was a moment when Williams hesitated, looking like he might slam the door in their faces. Ruth sensed Erin bracing himself, ready to put his boot in the door and hold it open. But something passed behind Williams' eyes. "My wife and daughters are sleeping upstairs," he said. It sounded like he was saying it to himself. Then he held the front door open. "Please come in," Williams said. Ruth stepped into the foyer, her eyes scanning the interior of the house. It was cozy and well-kept, with hardwood floors and tasteful furnishings that spoke of a comfortable, middle-class life. Family photos lined the walls and mantel. Williams gestured towards the living room. "Have a seat. Can I get you both some coffee?" Ruth shook her head. "No, thank you." "I'm good," she glanced at Erin, catching his eye. She could tell he was tempted by the offer of caffeine, but her pointed look made him decline as well. Williams shrugged. "Suit yourself. I'm going to need a cup to wake up properly." "Excuse me for a moment." He shuffled off towards the kitchen, leaving Ruth and Erin alone in the living room. Ruth wandered over to the mantel, her gaze drawn to the array of framed photographs displayed there. They were all of Williams and his family, his wife, a petite woman with kind eyes and a warm smile, and their two daughters, both in their late teens or early 20s. The girls had their father's red hair and their mother's delicate features, a perfect blend of their parents. One photo in particular caught Ruth's eye, a candid shot of the family at the beach, their faces sun-kissed and glowing with laughter. Williams looked so happy, so carefree, a far cry from the haunted, strained expression she had seen in the faded photograph from Jim's garage. The sound of returning footsteps made her turn away from the mantel, schooling her features into a neutral expression. He entered the room carrying a steaming mug of coffee, its rich aroma filling the air. "So," he said, settling into an armchair across from the couch where Aaron had taken a seat. "What brings you two here at this early hour? I assume it's not a social call." Ruth remained standing, her posture tense and alert. She reached into her pocket and withdrew the photograph, holding it up for Williams to see. "Do you recognize this?" she asked, her voice steady and calm, belying the turmoil that raged within her. Williams squinted at the image, his brow furrowing in concentration. "It looks like some kind of town event," he said slowly. "I see Giles Caldwell and his daughter Julia and son Ferris, his grandson Jim, Judge Whitman with his son Silas, and that's me and—" His voice trailed off, his eyes widening as he registered the red-haired man standing beside his own younger self. "Who is he?" Ruth asked, her tone leaving no room for evasion. "The boy with the red hair. I know you know him, Garrett. He's family, isn't he?" Williams' face paled, his fingers tightening around the mug in his hands. For a long moment, he said nothing, his gaze fixed on the photograph as if it held a question he had never been able to answer. She could tell even before he spoke that he was planning to lie. Then he looked at her, taking in her face, and something sagged inside him. "No point saying otherwise to you, I guess." "That's Perry." "Perry?" Aaron asked, leaving a dangling pause. "Perry Norton," the principal said. "My sister Genevieve's son. They live over in Rosario." "That's your nephew?" Ruth asked, raising her eyebrows as she pointed to the photograph. Williams raised the mug, covering his face as he sipped. "That's what I said." "And that would be your sister up there," she said, walking over to point at a picture on the wall. "And in this one, and that one over there. That is Genevieve, right? With her husband and kids." "Yes," Williams said, brightening up and sounding more confident. "So she's dark-haired like you," Ruth said. Williams shrugged. "Sure." "So are her husband and kids," Ruth pointed out. "All clearly brunette with brown eyes." Williams sighed. "They do. We all do." "Then how is it that Perry had red hair and light eyes?" Williams sipped his coffee, his chin lowered so Ruth couldn't see his expression. "He was adopted by your sister Genevieve." "When was that?" Ruth asked. "About 50 years ago, I guess," he replied. "Why are you asking about him?" "We'll get to that," Aaron said. "We're just trying to get some timelines and details clear." Williams looked at him with an expression that said he didn't believe that for a minute. "Sure." "How old would Genevieve have been when she adopted Perry?" Aaron asked. 20 or so, I guess," Williams answered. "Look, if you—" "She was 17 actually," Ruth cut in. "Still a senior in high school. She quit school to take care of the baby and got her GED through a correspondence course later," Ruth said, adding, "public records." Williams shrugged. "If you say so." Ruth looked at Aaron. This was the part he had been unable to wrap his head around when she had called him last night. Aaron asked, why would a 17-year-old high school senior suddenly quit school, adopt a kid, and stay home to take care of him? "Can you explain that, Principal Williams?" The older man sighed. "I don't know. I guess things change. People do stuff." Ruth's eyes narrowed as Williams' words sank in, the implications hanging heavy in the air between them. She could feel the tension radiating off Aaron, his posture rigid and alert beside her on the couch. "So let me get this straight," Aaron said, his voice deceptively calm. "You're implying that your sister, a 17-year-old high school student, had an illegitimate child out of wedlock. A child with red hair." Williams shifted uncomfortably in his armchair, his gaze darting between the two Texas Rangers. He took another sip of his coffee, as if fortifying himself for the conversation to come. When he spoke, his words were measured, carefully chosen. "I guess," he said, his shoulders slumping in resignation. "What do you want from me?" "We all make bad choices sometimes." His eyes flicked to Ruth, a knowing glint in their depths. "Didn't you?" Ruth didn't rise to the bait. Aaron leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "If your sister gave birth to Perry, there must be a birth record," he said. "A paper trail that would prove your story." Williams let out a humorless chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. "Sure, there probably is," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Buried in some dusty filing cabinet in the bowels of the county courthouse. Good luck finding it." Ruth looked at Williams, her gaze unflinching as she spoke the words that had been hovering unspoken in the air between them. "You asked Genevieve to take Perry and raise him as her own, didn't you?" she said, her voice steady and calm. "You supported his upbringing, made sure he was provided for until he came of age." William's head snapped up, his eyes flashing with a mixture of anger and fear. He set his coffee mug down on the table with a sharp clatter, the liquid sloshing over the rim and pooling on the polished wood. "Why the hell would I do that?" he scoffed, his voice rising in indignation. "You think I'd saddle my teenage sister with a baby and then just walk away? What kind of man do you take me for?" Ruth leaned forward, her elbows resting on her knees, mirroring Aaron's posture. She could feel the heat of his body beside her, the coiled tension in his muscles as he watched the exchange. "I think you're the kind of man who would do anything to protect his family," she said, her words measured and deliberate. "Even if it meant asking his sister to make the ultimate sacrifice." William's face paled, his lips pressing into a thin line. He shook his head, a vehement denial on the tip of his tongue, but Ruth cut him off before he could speak. "Because he was your son, not Genevieve S.," she said, the words ringing out like a gunshot in the quiet room. "Isn't that right, Garrett?" For a long moment, the only sound was the ticking of the mantel clock, the seconds stretching out like an eternity. William stared at her, his expression unreadable, a muscle twitching in his jaw. Then slowly, he pushed himself to his feet, his movement stiff. "I think you need to leave," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. "And now?" Ruth stood as well, her heart pounding in her chest, but she kept her expression carefully neutral. She could feel Aaron rising beside her, his solid presence a reassuring bulwark at her back. "We're not going anywhere," she said, her voice calm and even. "Not until we get the truth." Williams let out a harsh bark of laughter, the sound grating and mirthless. "And the truth? Here in Caldwell. Where have you been living all your life? Under a rock. You should know better than all people that the truth doesn't exist in Caldwell." Ruth took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to say. She looked Williams directly in the eye, her gaze unwavering as she spoke the words that had been haunting her since she first saw that faded photograph. "You and Julia had an affair, didn't you?" she said, her voice soft but filled with conviction. "Nearly 50 years ago, when you were both young and reckless. She was Giles Caldwell's daughter, promised to a respectable match, but she fell in love with you instead." Williams flinched as if she had struck him, his face draining of color. He opened his mouth to protest, but no sound came out. He sank back down into his armchair. Ruth pressed on. "Julia got pregnant with your child." "Perry." "But Giles found out about the affair, didn't he? He was furious, threatened to kill you for dishonoring his daughter." A strangled sound escaped William's throat, halfway between a sob and a moan. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with the force of his emotions. Ruth felt a pang of sympathy for the man, but she couldn't stop now. The truth had to be told, no matter how painful it might be. "Julia intervened and saved your life. She made a deal with her father," she continued, her voice growing stronger with each word. "She agreed to give up the baby and never see you again, on the condition that Giles let you live. She couldn't bear the thought of losing you, even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness." Williams lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed and haunted. "You don't understand," he whispered, his voice hoarse with grief. "I loved her. More than anything in this world. But I was just a poor boy from the wrong side of the tracks. I had nothing to offer her, no way to protect her from Giles and his family's wrath. This is Caldwell. He could have strung me up and probably gotten away with it. Just like his ancestors did to boys who crossed the tracks 100 years earlier." Ruth nodded, her heart aching for the young lovers who had been torn apart by circumstance and prejudice. "So Julia gave up Perry, and your sister Genevieve adopted him as her own. Giles provided financial support, made sure the boy wanted for nothing, but he could never acknowledge him as his grandson, and neither Julia nor you could accept him as your own." Williams let out a shuddering sigh, his gaze distant and unfocused. "Perry grew up thinking Genevieve was his mother. We never told him the truth, thought it would be easier that way. But he always felt different, like he didn't quite belong. It ate away at him, that sense of not knowing who he really was." Aaron spoke up then, his voice gentle but firm. "What happened to him, Garrett? Where's Perry now?" Williams shook his head. "I don't know. He left as soon as he turned 14. Jenny was married by then, to Mitchell, who's a good man. She got lucky there. They had just had the twins, Michael and Kesha. There were issues with Perry and the kids." Ruth and Aaron exchanged a glance. He had been skeptical at first when she had outlined her theory to him last night, but she saw him putting the pieces together now and buying into it. He returned a small nod, acknowledging it. Ruth pressed Williams. "Tell us about the Red Barn." Chapter 34. Ruth stared at the grainy image on the screen, her heart pounding in her chest as she took in the youthful face of Perry Norton. Even in the blurry school portrait, she could see the cold, calculating glint in his pale eyes, the faint sneer that tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was the same face that had haunted her dreams, the face of the man who had killed Margaret Kendrick and threatened her own life. Beside her, FBI agent Miranda Bennett leaned forward, her brow furrowed in concentration as she studied the photograph. They were gathered in a small conference room at the FBI field office in Dallas, the fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows across their faces. Aaron sat on Ruth's other side, his expression grim as he flipped through the stack of documents they had brought with them. "Perry Norton," Miranda murmured, her voice tinged with a mix of fascination and revulsion. Born to Julia Baker and Garrett Williams in 1974, adopted by Williams, sister Genevieve, and raised as her own son. 2 suspensions from Rosario High School for incidents involving younger children, then expelled at age 14. Records expunged, likely due to the influence of his biological grandfather, Giles Caldwell. Ruth nodded, her fingers tightening around the edge of the table. "And that's not all," she said, her voice tight. "There were reports of missing and dead pets in the neighborhood around that time too. Cats and dogs, even a few rabbits. All found mutilated, their bodies displayed in public places like some kind of sick trophy." Miranda's eyes widened, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Jesus," she breathed, shaking her head in disbelief. And no one connected the dots. No one thought to investigate further. Aaron let out a humorless chuckle, tossing the stack of papers onto the table with a thud. "This is Caldwell we're talking about," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The Caldwells have had their hooks in this town for generations. They control everything from the police to the courts to the media. If they wanted something buried, it stayed buried." Ruth felt a surge of gratitude for her partner's unwavering support, for his willingness to stand beside her even in the face of such daunting odds. She reached out and gave his hand a brief squeeze, a silent thank you for his loyalty and dedication. Miranda leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful as she tapped a finger against her chin. "So we have a troubled youth with a history of violence towards animals and younger children, born into a powerful family with the means and influence to cover up his misdeeds. It's a classic profile for a budding psychopath. But that's not the end of it, is it?" Ruth nodded, her gaze locked on Miranda's as she began to lay out the pieces of the puzzle they had painstakingly assembled. "That's just the start. We believe that after Perry was expelled from school, he reached out to his biological uncle Ferris Caldwell, who was only a few years older than him. Ferris and his best friend Silas Whitman, Judge Whitman's son, had already made quite a name for themselves as the town hellraisers." Miranda raised an eyebrow. "Judge Whitman's son?" "Except he was District Attorney Whitman back then," Ruth confirmed grimly. "Silas and Ferris were thick as thieves growing up, always getting into trouble with girls and booze. They had a reputation for pushing boundaries, for seeing how much they could get away with under the protection of their family names." She paused, her mind flashing back to the stories she had heard around town growing up. The stories were always the same: two privileged young men running wild, leaving a trail of broken hearts and battered bodies in their wake. "But Perry," she continued, "he had darker appetites. The kind that even Ferris and Silas were drawn to. We think Ferris and Silas groomed Perry." Aaron leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table as he picked up the thread of the story. "We believe the three of them began hanging out together, spending long hours in the woods just outside Caldwell, the area that bordered on the original Caldwell Ranch and the Red Barn." At the mention of the Red Barn, Ruth saw Miranda's face cloud over. Aaron went on. "Hunting, they called it, though no one ever saw them bring back any game. But there were rumors, whispers of strange noises coming from the barn late at night, of animals screaming in pain and terror." Bennett grimaced. "And then the children started going missing," Ruth said, her voice barely above a whisper. "One by one, vanishing from their backyards or while on their way to school or on the way home, never to be seen again. The whole town was in a panic, parents afraid to let their kids out of their sight for even a moment." Miranda's eyes widened, her face paling as the implications of Ruth's words sank in. "You think they were responsible?" she asked. "Perry, Ferris, and Silas. You think they took those children?" Ruth nodded. That was the time Giles and his cronies were pushing for major changes across the district and county. Huge projects. There was a lot of opposition. Miranda nodded. "I remember. A lot of raised voices at the town hall meetings." Then all of a sudden all those voices went silent, Ruth said. like someone had turned off a switch. So you're saying that Giles Caldwell somehow intimidated them into cooperating? Aaron nodded grimly. Exactly. We think Giles Caldwell used his power and influence to orchestrate the abductions, to silence his critics and push through his agenda. And he used Whitman to do it. Miranda frowned. I don't understand. How could Whitman? Ruth broke in. Not Henry Whitman himself. His son Silas used to drive the school bus back in those days. Either Giles knew that and suggested the idea to Henry Whitman, or Whitman came up with it on its own. Either way, all Silas Whitman had to do was drive the bus full of kids out to the Red Barn and keep them there for a few hours until the parents caved in. They probably expected it to be a simple matter. But they hadn't reckoned on Silas telling his pal Ferris, who told his nephew Perry, whom he'd taken under his wing by then. Miranda shook her head in disbelief. So Ferris and Perry were probably waiting out there for the bus, by the Red Barn. Yes, Ruth said. And we think that's when Perry began revealing his true appetites. Miranda frowned again. But if they just kept and killed the kids, the parents wouldn't have cooperated. I mean, holding them hostage is one thing, but they couldn't have just tortured and killed 23 kids and expected the parents to just suck it up and keep quiet. That's too much, even for Caldwell. Ruth shook her head. The kids were returned the same day, driven back in the same school bus by Silas. But those hours were enough of a taste for Perry and Ferris to get a hankering for the real event. Abducting the kids themselves, Aaron said. One by one over time. Taking them to the Red Barn, and later, after they were dead, burying them in the old potter's field out back. Of course, Ruth added. Nobody knew that's where they were being taken until the end, when 2 of the kids managed to escape and break free. Margaret and Emma Kendrick, Bennett said. That's right. They talked up a storm, and that prompted Frank Faraday's father J.T. Faraday, who was sheriff then, to go out there, and that's when he discovered the animal cages and the bodies buried out back. Miranda nodded. I've read the files. Silas and Ferris were questioned extensively. But there was no mention of Perry Norton. In fact, I think one of our profilers at the time was convinced that Ferris Caldwell was the one responsible. And he was, in a sense, Ruth went on. He was probably the instigator and the mentor. Like I said, he groomed Perry Norton to become the full-fledged predator he later turned out to be. Aaron took over. And Silas Whitman aided and abetted them because he knew the kids and they trusted him. We think he was the one who lured them, while Perry was the one who introduced torture and murder into the mix, egged on by Ferris. Bennett shuddered. 3 psychopaths. And they eluded capture for over 2 decades. That's the power of Caldwell, Ruth said bitterly. We believe Julia Baker found out the truth, and it eventually drove her to her death. And I think my husband found something that helped him piece it all together, and ultimately got him killed. Bennett nodded. Let's stay on track here. We know that Ferris Caldwell died in a car crash. Judge Whitman shot himself after you confronted him because he knew that once his complicity was known, he would be ruined for life. Silas Whitman was killed in a drug deal gone bad. So that leaves only Perry Norton, a.k.a. Perry Caldwell. Any idea where we might find him? Ruth and Aaron both sat back and looked at each other. That's the one thing we don't know. We know he lived with Ferris out on one of their many ranch properties, and Silas hung out there too. But after the Red Barn murders were discovered and the case broke, he just disappeared. The trio broke up for good. We haven't been able to find any trace of Perry Norton after that period. Bennett nodded. Okay. Let me run this up the chain, and I'll keep you posted. Thanks for bringing this to me on a platter, Ruth. I owe you one. Ruth shook her head. Never mind that. Just make sure justice is done this time. Chapter 35. Ruth settled back into the passenger seat of the SUV, a sense of exhaustion and relief washing over her in equal measure. The meeting with Miranda had been intense, the weight of their revelations hanging heavy in the air. But now, as they sped along the highway back towards Caldwell, Ruth felt a flicker of hope ignite in her chest, a tentative spark that grew brighter with each passing mile. Beside her, Aaron drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He glanced over at her, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners as he took in her expression. You did it, Ruth, he said, his voice filled with quiet pride. You cracked the case that's haunted Caldwell for decades. You brought the truth to light, no matter how ugly or painful it might be. Ruth shook her head, a wry chuckle escaping her lips. We did it, she corrected him, reaching over to give his arm a gentle squeeze. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Aaron. Your support, your dedication. It means more to me than I can say. He grinned, his teeth flashing white in the afternoon sun. Well, I couldn't let my partner go off chasing ghosts all by herself, now could I? Besides, someone has to keep you out of trouble. Ruth laughed, the sound bubbling up from deep within her chest. It felt good to laugh, to feel the weight of the past few weeks lifting from her shoulders, even if only for a moment. She leaned back against the headrest, letting the warm breeze from the open window tousle her hair, the scent of wildflowers and fresh-cut grass filling her nostrils. As they drove, the landscape began to change, the towering skyscrapers of Dallas giving way to rolling hills and sprawling fields. The sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon in vivid shades of orange and pink, the colors bleeding into one another like watercolors on a canvas. Ruth felt a sense of peace wash over her, a bone-deep contentment that she hadn't felt in years. Justice was finally within reach, after so many years of secrets and lies. The truth would out, and those responsible would face the consequences of their actions. Aaron glanced over at her again, his expression softening as he took in the serenity on her face. You know, you deserve to celebrate, he said, his voice gentle. After everything you've been through, everything you've sacrificed, you should take a moment to savor this victory. Ruth smiled but shook her head. I'll celebrate once Giles Caldwell is behind bars, she said, her voice filled with steely determination. Once Perry Norton is in custody, and the families of those missing children finally have some closure. Until then, there's still work to be done. Aaron nodded, his expression sobering. I know, he said, his tone laced with understanding. But I promise you this. When this is all over, when Giles Caldwell is rotting in a cell and Perry Norton is locked away for good, we're going to throw the biggest damn parade this town has ever seen. Marching bands, floats, the whole shebang. Caldwell's very own Texas Ranger Ruth Baker, the woman who brought down the boogeyman once and for all. Ruth couldn't help but laugh at the image, a full-bodied sound that reverberated through the SUV. You're ridiculous, she said, shaking her head fondly. But you know what? Ava would love a parade in her mama's honor. The thought of her daughter sent a warm glow spreading through Ruth's chest. Ava was her guiding light, the one pure and untainted thing in a world so often marred by darkness and cruelty. Every step she took, every risk she braved, it was all for her, to build a safer world, a brighter future for her little girl to grow and thrive. As if conjured by her thoughts, Ruth's phone began to buzz insistently in her pocket. She fished it out, frowning slightly as Lizzie Mohan's name flashed across the screen. Lizzie was watching Ava today, while Ruth and Aaron met with Miranda. A flutter of unease rippled through Ruth's stomach as she swiped to accept the call. "Lizzie, is everything okay?" There was a beat of silence on the other end of the line, broken only by the sound of ragged breathing and muffled sobs. Then Lizzie's voice, high and thin with panic, filled Ruth's ear. "Ruth, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. We were at the library and Ava had to use the restroom. And I waited for her outside the door, but when she didn't come out, I went in to check, and she was gone, vanished into thin air, and I've looked everywhere, but I can't find her. I'm so sorry, Ruth. I'm so sorry." The words hit Ruth like a physical blow, stealing the breath from her lungs and sending icy tendrils of fear snaking through her veins. She heard a low, keening moan tear itself from her throat. Aaron glanced over sharply, his brow furrowing in concern as he took in Ruth's ashen face and trembling hands. "Ruth." She turned to him, gathering her scattered emotions. "Floor it." Aaron slammed his foot onto the accelerator, the SUV's engine roaring as it surged forward. He flipped on the lights and siren, the piercing wail cutting through the air like a knife. Cars swerved to the side, parting like the Red Sea as they barreled down the highway at breakneck speed. Ruth gripped the phone tightly, her knuckles turning white as she fought to keep her voice steady. "Lizzie, listen to me. I need you to take a deep breath and try to stay calm. Can you do that for me?" On the other end of the line, she heard Lizzie draw in a shuddering breath, the sound ragged and uneven. "I'm trying, Ruth, I'm trying. But I'm so scared. What if something happened to her? What if someone took her?" Ruth closed her eyes, pushing back the wave of terror that threatened to engulf her. She couldn't afford to fall apart, not now. Ava needed her to be strong, to keep a clear head and focus on finding her. "Lizzie, I need you to do something for me. Can you go to the back door of the library, the one down the hallway from the restroom? It should be at the end of the corridor." There was a moment of confused silence on the other end of the line. "The back door. But why?" "Please just trust me," Ruth cut in, her voice firm but not unkind. "I need you to go there and open the door for me. Can you do that?" She heard the sound of hurried footsteps, the clack of Lizzie's heels echoing through the phone as she made her way down the hallway. Then a pause, followed by a sharp intake of breath. "Ruth, there's a sign on the door. It says an alarm will sound if it's opened." Ruth nodded, even though Lizzie couldn't see her. "I know. But I need you to open it anyway. Don't worry about the alarm." There was another beat of hesitation, then the creak of hinges as Lizzie pushed the door open. Ruth held her breath, waiting for the blare of the alarm to fill her ears. But there was only silence. "It's not going off," Lizzie said, her voice tinged with confusion and growing dread. "The alarm isn't sounding." "Why isn't it sounding, Ruth?" Ruth felt her heart sink, a cold certainty settling in the pit of her stomach. She pictured the back exit of the library in her mind. "Lizzie, look out into the parking lot. Do you see anyone there?" Ruth's heart pounded as she waited for Lizzie's response, each second feeling like an eternity. She heard the muffled sounds of Lizzie's footsteps on the asphalt, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts as she searched the deserted parking lot. "I don't see anyone," Lizzie said, her voice trembling with barely suppressed panic. "It's completely empty back here, not a soul in sight." "Oh God, Ruth, where could she be? How could someone have taken her without anyone noticing?" Ruth was about to reply when she heard Lizzie gasp, a sharp intake of breath that made her blood run cold. "Wait. There's something on the ground, over by that old oak tree in the corner. It looks like—" "Oh no, oh no, no, no." "What is it, Lizzie?" "Talk to me," Ruth demanded, her fingers clenching the phone so tightly her knuckles turned white. She heard Lizzie's footsteps quicken, the clack of her heels echoing loudly in the eerie stillness. "It's Ava's library card," Lizzie choked out, her words punctuated by ragged sobs. "The special one they made for her with the unicorn on it, because they know how much she loves books. She carries it with her everywhere, tucked into the pocket of her overalls like a prized possession. She would never just drop it like this." Ruth squeezed her eyes shut, a wave of nausea washing over her as the terrible realization sank in. Ava had been taken, snatched by that monster. Her precious baby girl was out there somewhere, alone and afraid, at the mercy of a madman. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, but Ruth blinked them back savagely. She couldn't afford to fall apart, not now when Ava needed her to be strong and clear-headed. She took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing herself to focus past the icy tendrils of fear that threatened to choke her. "Lizzie, listen to me very carefully," she said, her voice low and intent. "I need you to go back inside the library right now and tell the librarian to call 911. Have her lock all the doors and make sure no one leaves until the police arrive. Don't touch anything else and preserve the scene. I'll be there as soon as I can. Can you do that for me?" "Why, yes," Lizzie stammered, clearly fighting to keep her own rising panic at bay. "I'll do it right now. Please hurry, Ruth. And I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault, Lizzie," Ruth said. "It's Caldwell." She ended the call and scrolled through her contacts. She felt Aaron glancing over at her. "Perry Norton?" he asked. Without answering, she jabbed the contact for Sheriff F. "Faraday." Frank answered on the third ring. "Frank, it's Ruth," she said, her voice tight with barely contained emotion. "Ava's been taken. From the library, just a few minutes ago. I need you to put out an APB. Get every available unit on this immediately." There was a beat of silence on the other end of the line, a pause that seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Ruth's heart pounded in her chest, her fingers gripping the phone so tightly she thought it might crack under the pressure. "Are you sure she's actually missing?" Faraday asked finally, his tone maddeningly calm. "Kids that age, they like to play games sometimes. Hide and seek, you know. She could just be off exploring somewhere, lost track of time." Ruth felt a surge of white-hot anger course through her veins, so intense it made her vision blur at the edges. She gritted her teeth, fighting back the urge to reach through the phone and throttle the man. "Got him, Knit Frank, I just told you she's missing," she snapped, her voice rising with each word. "This isn't some game of hide and seek." Ava was taken from the library bathroom while her babysitter waited outside. Her library card was found discarded in the parking lot. The rear exit alarm was disabled so it wouldn't go off when the kidnapper carried her out that way. You know, nobody uses the rear parking lot. He must have known it would be empty. Someone planned this, targeted her specifically. Another pause, heavy with unspoken accusation. Ruth could almost hear the gears turning in Faraday's head, the smug satisfaction bleeding through the phone line. "I warned you, Ruth," he said at last, his words dripping with condescension. "I told you not to go poking the bear, but you just couldn't leave well enough alone. You had to keep digging, keep stirring up trouble where there wasn't any to be found. And now look what's happened." Ruth's hand shook with barely contained fury, her knuckles turning white around the phone. She wanted to scream, to rage at the injustice of it all, but she forced herself to take a deep breath, to focus on what mattered most in this moment. "Frank, I don't have time for your bullshit right now," she said, her voice low. "My daughter is out there somewhere, terrified and alone, in the hands of a monster. We need to find her before it's too late." Faraday grunted. "You ask me, I'd say it's already too late." Ruth's jaw clenched, a muscle ticking in her cheek. "What did you just say to me?" "It was bad enough that you got all Texas Rangers on me from the get-go. But what you did today, going to the feds, that's crossing a line, Ruth. This was a local problem, and you should have let us locals handle it like we always do." "Like you handled the Red Barn killings, Frank?" Ruth asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm and barely contained rage. "Is that how you think this should be handled? Sweeping it under the rug, burying the truth so deep that no one will ever find it?" Frank let out a harsh bark of laughter, the sound grating against Ruth's ears like nails on a chalkboard. "The Red Barn case ended, didn't it?" he said, his tone infuriatingly smug. "Those killings stopped. The town moved on. And do you know why that was, Ruth? Because we handled it locally. We took care of our own problems, without interference from outsiders who don't understand how things work around here." Ruth felt bile rise in her throat, hot and acrid. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, the sheer audacity of Frank's words. How could he sit there and defend the very system that had allowed those monsters to prey on innocent children for so long? How could he turn a blind eye to the corruption and decay that had rotted Caldwell to its very core? "Frank, you've been drinking the Kool-Aid one time too many," she spat, her voice shaking with fury. "You're so far up the Caldwells, asses, that you can't see daylight anymore. Those sick bastards tortured and murdered 23 children, and you have the nerve to call that taking care of our own problems. What about the families of those kids, Frank? What about the parents who had to bury their babies, who never got to see them grow up, never got to hold them in their arms again? Do they not deserve justice? Do their lives mean nothing to you?" She was shouting now, the words tearing themselves from her throat in a raw, primal scream. Beside her, Aaron reached out a steadying hand, his fingers brushing against her arm in a silent show of support. But Ruth barely felt his touch, too consumed by the inferno of rage that burned within her. "This is my daughter we're talking about, Frank," she cried, hot tears spilling down her cheeks. "My little girl, my whole world. And you have the fucking audacity to sit there and tell me that I should just let it go, that I should trust in the same broken system that failed those children so miserably. Wells, fuck that and fuck you. I will not rest until I find Ava and bring her home safe. And if you're not going to help me, then you can bet your sorry ass that I'll do it myself." There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line, broken only by the sound of Frank's labored breathing. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and hard, devoid of any warmth or compassion. "This is my job, Ruth," he said, each word clipped and precise. "I am the sheriff of Caldwell, and I am protecting my town. And whatever happens to your little girl, that's on you. You're the reason she got picked up." Ruth wanted to hammer the phone on the dashboard, to throw it out, to melt it down with a flamethrower, to crush it to smithereens under a steamroller. All the things she couldn't do to Frank Faraday, to Caldwell. Instead, she jabbed the off button on the screen hard enough that she almost dislocated her thumb, and dropped it in her lap. "We're on our own," she said to Aaron. "So what else is new?" he said. Then in a gentler tone, which didn't mask the iron in his voice. "We're going to get her back, Baker. Whatever it takes." She looked at him, saw the tightness in his jaw, the steel in his blue eyes. "Whatever it takes," she agreed. Chapter 36. The phone rang, each unanswered tone seeming to stretch into an eternity. Ruth gripped the device tightly, her knuckles turning white with the force of her desperation. She heard a brief beeping and then the renewed sound of distant ringing, as if the call had been forwarded to another number or device. Aaron glanced over at the screen, his brow furrowing as he saw Giles Caldwell's name illuminated there. He looked back at Ruth, a silent question in his eyes, but she just shook her head minutely, her jaw clenched with determination. Their last spoken words hung between them, whatever it takes. The highway stretched out before them, the familiar landmarks of Caldwell's outskirts zooming by in a blur of color and motion. Ruth's heart pounded in her chest, a sickening drumbeat that echoed the terror coursing through her veins. Every second that ticked by was another second that Ava was in the hands of that monster. Another second that her precious baby girl was suffering unimaginable horrors. Just as Ruth was about to end the call, resigning herself to the fact that Giles wasn't going to answer, the line clicked. She looked at the screen and saw the timer counting the seconds. She took a deep breath and spoke. "Giles, please," Ruth said, her voice cracking with desperation. "I know we've had our differences in the past, but Ava is your great-granddaughter. Your own flesh and blood. She's all that's left of Jim. Of your family." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, broken only by the sound of quiet breathing. Ruth closed her eyes, her heart clenching painfully in her chest as she pictured her grandfather-in-law's stern, impassive face. She had never been able to read him, never been able to penetrate the icy facade he presented to the world. But she had to try, for Ava's sake. "I know about Perry," she said softly, her words hanging heavy in the air between them. "I know he's your grandson too, the son of Julia and Garrett Williams. And I know what he did all those years ago. The children he tortured and killed, with Ferris and Silas. The Red Barn murders." She waited for a response, a reaction, anything. But only the soft sound of his breathing came back to her over the sound of the wind, screaming off their speeding SUV, and the siren. Ruth pressed on. "I know everything. And I understand why you did what you did, why you covered it up for so long. You were trying to protect your family, your legacy. But at what cost? How many more innocent lives will be lost to that monster's depravity?" She paused, drawing in a shuddering breath as hot tears spilled down her cheeks. "Please, Giles. I'm begging you. Help me find Ava. Use whatever influence you have, call in whatever favors you need to. I'll do anything you ask. I'll leave Caldwell and never come back. I'll keep your secrets, take them to my grave. Just please bring my little girl home safe." The seconds ticked by, each one an eternity of agony as Ruth waited for Giles' response. She thought she could hear the wheels turning in his head, the gears of his mind grinding as he weighed his options. She knew she was asking the impossible, knew that helping her would mean exposing the dark underbelly of Caldwell that he had worked so hard to keep hidden. But she had to try, had to cling to the desperate hope that somewhere deep inside him, there was still a shred of humanity left. But when the voice spoke, it wasn't the gravelly undertone of Giles Caldwell she heard in her ear. It was the smooth voice of District Attorney Joshua Kendall. "Red Barn. 1 hour. Alone and unarmed." And before Ruth could react or say another word, he had hung up. Chapter 37. The old red barn loomed ahead of them, a hulking silhouette against the fading light of dusk. Its weathered boards, once a vibrant red, had faded to a dull rust over the decades, the paint peeling and chipped like flakes of dried blood. The windows, cracked and grimy, peered out from the facade like soulless eyes, dark and accusing. Ruth felt the weight of its history pressing down upon her, the echoes of long-ago screams seeming to whisper on the wind that whipped through the overgrown fields surrounding the derelict structure. This was where it had all began, where the evil that had plagued Caldwell over 2 decades had flourished. The site of unspeakable horrors, the place where innocence had been shattered and young lives snuffed out like candle flames. She shuddered as the SUV rolled to a stop, gravel crunching beneath its tires. Beside her, Aaron cut the engine, silence descending like a suffocating blanket. She could feel his eyes on her, could sense the concern and trepidation rolling off him in waves. "You can't seriously be considering going in there alone," he said, his voice tight with barely restrained emotion. "It's suicide, Ruth. You know that." She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep, steadying breath. He was right, of course. It was madness to walk into the dragon's den, unarmed and unprotected. But what choice did she have? Ava's life hung in the balance, every second ticking by a precious drop of sand slipping through the hourglass. If this was the only way. "I have to," she said softly, opening her eyes to meet his gaze. In the gathering twilight, his blue irises glinted like shards of ice, piercing and intense. "You heard Kendall's demands. Alone and unarmed. If I don't follow their rules, Ava's as good as dead." Aaron slammed his fist against the steering wheel, frustration and fear warring across his chiseled features. "And what if it's a trap?" he demanded. "What if they have no intention of letting either of you walk out of there alive? Damn it, Ruth, let me come with you. Or at least call in backup. We can take them by storm, catch them off guard." Ruth reached out, laying a gentle hand on his arm. She could feel the corded muscles beneath his skin, taut with tension and coiled like springs. "You know we can't do that," she murmured. "They'll be watching for any sign of treachery. And I can't risk Ava's safety on the off chance we might gain the upper hand. Please, Aaron. I need you to trust me on this." He held her gaze for a long moment, searching her face as if trying to memorize every curve and plane. Then slowly he nodded, his shoulders sagging in defeat. "Okay," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Okay. We'll do it your way. But Ruth, please. Be careful in there. Don't take any unnecessary risks." Ruth swallowed past the lump in her throat, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She knew he was right, knew that walking into the red barn alone was a gamble with her own life. But for Ava, she would risk everything and more. "I will," she promised, squeezing his arm in reassurance. "I'll bring her home, Aaron. No matter what it takes." With cold fingers, she unclipped the holster, laying the gun on the center console. She reached down, tugging the small backup piece from her ankle, and added it to the pile. The weight of the weapons, usually so reassuring, felt like a lead ball in her stomach as she surrendered them. Aaron's gaze never left her face as she disarmed herself, his expression an unreadable mask. But she could see the worry in the tense set of his jaw, the barely restrained panic in his eyes. It took every ounce of her willpower not to crumble under the weight of his concern, to maintain the facade of calm determination that was the only thing holding her together. "I'm trusting you to respect my decision, Tate," she said, holding his gaze steadily. "No matter what happens, no matter what you hear. Promise me you won't come in guns blazing. Ava's life depends on it." He nodded, a muscle ticking in his cheek. "I promise," he said, his voice low and intense. "But if anything feels off, if you think for even a second that they're not going to hold up their end of the deal, you get the hell out of there, Ruth. Ava needs you alive." She swallowed hard, the words hitting her like a punch to the gut. He was asking her to choose between her daughter's life and her own, to abandon Ava to an uncertain fate if things went south. It was an impossible request, one that went against every fiber of her being. If push came to shove, she would rather die than leave without Ava. Not trusting herself to speak, she simply nodded and got out of the SUV. The dry, brittle grass crunched beneath Ruth's boots as she crossed the overgrown field, each step bringing her closer to the looming specter of the red barn. The setting sun cast long shadows across the landscape, dark fingers that seemed to reach out and grasp at her ankles, trying to pull her down into the earth. A chill wind whistled through the tall weeds, carrying with it the faint, coppery scent of old blood and decaying wood. As she approached the sagging structure, Ruth could feel the weight of its dark history pressing down upon her, an intangible force that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. The rough-hewn boards, once a vibrant red, were now a dull, rusted brown, the color of dried scabs and old wounds. Jagged holes gaped in the walls like open sores, exposing the rotting skeleton of the barn's interior. She paused at the threshold, her hand resting on the splintered frame of the door that hung drunkenly from one rusted hinge. The wood was rough and pitted beneath her fingertips, as if it had been gnawed by the teeth of time and the elements. Ruth glanced back over her shoulder, her gaze seeking out the familiar silhouette of Aaron waiting by the SUV. Even from this distance, she could see the tension that thrummed through his body, the rigid set of his shoulders, and the wide stance of his planted feet. She knew that every instinct in him was screaming to come after her, to charge in with guns blazing and take on whatever horrors lay within. But he was holding himself in check, honoring his promise to her even though she knew it must be tearing him apart on the inside. Ruth turned back to the yawning maw of the barn's entrance, steeling herself for what lay ahead. She stepped over the threshold, the ancient floorboards groaning beneath her weight as if in warning. The air inside was thick and heavy, redolent with the musty stench of mildew and decay. Motes of dust danced in the weak shafts of light that filtered through the cracks in the walls, swirling around her like ghostly specters. "Hello," she called out, her voice sounding thin and hollow in the cavernous space. "I'm here. Alone and unarmed, just as you asked." Silence greeted her words, broken only by the soft skittering of unseen creatures in the shadows. Ruth moved deeper into the barn, her eyes straining to penetrate the gloom. Hulking shapes loomed out of the darkness, rusted farm equipment, moldering hay bales, an overturned wheelbarrow with a broken spoke. Each one seemed to hold a sinister secret, a hidden menace waiting to spring forth. As she ventured further, the floorboards beneath her feet gave way to packed earth, the ground cool and damp against the soles of her boots. The air grew colder and danker as Ruth ventured deeper into the barn's shadowy depths. The musty scent of old hay and rotting wood assaulted her nostrils, mingling with an underlying tang of something sharper, more metallic. Rusted farm implements jutted from the walls like skeletal fingers, their edges jagged and cruel. Cobwebs draped across the beams overhead, stirring in the faint drafts that sighed through the cracks in the weathered boards. As her eyes adjusted to the gloom, Ruth could make out the hulking shapes of ancient machinery lurking in the corners. A rusted tractor sat forlornly in one stall, its tires flat and its engine long since scavenged for parts. Beside it, a mildewed harness hung from a peg, the leather cracked and split with age. The detritus of a dozen abandoned projects littered the floor broken tools, coils of frayed rope, a wheelbarrow with a shattered axle. Each step kicked up puffs of dust that swirled around Ruth's ankles, clinging to her jeans and tickling her throat. The air was thick and oppressive, seeming to press in on her from all sides. The only sound was the soft scuff of her boots against the packed earth, and the occasional skitter of tiny claws in the rafters above. Suddenly, a sound rent the heavy silence, echoing off the close walls and freezing the blood in Ruth's veins. She would know that voice anywhere, even wordless and raw with terror. "Ava." Ruth bolted forward, heedless of the debris that cluttered her path. She wove between the moldering stalls, ducking under low-hanging beams and leaping over tangled piles of rusty junk. Her heart hammered against her ribs, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she strained to pinpoint the source of her daughter's cries. There, at the far end of the barn, hidden in the deepest shadows, a row of ramshackle cages, their bars caked with rust and grime. Ruth skidded to a halt, her stomach twisting with dread as she took in the sight before her. In the center cage, huddled against the back wall, was Ava. Her small body was trembling violently, her face streaked with tears and mucus. Her hair was tangled and matted, her clothes filthy and torn. At the sight of Ruth, she threw herself against the bars, her little hands gripping the rusted metal as another wordless shriek tore from her throat. "Ava," Ruth cried out, rushing forward to grab the bars. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Ava shook her head frantically, her expression crumpling as fresh sobs racked her small frame. With shaking hands, she began to sign, her movements excited and almost too fast for Ruth to follow. "I'm scared, Mommy," she gestured, her eyes wide and haunted in her tear-stained face. "The bad man, he was waiting for me in the restroom." I screamed, but there was nobody to hear me. Ruth's heart clenched at her daughter's words, knowing that to Ava, seeing was hearing. In her silent world, a scream was a futile, soundless cry for help that went unnoticed by those who could only perceive with their ears. "I know, honey," Ruth signed back, trying to keep her own hands steady even as they itched to rip apart the rusted bars that separated her from her terrified child. "I'm so sorry this happened to you. But I'm here now, and I'm going to get you out of here. I promise." She scanned Ava's small form anxiously, looking for any sign of injury or trauma beyond the obvious emotional distress. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her gestures sharp with urgency. "Did he," she swallowed, "did he touch you?" Ava shook her head, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. Relief bloomed in Ruth's chest, small and fragile as a soap bubble. At least there was that small mercy. Her baby was scared and traumatized, but physically unharmed. For now, Ruth's hands moved again, forming the question she dreaded to ask but couldn't avoid. Where is the bad man now? Ava's gaze darted fearfully towards the shadowy recesses of the barn, her small body pressing back against the far wall of the cage as if trying to melt into the rusted metal. She lifted a shaking hand, pointing towards the black maw of the hayloft above. Ruth followed the line of her finger, squinting into the gloom. At first, she could make out nothing but velvety blackness, the kind of thick, viscous darkness that seemed to swallow light whole. But as her eyes adjusted, she thought she could just make out the vague outline of a hulking figure lurking in the shadows, watching them with predatory intent. Her heartbeat quickened, adrenaline surging through her veins. Every instinct screamed at her to grab Ava and run, to put as much distance as possible between them and the monster that had stolen her child. But she forced herself to remain still, to keep her face carefully neutral even as every muscle in her body tensed for a fight. "I know you're there," she called out, her voice ringing through the cavernous space. It sounded far steadier than she felt, a deceptive calm belying the storm of emotions raging inside her. "Show yourself, you coward." For a long, tense moment, there was only silence. The air seemed to thicken, pressing in on Ruth from all sides until she thought she heard a soft chuckle of amusement. and a smartphone torch lit up a thin, sallow face from under the chin, creating a ghostly effect, like a horror face at Halloween. "Hello, Ranger Baker," Perry Norton said, his voice soft and mocking. "I told you what would happen if you didn't back off, didn't I? Back at the hospital. Too bad you didn't listen. Now your daughter will pay for your mistake." Ruth's blood ran cold at the sound of that chillingly familiar voice. In the eerie glow of the smartphone light, she could make out the sharp angles and hollow cheeks of the face. Perry Norton, a.k.a. Perry Caldwell. The man who had murdered Margaret Kendrick in cold blood, right in front of her eyes. He emerged from the shadows of the hayloft like a wraith, all long limbs and predatory grace. The weak light played over his features, casting them in sharp relief, the high, prominent cheekbones, the thin lips curled in a cruel smirk, the pale eyes that glittered with malice and madness. He was dressed in dark jeans and a black hoodie, his red hair a shock of color against the gloom. "I have to admit, I'm impressed," he drawled, sitting on the edge of the hayloft and dangling his legs. "I didn't think you'd have the guts to come here alone. You're either very brave or very stupid. But let's make sure you're not carrying. Start by taking off your clothes." "What?" Ruth said. Perry's eyes glinted as he waved his smartphone at Ruth. "Ranger Baker. You didn't really think I'd take your word for it, did you? For all I know, you could have a gun strapped to your thigh or a knife tucked into your boot. If you want to prove you're unarmed, you'll have to show some skin." Ruth's stomach churned with revulsion at the thought of disrobing in front of this monster, but a glance at Ava's terrified face steeled her resolve. She would do whatever it took to keep her daughter safe, even if it meant sacrificing her own dignity. "I told you, I'm not carrying any weapons," she said through gritted teeth, even as her fingers moved to the buttons of her shirt. "I followed your instructions to the letter." Perry tusked, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "And I'm telling you, I don't believe you. Not until I see for myself. Now Strip, or little Ava here, gets a taste of what this app can do." He held up the screen, his thumb hovering over a red button ominously labeled Shock. "No," Ruth cried out, her hands flying up in a gesture of supplication. "Don't hurt her, please. I'll do as you say." With shaking fingers, she began to undo the buttons of her shirt, the worn fabric parting to reveal the plain white tank top beneath. She shrugged out of the garment, letting it drop to the dusty floor at her feet. The air was cold against her bare arms, raising goosebumps on her skin. Next came her boots, the laces stiff and unyielding as she worked them free. She toed off the heavy footwear, her socked feet sinking into the loose earth. Her jeans followed, the denim rasping harshly against her legs as she shimmied out of them. Ruth stood before Perry in nothing but her tank top and plain cotton panties, feeling horribly exposed and vulnerable. She resisted the urge to cross her arms over her chest, knowing it would only betray her discomfort. Instead, she met his gaze squarely, her chin lifted in defiance even as humiliation burned in her gut. "There," she said, her voice tight with barely suppressed rage. "Satisfied." But Perry just smirked, his eyes raking over her body with undisguised hunger. "Not quite," he purred, his tongue darting out to wet his lips. "All of it, Ranger Baker. I want to see every inch of you." Ruth recoiled as if she'd been slapped, bile rising in her throat. But Ava's whimpers from the cage spurred her on. With wooden movements, she reached for the hem of her tank top, peeling the thin fabric up and over her shoulders and head. Finally, she peeled down her panties, dropped them on the pile of clothing and stood naked. He cocked his head to the side as he regarded her with a kind of detached curiosity, like a scientist observing a particularly fascinating specimen. Ruth fought the urge to shrink back from that unnerving gaze, forcing herself to stand tall and defiant even as every nerve in her body screamed danger. She couldn't afford to show weakness. Not now, not with Ava's life hanging in the balance. "Let her go," she said, her words clipped and precise, carrying an undercurrent of barely restrained fury. "She's just a child and innocent. She has nothing to do with any of this." Perry laughed, a soft, mocking sound that made the hairs on the back of Ruth's neck stand on end. "Oh, but that's where you're wrong, Ranger Baker," he said, wagging a finger at her as if scolding a naughty child. "Little Ava has everything to do with this. She's the key to bringing you to heel, to ensuring that you won't interfere with my family's business any longer." He stood up, his movements fluid and graceful, almost feline in their predatory ease. The shadows seemed to cling to him like a living thing. Perry descended the ladder from the hayloft with a fluid, almost feline grace, his movements smooth and controlled. His footsteps barely made a sound as he dropped to the packed earth floor, a testament to his unnerving stealth and agility. He straightened to his full height, his lean frame uncoiling like a snake preparing to strike. Ruth watched him warily, her muscles tensed and ready even as goosebumps prickled along her bare skin in the chill air. Perry sauntered towards her, a lazy smile playing at the corners of his thin lips. The ghostly light from his smartphone cast his angular features in an eerie, almost demonic glow. "You see these cages," he said conversationally, gesturing with the hand holding the phone. The light danced crazily across the rusted metal bars, making them seem to writhe and undulate. "They're a Caldwell family heirloom, you might say. My great-grandfather, Atticus Caldwell, had them specially commissioned back in the 1930s. He ran his fingers almost lovingly over the rough iron, his touch almost a caress. He was a visionary, old Atticus. A true Renaissance man. He had a passion for science, for pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Especially when it came to animal husbandry." Perry's pale eyes glittered in the weak light as he turned back to Ruth, his gaze sweeping over her naked form with a kind of detached appraisal that made her skin crawl. She resisted the urge to cover herself, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing her cower. "You see, Atticus had a theory," Perry continued, his voice soft and musing. He believed that through the application of carefully controlled electrical stimuli, he could train dogs to an unprecedented level of obedience and skill. A canine supersoldier, if you will. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound utterly devoid of humor. Of course, his methods were a bit unorthodox. He wired these cages to deliver shocks, controlled by a crude switch system. The voltage, the duration, the frequency, all could be adjusted to provide the optimal level of negative reinforcement. Perry's thumb stroked almost tenderly over the smartphone screen, tracing the outline of the red button labeled shock. Barbaric by today's standards, of course. But you have to admire his ingenuity. And thanks to modern technology, I've been able to streamline the process considerably. He held up the phone, waggling it back and forth. "Ain't tech grand? Now, with a single tap, I can deliver a jolt that would make even the most disobedient mutt sit up and beg." His gaze flicked to Ava, huddled and whimpering at the back of her cage. But dogs aren't the only ones who can learn from an occasional shock. Ruth swallowed hard, her throat constricting around the lump of dread that had lodged there. She forced herself to meet Perry's gaze, looking past the cruel twist of his lips to the soulless void that lurked behind his eyes. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice sounding thin and strained to her own ears. "Why are you doing this?" Perry cocked his head, a parody of contemplation. "What do I want? Why, I want to share something with you, Ranger Baker." Something special, something intimate. After all, we're family. He took a step closer, his lean frame cutting through the dusty shafts of light that filtered in through the gaps in the barn's walls. Ruth fought the urge to back away, to put more distance between herself and the predatory gleam in those pale, merciless eyes. Chapter 38. "Please," she said, hating the tremor that crept into her words. "Can I put something back on? You know I'm unarmed now." Perry's smirk widened into a wolfish grin. "No," he said, the word cracking like a whip in the heavy air. "I like you this way. It makes you look vulnerable. Feminine. The way a girl should be." He raked his gaze over her body, taking in every exposed inch of skin as if committing it to memory. Ruth felt a hot flush of shame and anger sweep through her, prickling along her nerve endings like 1,000 tiny needles. "I don't like your tough girl ranger act," Perry continued, his voice dripping with disdain. "Strutting around like you're the boss of everyone. Like you've got the right to poke your nose into my family's business." He closed the remaining distance between them in a single, fluid stride, moving so quickly that Ruth barely had time to register the motion before he was looming over her, his tall frame blotting out the meager light. She could feel the heat radiating off his body, could smell the cloying scent of his cologne mingling with the musty odor of old hay and damp earth. Perry reached out, his fingers hovering a hairsbreadth from the bare skin of Ruth's shoulder. She flinched instinctively, every muscle in her body going taut as a bowstring. But he didn't touch her, not yet. Instead, he let his hand drift lower, skimming the air above the curve of her breast, the dip of her waist, the flare of her hip. "This is the real you," he murmured, his breath hot against her ear. "Is soft. Yielding. Weak. Just like all women underneath the bluster and bravado." Ruth's hands clenched into fists at her sides, her nails biting into her palms hard enough to leave crescent-shaped indentations in the tender flesh. It took every ounce of her self-control not to strike out at him, use her training and experience with close combat to disable, maim, injure, or just plain kill him on the spot. It would only take a blow or three, and he would be silent forever, unable to harm another little child. He glanced up at her. "And just so you know, this little device," he held up the phone with the app showing, "isn't my only weapon. I have backup. Isn't that right, Pa?" Principal Garrett Williams stepped out of the shadows. Ruth would have startled if she hadn't been aware that he was there, or at least, she had known that someone was there, waiting in the shadows. But even so, it was a twist in the gut when she saw the gun he held low, hanging by his thigh. "I'm sorry, Ruth," he said bleakly. "But he threatened my twins and my Vanessa. It was either your little girl or them." Ruth nodded. "Sure, Garrett. I get it. You do what you have to, but if you lay one finger on my Ava, it won't be this monster you'll be answering to." Perry laughed. "Threats and intimidation. There's the Ranger Baker I've heard so much about. Now enough banter. Pa, watch my new pet while I show Ranger Baker what I have for her, okay?" Garrett Williams nodded unenthusiastically and walked over to the cages. He stood about 15 feet from Ava's cage, the gun still held low by his side, but the threat was obvious. "Come now, Cousin Baker," Perry said, beckoning her with a crooked finger. "Let me show you something I know you've been dying to see." Perry led Ruth towards the back of the barn, his hand gripping her upper arm with bruising force. She stumbled slightly, her bare feet slipping on the loose earth, but he yanked her roughly upright, his fingers digging into her flesh. As they approached the darkened recesses of the cavernous space, Ruth's eyes began to adjust to the gloom. Slowly, the shapes of hulking objects emerged from the shadows, their outlines sharpening into focus. And then, with a sudden blaze of blinding light, the scene was thrown into stark relief. Ruth blinked against the glare, her eyes watering as she took in the macabre tableau before her. A video camera sat atop a sturdy tripod, its lens aimed at a makeshift stage area illuminated by harsh floodlights. The setup was clearly well used, with frayed wires snaking across the ground and bits of gaffer tape clinging to the edges of the worn wooden platform. But it was the dark stains that drew Ruth's gaze and turned her stomach. Rusty splotches splattered across the planks, some faded to a dull brown, others still bearing the unmistakable reddish hue of fresh blood. The pattern was chaotic, haphazard, as if the viscous liquid had sprayed and splashed with wild abandon. She could almost hear the screams echoing off the close walls, could almost smell the coppery tang of terror and agony. Perry watched her reaction with a kind of detached amusement, his pale eyes glittering in the stark light. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he murmured, his voice soft and musing. "The perfect stage for my art. For our art, I should say." He released her arm, striding over to a battered metal shelving unit shoved against the wall. Rusted film canisters were stacked haphazardly on the shelves, their labels peeling and faded. Perry ran his fingers almost lovingly over the curled edges, as if caressing the spines of cherished books. "We filmed everything, you know," he said conversationally, not bothering to look at Ruth as he spoke. "Ferris, Silas, and I. Every delicious moment, captured for posterity. The hunt, the capture, the persuasion." His lips curled in a small, secret smile. "At first, it was just a lark. A way to relive our glorious escapades, to savor each exquisite detail at our leisure. But then, as our tastes grew more refined, we began to see the films as an art form in their own right. A medium to showcase our skills, our creativity, our vision." He selected a canister, seemingly at random, blowing a layer of dust from its surface. "This one," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This was a particular favorite of mine. The Willoughby twins." Disgust and horror roiled in Ruth's gut as Perry lovingly caressed the film canister, a reminiscent smile playing over his cruel features. She couldn't fathom the depths of depravity it would take to commit such heinous acts, much less to memorialize them, to take pride in capturing every vile moment. "Why are you showing me this?" she demanded, her voice thick with revulsion. "What's the point of this sick little walk down memory lane?" Perry glanced up at her, his pale eyes glinting with a perverse sort of glee. "Oh, this is far more than just a trip into the past, dear cousin. This is a glimpse into the future. Our future." He set the canister back on the shelf with a soft clink, his fingers trailing over the rows of rusted metal. "You see, while these canisters may look rather antiquated, the cameras they're attached to are anything but top-of-the-line, high-definition digital beauties, with feeds that stream straight to a central server." He crossed to the camera tripod and spun it around, revealing a sleek black box affixed to the side, a glowing LED indicating it was powered on and connected. "It's remarkable what one can acquire with the right resources. The Caldwell family fortune has allowed me to indulge my peculiar interests with the very best technology available." Ruth's brow furrowed as she processed this new information, a sinking feeling settling in the pit of her stomach. "Motion activated, I presume?" she asked, dreading the answer she already suspected. Perry's grin widened, his eyes sparkling with malicious delight. "Beauty and brains. I can see why my half-brother Jim was so taken with you. Yes, fully automated with infrared sensors. The moment a subject crosses the threshold of the stage, the cameras begin rolling, capturing every exquisite second in vivid detail. He began to pace in a slow circle around Ruth, his movements languid and predatory. Ferris, Silas, and I had a pact. Never to take any of these films out of here. Oh, we had to remove all this equipment when old Sheriff J.T. Faraday investigated and found the bodies. But about 9 months ago, I put it all back in place. She stared at him, connecting the dots. You were going to start up again. He grinned. Score 1 for Ranger Baker. Yup. The piper was all set to play again. But before I could start up the old business, just after I had this whole setup ready, your Jim suddenly happened to come calling. Ruth's mind raced as the pieces fell into place, a sickening picture taking shape. Jim found something in his mom's belongings, didn't he? That's what you took from the storage locker in Antigua, isn't it? She asked, her voice tight with dread. What were they? Film footage from your Red Barn murders. Perry chuckled, a dry, rasping sound devoid of mirth. Not quite, Ranger Baker. Just a couple of Polaroids. Ferris should have known better. He was the one who set the rules, the one who insisted we never take any souvenirs, any evidence outside of this room. He shook his head, a mocking parody of regret. But poor foolish Ferris. He always did think with his dick first and his brain second. Wanted to impress some little strumpet he was banging on the side, so he smuggled a few choice snaps out to show her how much of a bad boy he really was. Perry's lips curled in a sneer. And look where it got him. Wrapped his precious Porsche around an oak tree, his skull smashed like an overripe melon. Guess he was too busy bragging to watch the road. Ruth's stomach turned at the callous dismissal of Ferris Caldwell's gruesome death. But her mind was already racing ahead, latching onto the important detail. Those photos, she said slowly. They were in the wreckage. Ferris's death was an accident, so the state troopers probably didn't give the car's contents a second glance. They probably ended up with his personal items recovered from the crash. And Julia, Jim's mom, she was the one who cleaned out Ferris' house after he died. Perry nodded, a spark of something almost like respect glinting in his pale eyes. Clever girl. Yes, Saint Julia, always putting everyone else first. She must have found the Polaroids while boxing up Ferris' things. Probably took one look and knew exactly what they were, what they meant. He cocked his head, his gaze distant as if lost in thought. I wonder, did she confront Daddy Dearest right then and there? Demand answers from the great Giles Caldwell about the depravity his son and grandson were capable of? Or did she tuck that little bombshell away, bide her time until she could use it as leverage? Ruth swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry as dust. Jim said, he told me once that his mom and grandpa fought all the time when he was a kid. That the screaming matches only got worse as he got older until Julia took a swan dive off Caldwell Cliff, Perry finished, his tone disturbingly bland. Such a tragedy. And so soon after losing poor Uncle Ferris, too. It's enough to make one wonder if there wasn't something more to it than simple despair. Ruth's heart thudded painfully against her ribs as the implications sank in. Had Julia Baker's death been more than a suicide? Had she threatened Giles that she would expose the truth about Perry's sick little home movies, only to be silenced permanently? The possibilities reverberated in her brain. Ruth felt the pieces clicking into place in her mind, a sickening picture taking shape as Perry's words sank in. The photos Julia had found, the ones that had driven Jim to investigate further, to come out to this very barn searching for answers. They hadn't led him to the help he thought he could trust. So that's what made Jim come out here, she said slowly, her voice sounding distant to her own ears. "To the Red Barn." And when he did, he called the person he thought he could trust, his friend Sheriff Faraday. She looked up at Perry, her eyes hard as flint. Except Faraday wasn't actually a friend, he was. Perry cut her off with a sharp bark of laughter, the sound harsh and grating in the close confines of the barn. "Frank Faraday would grovel at my grandpa's feet, roll over and bark if asked," he sneered, his lips curling in contempt. "He wasn't the one my half-brother Jim called." Realization dawned, cold and heavy in the pit of Ruth's stomach. "It was Joshua Kendall," she breathed, the name tasting like ashes on her tongue. Perry's grin widened, a slash of white in the gloom. "Give the lady a prize," he crowed, clapping his hands in mock applause. "Yes, good old Josh. The golden boy, the rising star of Caldwell. Upstanding family man, pillar of the community, and my grandpa's right-hand man when it comes to keeping this town firmly under the family thumb." He began to pace again, his steps slow and measured, almost lazy in their predatory grace. "My half-brother Jim always was a trusting soul. Guess he thought since Joshua was an officer of the court, he wouldn't be able to ignore such irrefutable evidence." Perry chuckled darkly, shaking his head. Imagine my half-brother Jim's surprise when instead of the cavalry riding to his rescue, he got a knife in the back. Ruth's throat constricted, hot tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. She blinked them back savagely, refusing to give Perry the satisfaction of seeing her crumble. "What did Kendall do to him?" she asked, her voice a hoarse whisper. "Kendall," Perry scoffed. "Kendall didn't do anything to Jim. He's the clean hand that washes the other hand, remember? He called someone who did that kind of job. Someone who had a vested interest in keeping the secrets of the Red Barn hidden in those film canisters where they belong." Perry's eyes glittered with malicious glee as he sauntered over to the camera setup, his fingers hovering lovingly over the sleek digital equipment. "But why tell you what happened to my dear half-brother Jim when I can show you?" he purred, his voice soft and mocking. "That's why I brought you here, Ranger Baker. To give you a front-row seat to the grand finale of Jim's little amateur sleuthing adventure." With a flourish, he tapped a button on the camera's control panel. The device whirred to life, its lens focusing and refocusing as it calibrated. Then, the large monitor screen mounted on the opposite wall flickered and glowed, casting an eerie blue light over Perry's angular features. Ruth's breath caught in her throat as an image resolved on the screen, the interior of the Red Barn, illuminated by the harsh glare of floodlights. The timestamp in the corner marked the date as the day of Jim's murder, the numbers stark and damning. She watched, transfixed and horrified, as a figure entered the frame, a man in a deputy's uniform, his gait steady and purposeful. "Jim." Her husband. Her heart ached at the sight of him, so vibrant and alive, unaware of the terrible fate that awaited him. Jim paused in the center of the barn, his head swiveling as he took in his surroundings. The camera tracked his movements, zooming in on his face, capturing the play of emotions, their confusion, dawning realization, and then a flash of fear quickly masked by determination. Suddenly, the floodlight switched on with an audible thunk, bathing the scene in stark white light. Jim flinched, his hand flying instinctively to the gun at his hip. His eyes darted around the cavernous space, searching for the source of the unexpected illumination. "I know you're here," he called out, his voice tinny through the monitor's speakers but still achingly familiar to Ruth's ears. "Show yourself. I've got evidence that will bring this whole sick enterprise crashing down around your ears." "It's over." For a long, tense moment, there was only silence. The camera held steady on Jim's face, capturing every flicker of emotion, every bead of sweat that dampened his brow. Then, a soft, mocking laugh echoed through the barn, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Jim spun, his hand tightening on his gun, but he couldn't pinpoint the source. "Oh, Jim," a voice drawled, the words dripping with contempt. "You always were a self-righteous little prick. Sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong. You never could leave well enough alone." Ruth's heart stuttered, and then raced as she recognized the voice. Garrett Williams. Principal Williams. Perry's father. Chapter 39. The screen flickered and went dark, plunging the barn into shadow once more. Ruth stood rooted to the spot, her mind reeling as the final, damning images seared themselves into her memory. Garrett Williams, his face a mask of cold fury, drawing a gun that he had kept hidden all this while. The muzzle flash, bright as a lightning strike in the gloom. And Jim, her beloved husband, falling to the blood-soaked earth, his life snuffed out in an instant by a man he had once considered a friend. She turned slowly, her movements stiff and mechanical, to face the man who had destroyed her world with a single bullet. Garrett stood a few feet away, his features etched in harsh relief by the weak light filtering in through the gaps in the barn's weathered boards. His expression was unreadable, his eyes flinty and hard as he met her gaze without flinching. "You," Ruth's voice cracked, the single syllable heavy with a maelstrom of emotion, grief, rage, disbelief, and a bone-deep, aching sorrow that threatened to swallow her whole. "You killed him. Your lover's son. Your student. An innocent man." Garrett's jaw clenched, a muscle ticking in his cheek. For a moment, Ruth thought she saw a flicker of something in his eyes, regret, perhaps, or a glimmer of the man he had once been, before the rod of Caldwell had eaten away at his soul. But it was gone as quickly as it had come, replaced by a steely resolve. "I did what I had to do," he said, his words clipped and precise. "To protect my family. My children." Jim was threatening everything we've built, everything we've fought to keep hidden. I couldn't let him destroy us. A harsh, broken laugh tore itself from Ruth's throat, the sound jagged and bitter. "Protect your family," she spat, her words dripping with venom. "Is that what you call it? Helping your son cover up the torture and murder of innocent children? Standing by while he resumes his reign of terror, preying on the most vulnerable among us?" She gestured wildly at Perry, who stood watching the exchange with a smirk of cruel amusement playing about his thin lips. "You're no better than he is, Garrett. You're just as much of a monster, hiding behind a mask of respectability and righteousness." Perry's smirk widened into a predatory grin, his eyes glinting with malicious glee. He laughed, a cold, cruel sound that echoed off the barn's rotting walls. "Oh, if only that were true, Cousin Ruth," he sneered, his pale eyes glittering with malevolent amusement. "Dear old Dad here doesn't have half the vision or the guts to do what needs to be done. He's just a puppet, dancing on strings of shame and fear." Garrett's face contorted with rage, his fists clenching at his sides. "How dare you speak to me that way?" he snarled, rounding on his son. "After everything I've done for you, all the sacrifices I've made to keep your sick proclivities hidden. You ungrateful little bastard." Perry's smirk only widened, clearly relishing the rise he'd gotten out of his father. "Sacrifices," he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Like what? Putting a bullet in Cousin Jim's head to save your own sorry skin. You didn't do that for me, Dad. You did it for yourself, to protect your precious reputation and standing in this diseased little town. And your precious little family." As father and son devolved into bitter recriminations, their voices rising to a fevered pitch, Ruth caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. A shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom pooled in the barn's far corner, slipping silently along the rough-hewn wall. Her heart leaped into her throat, hope and trepidation warring within her chest. A friend or another foe? Keeping her expression carefully neutral, Ruth began to edge subtly closer to the rusted cage where her precious daughter huddled. Ava's face was surprisingly calm, despite the terror of her situation. She was watching her mom with steady eyes. Her eyes locked onto Ruth's. Slowly, carefully, Ruth began to sign, keeping her movements small and subtle to avoid drawing attention. "Baby," she gestured, pouring all her love and reassurance into the silent words. "I need you to be brave for me, okay? Go to the very back of the cage, as far from the bars as you can. Turn your back, crouch down, and make yourself as tiny as possible." Ava S. nodded once. She obeyed without question, her trust in Ruth absolute and unwavering. She scooted backwards until her spine pressed against the cage's far wall, her knees drawing up to her chest. Ruth angled herself closer to Garrett Williams, waiting until the shadow in the corner began to rise from its place. Ruth tensed, every muscle in her body coiled and ready to spring. She angled herself subtly, positioning her body between Garrett Williams and the cage where Ava crouched, shielding her daughter with her own flesh. Her heart pounded in her ears, adrenaline surging through her veins like molten fire. The shadow in the corner rose up, a dark silhouette against the gloom. Ruth caught a flash of familiar blue eyes, a glint of cold steel. She knew it was now or never. Ruth launched herself at Garrett Williams, her hands outstretched like claws. She slammed into him with the force of a freight train, bearing him backwards. Garrett's eyes widened in shock and fury as they collided. His finger convulsed on the trigger of his own weapon, the barrel jumping in his hand. The first shot went wide, the bullet speeding past Ruth's ear close enough to singe her hair, the percussive blast almost deafening her. They crashed to the floor in a tangle of limbs, the gun skittering away across the packed earth. Ruth drove her knee into Garrett's groin, eliciting a strangled howl of pain. He bucked beneath her, trying to throw her off, but she clung on with grim determination, pummeling every inch of him she could reach. Dimly, over the roaring of blood in her ears and her own ragged breathing, Ruth heard more gunshots ring out behind her. Pop, pop, pop in quick succession, then an anguished scream. The clatter of a phone hitting the ground, the screen shattering. But she couldn't focus on that now. Garrett was still fighting, still trying to get his hands around her throat. They rolled across the floor, grappling and straining against each other. Ruth's hair came loose from its tight bun, whipping across her face in sweat-soaked tendrils. Garrett's fist caught her in the jaw, snapping her head back. Stars exploded across her vision, bright and dazzling. She tasted blood, felt it trickling down her chin. But the pain only fueled her rage. With a wordless snarl, Ruth drove her elbow into Garrett's solar plexus, feeling a savage satisfaction as the breath whooshed out of him. She followed it up with a vicious kick, her bare foot connecting with his ribs with an audible crack. Garrett reeled back, his face contorted in agony. He staggered, trying to regain his balance, but his foot caught on a piece of rusted farm equipment and he fell back, hands flailing. An old plow blade, its edge jagged and cruel, punched through his back and impaled him, emerging in a bloody spray from his belly. Ruth felt hot droplets, and spray spatter her naked body and flinched as the blood painted her face. Garrett's hands scrabbled weakly at the plow blade impaling him, his fingers slick with his own blood. A ghastly gurgling sound escaped his lips, bubbles of crimson frothing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes rolled back in his head, the life draining from them as he sagged, impaled on the rusted metal like a grotesque puppet with its strings cut. The gun tumbled from his limp fingers, clattering to the packed earth. Ruth snatched it up, her hands shaking with a combination of adrenaline and revulsion. She took a deep, shuddering breath, fighting down the bile that rose in her throat. She turned, the gun held out before her in a steady, two-handed grip. The scene that greeted her made her heart seize in her chest. Perry Norton was staggering drunkenly, his hands clasped to his face. Blood seeped between his fingers, running in rivulets down his wrists and forearms. Shards of plastic, glass, and metal were embedded in his skin, the remnants of his shattered phone. But it was Aaron himself that made Ruth's breath catch in her throat. He was slumped against the wall, one hand pressed to his chest. Blood welled between his fingers, staining his shirt a vivid crimson. His face was pale, his jaw clenched tight against the pain. One of Garrett's wild shots must have found its mark. Perry let out a howl of inarticulate rage, his hands dropping away from his ruined face. His features were a ruin of torn flesh and jutting bone, his right eye a gory pulp. But his remaining eye blazed with madness and fury, fixing on Aaron's wounded form. With a wordless snarl, Perry launched himself at the injured Texas Ranger, his hands outstretched like claws. He moved with frightening speed, propelled by a lifetime of depravity and cruelty, by the all-consuming need to inflict pain and suffering. But Ruth was faster. She brought the gun up, sighting down the barrel with a steadiness that belied the tempest raging inside her. The world seemed to narrow to a single point, a crystalline moment of perfect clarity. She saw the muzzle flash reflect in Perry's mad, hate-filled eye. The crack of the gunshot was deafening in the close confines of the barn. The bullet caught Perry square in the face, just below his ruined eye socket. It punched through his cheekbone in a spray of blood and bone, shattering teeth and exploding out the back of his skull in a plume of gore. Perry's head snapped back as if he'd been yanked by an invisible string. His body seemed to hang suspended for a breathless instant, teetering on the brink. Then it crumpled, folding in on itself like a marionette with its strings cut. He hit the ground in a boneless heap, limbs splayed at unnatural angles, his one remaining eye staring sightlessly at the cobweb-strewn rafters above. Chapter 40. Silence descended on the barn, broken only by the ragged rasp of Ruth's breathing and the soft, pained sounds coming from Aaron's direction. Ruth lowered the gun, her arms suddenly leaden, the weight of everything that had transpired crashing down on her like a physical force. She turned slowly, taking in the carnage that surrounded her. Garrett Williams, impaled on the rusted farm implement, his blood painting the packed earth in a widening pool of crimson. Perry Norton sprawled lifeless, his face a ruin, the back of his skull a gaping, jagged hole. 2 generations of evil, snuffed out in a matter of moments. But there was no satisfaction in it, no sense of victory or closure. Only a hollow ache in the pit of her stomach, a bone-deep weariness that seemed to radiate out from her very core. So much suffering, so much pain and loss. And for what? A weak cough drew her attention, snapping her out of her bleak reverie. Aaron! He was still slumped against the wall, his face ashen, his breath coming in short, pained gasps. The front of his shirt was soaked through with blood, the fabric clinging wetly to his skin. Ruth hurried to his side, dropping to her knees beside him. She pressed her hands over his, applying pressure to the wound. He hissed in pain, his body jerking beneath her touch. "Easy," Ruth murmured, her voice sounding strange and distant to her own ears. "You're going to be okay, Aaron. Just hold on." His eyes fluttered open, glassy and unfocused. He tried to speak, but only a wet, choking sound emerged. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, vivid against his too pale skin. Tears burned at the back of Ruth's eyes, hot and stinging. She blinked them back savagely, refusing to let them fall. She needed to be strong now, for Aaron, for Ava. She couldn't afford to fall apart. Ava. The thought of her daughter sent a jolt through Ruth, electrifying her tired muscles. She looked over to the rusted cage where Ava still huddled, her small form pressed against the far wall, her face hidden in her drawn-up knees. Ava, Ruth called out even though she knew Ava couldn't hear her. She wrapped the cage so that it vibrated and saw the little head turn to look at her. Baby, it's over. You can come out now, she signed. For a moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, Ava uncurled from her protective ball. She lifted her head, blinking in the weak light filtering through the barn's slatted walls. Her eyes found Ruth's. She nodded solemnly. Ruth was struck by how calm and composed she looked despite everything. Ruth felt her heart swell with a fierce, overwhelming love. Her brave, resilient little girl. Reaching the cage, she grasped the rusted bars and heaved with all her strength. The metal groaned and protested, but slowly, inexorably, the door began to swing open. As soon as the gap was wide enough, Ava launched herself through it and into Ruth's waiting arms. Ruth caught her, feeling the slight weight and warmth of her daughter's body crashing into her own. She wrapped her arms around Ava, crushing the little girl to her chest, as if she could somehow shield her from all the horrors she had witnessed. "It's all right, baby," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "I've got you. You're safe now. It's all over." Ava nodded, signing. "I love you, Mommy." Ruth's throat tightened, a fresh wave of tears threatening to overwhelm her. She blinked them back, managing a watery smile for her daughter's sake. "I love you too, baby." Ava nodded, a look of calm acceptance settling over her delicate features. It struck Ruth then how composed her daughter seemed, how steady in the face of such unimaginable horror. She marveled at the quiet strength, the unshakable faith that radiated from Ava like a physical force. She took a moment to gather up her clothes, putting on only essentials. Ava refused to let go of her, but helped her as best as she could. When she was dressed, Ava clung to her just as fiercely, her small hands fisting in the fabric of Ruth's shirt. Ruth could feel her trembling, could feel the hot dampness of tears soaking through the material. She stroked Ava's hair, murmuring soft, soothing nonsense into her ear. Ruth held her daughter tightly, feeling the small arms wrap around her in return, clutching at her with a desperate strength. She breathed in the scent of Ava's hair, letting the warm weight and realness of her child ground her, anchor her in this moment. Gently, reluctantly, she pulled back just enough to look Ava in the eyes, those solemn blue depths wise beyond their years. Ruth's hands moved, forming the signs that were as natural as breath to them both. "Baby, I need you to be brave just a little longer, okay? We need to help Aaron and get out of here. Can you do that for me?" Ava nodded, her delicate features set with a calm determination that took Ruth's breath away. How was she so steady, so unshakable in the face of all she had endured? This tiny person, barely more than a baby herself, who had witnessed horrors that would break most grown men. As if reading her thoughts, Ava's small hands fluttered, shaping words imbued with a childlike faith that seared Ruth to her very soul. "I knew you would save me, Mommy," she signed, her movements sure and unhurried. "I knew you would kill the bad men. You always keep me safe." Tears burned at the back of Ruth's eyes, blurring her vision. She blinked them back fiercely, forcing a smile. Her hands shook slightly as she signed back. "Always, my brave girl. Always. Now let's go help Aaron, okay?" Ava nodded, squaring her thin shoulders as if girding herself for battle. Together, they crossed the blood-spattered expanse of the barn, picking their way carefully around the crumpled forms of Garrett Williams and Perry Norton. Ruth pointedly avoided looking at their ruined faces, the sightless eyes that stared accusingly at nothing. Aaron was where she had left him, slumped against the rough-hewn wall, his face ashen and sheened with sweat. His breathing was labored, each inhalation a wet, sucking sound that made Ruth's stomach clench with dread. The front of his shirt was saturated with blood, the fabric clinging obscenely to his skin. Ruth dropped to her knees beside him, reaching out with tentative fingers to brush the hair back from his clammy forehead. His eyes fluttered open at her touch, glassy and unfocused. He tried to speak, but only a choked, gurgling sound emerged, accompanied by a fresh gout of blood from his lips. "SHH, don't try to talk," Ruth murmured, fighting to keep her voice steady. "We're going to get you out of here, get you some help. Just stay with me, okay?" She glanced over at Ava, who hovered anxiously at her elbow, her small face pinched with worry. "Baby, stay right by my side, okay? We're going out now, and then we'll call for help." Ava nodded solemnly as they began to make their way towards the yawning entrance of the barn. Ruth looped Aaron's arm over her shoulders, taking the bulk of his weight as they staggered forward. His head lolled against her neck, his breath coming in short, pained gasps that gusted hotly against her skin. The packed earth floor seemed to stretch on forever, the weak light filtering through the gaps in the weathered boards playing tricks on her eyes, making the distance waver and distort. But Ruth gritted her teeth and pushed onward, focusing on the presence of her daughter beside her, the calm, tear-streaked face looking up at her with complete, unshakable faith. It gave her strength, lent steel to her spine and fire to her blood. "He'll be fine," Ava signed. "I know he will. Because you'll save him too, Mommy. You two are partners, and partners take care of each other. That's what Daddy always said." Ruth felt a swell of love and pride surge through her chest at Ava's words, at the unshakable faith and wisdom shining from her daughter's eyes. She nodded, blinking back the fresh sting of tears as she quickly donned her clothes, the familiar fabric a comforting armor against her skin. "You're right, baby," she signed back, her movements sure and emphatic. "Partners always have each other's backs. And Aaron and I are the best partners there are. We'll get through this together, all of us." With Ava's small hand clasped tightly in her own and Aaron's weight braced against her side, Ruth stepped out of the oppressive shadows of the red barn and into the honeyed light of the dying day. The air was sweet and cool against her face, carrying with it the earthy scent of hay and wildflowers, a blessed relief after the cloying stench of blood and death that clung to the back of her throat. In the distance, the hills rolled gently towards the horizon, their slopes dappled with the purples and golds of the setting sun. The sky was a masterpiece of colored deep indigos and fiery crimsons, shot through with streaks of luminous orange that set the few wispy clouds aflame. It was a vista of breathtaking beauty, a stark contrast to the horrors they had just escaped. Ruth drank it in, letting the peace and serenity of the landscape soak into her bones, steadying her. She could feel the adrenaline that had sustained her through the nightmare slowly ebbing, leaving a leaden exhaustion in its wake. But she couldn't rest, not yet. Aaron needed her, needed the strength and determination that had seen her through so many trials. Step by step, they made their halting way towards the SUV that waited like a gleaming beacon of hope at the edge of the field. The ground was uneven beneath their feet, the stubble of the mown hay pricking at Ruth's soles through her thin socks. But she barely felt it, all her focus narrowed down to the labored rasp of Aaron's breathing, the precious weight of her daughter's hand in her own. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the vehicle. Ruth fumbled with the door handle, her fingers clumsy and shaking with fatigue. But finally, mercifully, it swung open and she eased Aaron into the passenger seat as gently as she could. He moaned softly as she settled him, his head lolling back against the headrest, his face a mask of pain. "Almost there," Ruth murmured, brushing a hand over his fevered brow. "Just hold on a little longer." She boosted Ava into the back seat, making sure the little girl was securely buckled before racing around to slide behind the wheel. The engine roared to life as she turned the key, the vibrations traveling up her arms and seeming to rattle in her. Ruth threw the SUV into gear, her foot slamming down on the accelerator. The vehicle lurched forward, tires spitting gravel as it tore down the rutted dirt road. The jostling motion wrung a pained groan from Aaron, his head lolling against the window, leaving a smear of crimson on the glass. The miles fell away beneath the SUV's churning wheels, the dense woods giving way to open fields and the occasional ramshackle farmhouse. In the rearview mirror, Ruth could see the hulking silhouette of the red barn receding, growing smaller and smaller until it was swallowed by the gathering dusk. In the distance, the twinkling lights of Caldwell beckoned. This concludes the audiobook recording of Red Barn by Sam Barron, narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.